France 24 and RFI in partnership with France 2 and France Inter with Ipsos Sopra Steria.
We're into the final hour of casting ballots in the first round of the French presidential vote. Welcome to France 24's election night coverage. I'm François Picard.
And I'm Mark Perlman. 12 candidates vying for the two spots in the runoff 2 weeks from tonight. We're counting down to the top of the next hour when the exclusive estimates of our partner Ipsos will unveil the name of the two finalists. We have our reporters at the headquarters of all the main candidates. Claire Pacalin is with the incumbent Emmanuel Macron. Florence Villeminot is with the national rallies Marine Le Pen. Wassim Cornet is with the far left Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Alison Sergeant with the other far-right candidate, Eric Zemmour. Ellen Gainsford is with the conservative Valerie Pécresse. Valerie Pécresse is with the Green Party's Yannick Jadot, while Delano de Souza is with the Socialist and Hidalgo.
And joining us is Rachel Donadio, contributing writer for U.S. news magazine The Atlantic. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
His are the gold standard surveys of how the French view politics and politicians. Bruno Cotresse of the Sevi Prof research wing of the French Political Science Institute Sciences Po. Good to see you.
Good evening.
It's election night and France voting after a pandemic that rocked everyone's world. Now comes inflation and an energy crunch exacerbated by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. More on that later from France 24 business editor Kate Moody. How are you?
Let's begin with the first estimate of the night from our partner Ipsos. It's the abstention rate, 26.5%. This is the second highest ever for a first round of a presidential election. The record was back 20 years ago in 2002. Just a reminder, the polls have now closed in villages and smaller towns across France, but they remain open until the top of the hour in all large cities. And let's now cross live to France 24's Armin Georgian, who is in Paris's 13th arrondissement at a polling station. Armin, are you seeing lots of voters today? Armin, if you can hear us, I'm not sure if you can.
I have seen a lot of voters this afternoon, Mark. Right now, things have calmed down quite a bit, and there is not a lot of time left. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Okay, good, yeah. No, I was saying I've seen a lot of voters during the course of the afternoon. Things have quietened down somewhat now. There's only about an hour left before this polling station closes, but there was a pretty steady trickle of people at any given time, around 20 people in the different queues just to my left here going into these polling stations just behind me. This part of the 13th district is a place that has a strong political awareness. That's what one of the supervisors told me here just a little while ago, that it may not be typical for the 13th district. There are a lot of people who historically do come to vote that are on the lists in this particular area, including a lot of young people. He told me, looking down through the list of birth dates on the electoral register, a lot of people born around 2002, so around 20 years old, and we did see quite a lot of people in that sort of age group. So quite a strong sort of political awareness here. I spoke to quite a few young people who said, most of them said that they had made their minds up some time ago, but one or two said that they had found it really difficult to decide. There'd been a lot of debates over family dinners and discussions with friends in the street and in bars, and so some of them found it difficult to make a decision. One young man said, "I was literally deciding as I walked into the booth here," but a lot of them said that they had actually made up their minds. But there was a certain buzz over the course of this afternoon, Mark, which I think is perhaps not typical, certainly when looking at that overall national abstention rate that you just mentioned.
Armin Georgian, thank you very much.
Yeah, 26.5%. That rate is the estimate according to our partners Ipsos. It's the second highest. The second highest compared to 2002 when you look at first rounds of French presidential elections. Crunching the numbers on this election night at France 24 is Diptyque Laurent, 26.5% abstention rate. It's a big talking point.
It is indeed, Francois. In fact, abstention rates have been steadily on the rise in the past 20 years here in France, especially in local and European elections, but also in French elections. Let's take a look at that. In 2002, as you mentioned, 20 years ago, the abstention rate was 28%. Almost 12 million French voters chose not to cast their ballot. You'll remember that was the election that saw Jean-Marie Le Pen, the far-right leader, elected to the second round and facing off Jacques Chirac. At the time, it was seen as a big shock for French politics. Perhaps because of that, in 2007, abstention rates dropped slightly to 16%, or about 7 million. But since then, it's been on the rise. In 2012, the year that François Hollande was elected president, 20% of French voters chose not to partake in the first round of the presidential elections. And in 2017, the year that Emmanuel Macron became president, 22%, almost 10.5 million French voters decided to stay away from the first round of elections. And as we're seeing in 2022, that has gone up to 26.5%. As you're saying, that's an estimate of the abstention rate, which we will note later this evening. Just to give you an idea of what that looks like, look at this here. You've got abstention rates in 2002. As we said, it was a record at the time, 28%, dropping down to 16%. It's been on the rise. And certainly 2022 is looking to be perhaps not as much as in 2002, but certainly a part of an upward trend, François.
Let's bring in Mark Perlman on this. Mark, we heard Armin Georgian describe that man who was making up his mind as he walked into vote. Is this indifference or defiance, this high abstention rate?
It's both. I mean, we've had COVID, we have the war in Ukraine, there's voter apathy, there's voter defiance. They're not satisfied with their politicians. We hear this poll after poll after poll, and some of them have decided to stay home tonight more than usual, and it's a trend. You've seen it. There was the accident of 2002, but since then, abstention has been on the rise in all presidential elections and other elections as well.
Of course, Diptyque Laurent, this is France. There isn't just one way to abstain.
That's right. Of course, abstaining is the act of not voting, but there are many ways of actually going to the polling stations, casting a vote, but not having that vote be valid. So here in France, French voters elect their president by direct universal suffrage. In other words, they head to the polling stations, they're given the ballot papers of all the candidates who are vying to be president. The voter must pick the ballot paper of their chosen candidate, put it into an envelope, drop it into a ballot box. It's a pretty simple, quick, straightforward process. But as we said, there are ways of voting without actually voting, so notably through what the French call a vote blanc or a blank ballot vote. In this case, you might choose to put an empty envelope into the ballot box. There's also the vote nul or the invalid vote. In this case, a voter might choose to might incorrectly select a candidate, or they might choose, deliberately or not, to deface their ballot paper in some way. They might scrunch up their paper or scribble on it. In France, the blank ballot is seen as a sort of protest vote, perhaps against a protest against the candidates, against their electoral campaigns. In fact, it's the founding premise of this association. It's called the Blank Ballots Citizens Association. It's run by this man, Stéphane Guillot, and one of their founding premises is one of their founding projects is calling on the French electoral system to recognize blank ballots in their official voting count, which is currently not the case. Let's have a look, though. Blank ballots do account on general for less than about 5% of votes, as you see here. It did rise from 2007. It has been on the rise, 2.5% in 2017.
All right, so perhaps a malaise when it comes to French democracy. We'll be crossing back to Diptyque Laurent throughout the night here on France 24. Again, a reminder, we'll be getting those first estimates of the two finalists for the April 24th runoff. That's coming up at the top of the hour.
Rachel, I want to ask you, clearly the fact that 3/4 of French voters are still going to cast a ballot would be something many countries would envy, the United States, obviously. But still, there is this trend, because this is the mother of all elections, but people are not that excited about this election.
Well, I think we've seen in French elections in the past that the incumbent president is always at risk of people get angry at the president during the presidency. And so I think people might be upset for that reason. I also think that, as we've talked about, there's the war in Ukraine, there's COVID, there's a certain amount of fatigue. And I, in Paris today, walked around to some polling places and was talking to some people, and some were just saying, like, I'm actually not terribly excited about this. I just really I'm not inspired by any of the candidates. It'll be a vote against as opposed to a vote for. And so I think that that's one of the factors. And these are people who are turning out to the polls. But as you say, the United States has much higher abstention rates, but it's a bigger country. And in France, the civic duty is such a part of the culture. It's children are brought up in the school to be citizens, and it's so much part of how French identity works and how people in France see themselves. But I think that there is just a sense, partly apathy, but partly, okay, what is the purpose of this? Are these politicians really working for me?
Right. Bruno, I mean, this trend, we can see it in other elections. How do you read those figures tonight? Are you surprised, or was it a given for you?
I'm not that much surprised, because when you are looking to what we were studying before today, actually, we are doing in Sciences Po quite a big study. We interviewed 15,000 people, and when we were looking to exactly the same date 5 years ago, it was just a little bit below when we were looking to interest in the campaign, engagement into the campaign, motivation to vote, probability to vote. It was a little bit below the last election, so I'm not so much surprised that we are not the same level, but it's not also a big drop in the turnout. It's not 2002. It's going to be, at the end of the day, it's going to be something like 74, 75, 73, 74 of turnout, which is quite reasonable if you are comparing this to many other countries. But anyway, outside that, there is a question of satisfaction with democracy in France. We are also studying that, political distrust, dissatisfaction with the state of democracy, the way that democracy is functioning in France. Then there is a big question. Never forget the Yellow Vest crisis. It was not such a long time ago, and it was like a big explosion, social explosion, and also plenty of democratic discontent. It will be a big story for the next president, whoever is the next president.
We'll have to wait until 8 o'clock. Thank you, Bruno Cotres.
Well, we have somebody who can read the room well. Claire Pacalin covered the candidate, Emmanuel Macron, back in 2017. She's covering Emmanuel Macron, the incumbent. Tell us what the mood is, what with some 46 minutes to go before we know who's in the runoff of this presidential election.
The room behind me is gradually beginning to fill up with supporters of Emmanuel Macron. They'll be watching that provisional result as it comes in at the top of the hour. They'll be watching it on the big screen that you can probably just about make out behind me. I've been speaking to some of these supporters, and they tell me they're confident, they're positive. I can detect a few nerves, though. The atmosphere is nothing like what it was 5 years ago in 2017 on the first round of the presidential election. I was speaking to supporters back then, and they were excited. They couldn't believe how far they'd come. Emmanuel Macron hadn't been a favourite at the start of the campaign, didn't even have his own political party. He had a movement called En Marche. He'd never been elected to office, so they couldn't believe how far they'd come. They were excited. Today in the room, I'm detecting nerves more than anything else.
Nerves more than anything else. We'll be crossing back to you throughout the night here on France 24. Claire Pacalin.
Let's now go to Eastern Paris, where Florence Villeminot is at Marine Le Pen headquarters. Florence, how's the mood around you?
Well, the mood is definitely very optimistic here at the Pavillon Chenet-le-Roi, so in the Parc de Vincennes, right near the Parc Floral. Marine Le Pen arrived here shortly ago. She's in an office currently with her very close clan. She's going to be watching those results with her close team, including her sister, before coming down here to give a speech. You might be able to see the podium. She's, of course, hoping that third time is the charm. This is her third presidential run. She's hoping it'll work out this time for her. She cast her ballot this morning in her stronghold of Hénin-Beaumont, and now she's waiting for those results to come in. I can't really legally give you any prognostics, but I can tell you that she definitely wants to do better than she did in 2017. In the first round of that election, she got 21.3% of the vote, coming in second behind Emmanuel Macron. So she's hoping to do better than that score this time round. And I can tell you that people here believe that she's going to be able to have an incredible result tonight. The champagne is on ice. In fact, there's a special bottle that's called Marine Présidente 2022, so very optimistic there. There's a pyramid of glasses. Canapes are out. They're getting ready for a party. There are going to be about 500 supporters here, carefully selected supporters, people who helped her during her campaign. And I spoke to a couple of them. They said they had a good feeling about the results. One of them said that she had by far done the best presidential campaign of all the candidates, and that she'd really learned her lessons from 2017 when she lost in the second round to Emmanuel Macron. This time around, she's more serene, she's much more presidential, and so they're very confident that she's going to have a good result here tonight.
Florence Villeminot at Marine Le Pen's headquarters, thank you very much. We'll have the verdict in 43 minutes here.
Well, that champagne maybe should wait because it is a two-round system. Reminder, we will have estimates immediately at the top of the hour when all remaining polls close throughout France. And of course, 12 candidates, well, that means 12 photo ops. The incumbent Emmanuel Macron, the far right's Marine Le Pen, the far left's Jean-Luc Mélenchon, the far right's Eric Zemmour, conservative Valerie Pécresse, Yannick Jadot for the Greens, communist, there you see Yannick Jadot, communist candidate Fabien Roussel, independent Jean Lassalle, the far right's Nicolas Dupont-Aignan, socialist Anne Hidalgo, radical left candidates Philippe Poutou, and there you see him there, and Nathalie Arthaud to round out the list. Well, we're with France 24 business editor Kate Moody. It's been 5 years of the unpredictable, and the unpredictable included a pandemic, and it's included now an energy crunch, a war in Ukraine, so many factors that have, well, thrown everyone into turmoil.
Yeah, the economy often takes sort of center stage in a presidential campaign, Francois, but this might be the first time that the word inflation has been so top of that list.
Who'd have thought it?
Well, exactly. Anyone who's been watching things for the last few months could have thought it, because we've seen this trend of consumer prices starting to rise pretty steadily over the last year. And it's really since the war in Ukraine that we've seen this explosion in energy prices. Now, in France, consumer prices were about 5.1% higher than they were a year earlier. That's based on the harmonized EU data. It's still on the low side for the bloc. The Eurozone stood at 7.5% inflation in March. Germany was at 7.3%, Spain nearly 10%. This is still the highest level in France since 1997. As we said, the main driver here is energy. Costs were up nearly 30% from a year earlier. Food prices up nearly 3%, still higher than the overall goal for inflation. Concretely, what this means is that every trip to the grocery store to fill up your petrol tank, every time you get a heating bill at the end of the month, it is costing more and more for French households, and their wages aren't increasing at that same pace. It's contributed to a real drop in consumer confidence in the past month, the biggest monthly drop, in fact, since the start of the pandemic.
And this is the story, of course, throughout Europe and much of the Western world, what you're describing. How is France faring?
Well, it's doing pretty well. If you look at the state of the economy, well, look, if you look at the state of the economy, given what we've gone through in the last couple of years, given the state of the pandemic, right? 2 years ago, we saw the French economy plunging 8%. By 2021, we had seen GDP expanding about 7%, so making up a lot of those pandemic losses. We know that inflation is the real problem. Unemployment, though, is at its lowest level since 2008. It was at just 7.4% at the end of last year. Keep in mind, 5 years ago, we were looking at over 9%. 9% inflation. It's still relatively low, as we say, because of this global growth trend and strong economic growth. Usually job creation is a big topic on the campaign trail. It's less so this time around. There's more focus on things like raising the minimum wage, raising salaries overall, making sure that people who do have jobs aren't struggling so much. One more thing, we haven't heard that much about government debt, even though it has soared during the pandemic, nearly 113% of GDP.
Yeah, and again, we all thought, oh, this election, that's easy. This election is going to be all about the pandemic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that perhaps in the Macron campaign, they may have been banking on that, really, because what we saw throughout the pandemic, of course, was the government strategy of we'll pay whatever it takes to protect French households and businesses. We know that it cost at least 240 billion euros. Much of that went to a furlough program, which kept paychecks coming in even when people weren't actually able to work. There were huge amounts of state-backed loans and grants, especially for sectors like tourism and hospitality. It did help limit the amount of layoffs and bankruptcies and contribute to that fairly strong state of the French economy going into the polls. But as you say, this has really been overshadowed by this cost of living crisis and the debate about things like whether taxes on petrol should be reduced or not.
Kate Moody, many thanks. We'll be crossing back to you later on.
Yes, and let's now cross to Wassim Cornet, who is at the headquarters of the far-left leader Jean-Luc Mélenchon near the Bastille in Paris. This is his third and, according to him, his last presidential run. Does he think that this time this will be his opportunity to reach the second round finally?
Yeah, good evening, Mark. Well, he certainly hopes, though. We're here at the Cirque d'Hiver in the Paris's 11th district, a circus that is also a venue that is used for concerts and fashion shows. Tonight, this is where supporters of France Unbowed, supporters of Jean-Luc Mélenchon, are hoping to witness a major upset in French political history. The man himself, well, he voted in his local polling station in the southern city of Marseille this morning, shortly before 11 o'clock. He later made his way back to Paris. He's been at the venue at this circus right here since about 5:30. He's been in his dressing room getting returns, watching results, and getting information from across the country. He's expected to address supporters here sometime after 8 o'clock when the first projections are broadcast. His supporters have started filing into the room now, and we heard them chanting, "We're here," so they're certainly very upbeat. As you mentioned, it's his third and final presidential election, so he's really clinging on to the hope that he'll somehow make it to the top two and hopefully to that runoff on April 24th. As I mentioned, we are at a circus here tonight. Mélenchon and his supporters are certainly hoping they'll get the last laugh tonight. We'll find out in just about 40 minutes.
Thank you very much. Wassim Cornet speaking from the headquarters of Jean-Luc Mélenchon in eastern Paris.
Back in November, Bruno Cotresse graced us with his presence on this set, and we were talking at the time, you'll recall, about we saw it back in 2017. The defining issue then was it was kind of pitted as the election of the winners versus the losers of globalization. We were coming just after the election of Donald Trump and the Brexit vote over in the UK. This time around, I asked you the question, and again, this harks back to what Kate was talking about. I asked you the question of what's this election going to be about? You said it's going to be about who can protect us after this unpredictable event, which was the pandemic. Is that still how you would frame the important question for voters as they go to the polls?
Yes, I would definitively maintain this, that it is still the question of these winners and losers of globalization. If not, you cannot explain that again. It could be that you have the two dominant candidates like Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen, that Jean-Luc Mélenchon also. It talks about that. Emmanuel Macron actually wants to adjust France to global economy, and it creates many tensions in the country, like in many other countries, obviously, but it creates really new lines of cleavages in the country, and particularly in France, where social protection, what the welfare state can do for the citizen, it is so much important. And we have the COVID. The COVID crisis also has underlined exactly the same story. It's again about protection. Who is going to protect the French in such difficult situation? France is actually in a permanent crisis since more than 3 years. We've got the yellow vest, then we've got the pension reform demonstrations, then we move to the COVID, then we have the Ukraine war. When it's going to end? Is it the permanent state for France? And it is still the big question that the new president, whoever is it, needs to respond to the French. How to explain that situation of a permanent crisis and how to protect the French against those new tensions and the new risk.
By the way, this election is slightly different from previous when it comes to pollsters and those who survey opinion like yourself, because in the past, those villages and smaller towns, the polls closed at 6 p.m. Now it's 7 p.m. So we're honing the numbers in real time. And that abstention rate has changed since the top of the hour. It has now gone down slightly. So a higher participation rate than we announced at the outset, 26.2%. Once again, this is an estimate. Rachel Donadio, in your work, you've been reporting for The Atlantic on identity politics. The question voters are asking when they go in to vote, have you seen it evolve?
Well, I think, as we've discussed, one of the big questions on people's minds in the last few weeks is cost of living, as much as national identity, laïcité, things like that. But it's definitely been an issue in the campaign. And I think that it's a uniquely French thing. And I think in some ways that what we're seeing in this election is a trend that's been happening for many decades, which is basically that the left has ceded the identity politics debate to the right, and so hasn't been competing as much on that front. There's always the question of laïcité, which is such a uniquely French concept, secularism, but the absence of religion in public life, and that plays into identity politics definitely and it's basically a big part of the platform of the right, of Marine Le Pen and of Eric Zemmour. But at the same time, I think that we've seen during the Macron presidency, before he was a candidate, he has definitely been giving power to his interior minister Darmanin, who has been pushing hard on those identity questions towards the right.
And we'll see at the top of the hour, Mark Perlman, whether or not that backfires.
Right. And one interesting issue that hasn't been much on the agenda is the environment. And that's why we're going to cross now to the Green Party headquarters, where Valerie Pécresse is there. The Greens did well in municipal elections, in European elections. They're certainly hoping that the environment will be able to lift them in this presidential election, where they've never performed well.
Well, the Greens have picked a cafe that normally hosts cultural venues and concerts in a rather trendy part of town to wait out on the results, and supporters have been trickling in over the last hour or so, and they seem quite relaxed. We've seen some people having a drink at the bar, a few families as well, but I would say that there's also an underlying feeling of apprehension here tonight. The last time the Greens had a candidate running for the presidential election was back in 2012. In 2017, the Greens having joined an alliance on the left. So they are going all in this time, and they have high hopes, but there's also this feeling of disappointment. One supporter telling me, as you said, that the environment should have been a central theme of this campaign, but in the end, it was largely absent from the debate. We've also been speaking to some party officials, all of them citing a recent UN report released just this week, warning that we only have 3 years ahead of us to turn things around and avert the worst consequences of climate change. So quite clearly, there's a feeling here tonight that the stakes are high, no matter the result and no matter who becomes president.
Valerie Pécresse at the Green Party headquarters, thank you very much.
Not much talk about the environment where Alison Sargent is, I bet. Alison, you're following the far-right candidate, Eric Zemmour.
That's right, Francois. People are just starting to arrive here. It's a very young crowd, a very smartly dressed crowd. We're seeing lots of people in suits, lots of high heels, lots of energy as well. Of course, this is France's newest political party, Reconquest, as Eric Zemmour named it. Not a party that existed back in 2017 or even a year ago. I spoke to two supporters who told me that they voted for François Fillon of the traditional right back in 2017. The other one voted for the far right, Marine Le Pen. Those are really the two groups of people that Zemmour is hoping to bring together. They told me that they really appreciate his stance on immigration, French identity, putting that at the forefront of his campaign. They also appreciate that he is, as they see it, an outsider candidate. He was not a politician. He's someone who's at the end of his career. They told me that they feel like he has nothing to prove. They are holding out hope tonight for that so-called vote caché, the hidden vote, maybe thinking that he'll do better than polls had said because people might have not wanted to admit that they were voting for him during the polls. They are, though, already looking ahead to the next step, to legislative elections. Zemmour himself has said that the morning after the second round, he would either be president or the leader of the opposition. That is really what his supporters say that they hope to see for him. They want him to become an unavoidable figure from now on of France's political landscape.
All right, many thanks, Alison Sargent.
Rachel, it's been interesting. We've seen Emmanuel Macron emerge as a newcomer in 2017. This year, we have other candidates. It seems that French politics, which were essentially mainstream parties, going back and forth between themselves to have power in the Élysée Palace, this is now totally out of the window.
Well, the socialists look poised to have a terrible result, and the Republicans have really not been doing very well. This is since 2017. So we've seen a hollowing out of the center. And I think one of the interesting dynamics in this race has been who's the insurgent and who's the establishment, because Emmanuel Macron is the sitting president. So he ran and won in 2017 as an insurgent, and now he's the establishment. And Marine Le Pen, whose party is one of the oldest existing parties in France, the Rassemblement National, she is still has positioned herself as something of an insurgent. So we've seen those categories shift a little, and that's something we've also seen elsewhere across Europe, certainly in Italy. But France this is a very important election, and it will be interesting to see what happens in that front.
Bruno, your thoughts on this? It seems that we thought that maybe 2017 was an accident. It seems that it's not an accident. It's actually a trend.
Yes, it was not an accident. Actually, everything that we are talking about this evening, it's actually linked to long-term processes. It started probably in the beginnings and the mid of the 90s. Never forget that France ratified the Maastricht Treaty with a super narrow majority. It was only 51. Then we have rejected the Constitutional Treaty in 2005. Then we have got the qualification of Jean-Marie Le Pen for the second round of the election in 2002, and also the election of Macron 5 years ago. That was already a sign that French politics is actually in a turbulence, I would say. There is clearly some sign of recompositions of the French party system. We can see the old parties of the center-left and the center-right that are very bad, actually in a very bad state. The new political system is not yet established, it's not yet stabilized, more exactly. So something indicates that France actually is one of the countries where all these trends, the impact of globalization is extremely significant in France, probably because in France, the question of sovereignty, the question of the state, what the state is doing for the citizen, are so much important for historical reasons. And so if you touch to that in France, actually you provoke many lines of divisions, many tensions. What we have seen in the election, the Zemmour phenomenon, actually, is very impressive. In few weeks, someone who never been elected, like Macron, actually 5 years ago, is going to have a very sudden progress in voting intention. At one stage, he was credited of 15, actually. He created a new political organization of a new style where immediately you have people that are joining the organization. So it indicates that the turbulence is there.
Right. It gives you a lot of work, obviously. Thank you, Bruno Pécresse.
Just a reminder, it's 7:33 p.m. in the Paris capital. In 27 minutes, right here on France 24, you'll have our initial Ipsos estimates of who makes the final round, the second round of the French presidential election on February the 24th. A two-round vote, as James Mulholland explains.
French voters directly elect their president by universal suffrage. The vote is open to all French citizens over the age of 18, provided they are not legally banned from voting and they're registered on an electoral list. The same rules apply to the candidates, who must also show a sense of moral dignity, a loose term without a clear legal definition. They must also gather 500 signatures of support from elected representatives. Anyone who fulfills these criteria becomes eligible to run in the first round. If nobody wins with an absolute majority, more than 50% of votes, the two highest scoring candidates face off in a second round. This is where the strategic vote comes in. In the second round, many voters will choose a candidate they didn't initially back to block the other candidate. This first happened in 2002 when far-right leader Jean-Marie Le Pen unexpectedly made it into the second round. His opponent, the incumbent Jacques Chirac, won over 82% of votes, the biggest margin in the country's history.
And just a reminder that right now, electoral laws in France are thus that we can't give you any exit polls or estimates until the top of the hour when everybody has finished voting. The one number we can give you, though, is the abstention rate. And that abstention rate is 4 points higher than in the last first round of a presidential election back in 2017. 4 points higher is higher, but it's less than the record. Mark Perlman.
Absolutely, and we're now going to cross to the headquarters of the Conservative candidate. Valerie Pécresse, Ellen Gainsford is there for us. Ellen, how is the mood around you?
Well, Mark, what I can tell you is that I'm here at Valerie Pécresse's headquarters, really at the Maison de la Chimie, which is in the center of Paris in the 7th arrondissement, to give you a bit of context about where it is. And it's just a 5-minute walk from the National Assembly, that's the French Parliament, so really are the political heart of Paris. And I'm currently in the press room, and as you can maybe see behind me, it's pretty packed at the moment. We've been told that more than 300 journalists have been registered for tonight's event, although we weren't able to get the number of militants or party supporters who'll be attending. Well, Valerie Pécresse herself has already arrived. We saw her into the building at 6:40 this evening, although, of course, she's not giving any comment for the moment. And we've been told by her team that of her 4 key advisors who've really accompanied her throughout the campaign, that 2 of them won't be present. That's Philippe Juvin and Xavier Bertrand. And as for Valerie Pécresse, we've been told that we should hopefully be hearing from her at around 8:30 this evening, although, of course, nothing is set in stone at the moment. I think the schedule is pretty fluid. And for the moment, I can say that the mood here is one of a sort of a muted anticipation.
Thank you very much, Ellen, for your reporting from Valérie Pécresse's headquarters in central Paris.
All right, muted anticipation at Les Républicains. Let's welcome Catherine Nicholson, our Europe editor. Will be crossing to you. I don't know if it's muted anticipation, the mood in the rest of Europe as they watch this election. More on that to come. First, though, let's cross to, we heard from Ellen Gainsford at what was once the big tent center-right party. What about what was the big tent center-left party? Delano de Souza, 10 years ago, France elected a socialist president.
Well, judging by the size of the room I am in right now, things are not going to look too good for the Socialist Party. There are more journalists present here than a party faithful, so that could give you an indication of things to come for the Socialist Party tonight. Anne Hidalgo voted here in Paris in the 15th arrondissement quite early in the morning at 8:40. She was in fact the first candidate to go out and cast her ballot. Now, what she will be looking for is to see how well she does compared to the Socialist Party candidate in 2017, Benoît Hamon, who took home 6.3% of the vote back then. A vote share which was seen as catastrophic for the Socialist Party. Never had they fared so poorly in a presidential election here in France. The Socialist Party, I should remind you, if they don't make 5% of the vote share, they will not get reimbursed for their campaign costs. The Socialist Party has seen its finances really tumble in recent years. They were forced to sell their campaign headquarters headquarters in the chic 7th arrondissement of Paris and moved to the suburbs in 2018 just to raise funds. Now, despite all this, Anne Hidalgo says there is a future for the Socialist Party here in France, that it will be a part of the political landscape. And what she often cites is how Social Democrats fare in other parts of Europe, most notably in places like Germany, Norway, Denmark, or even Portugal. Back to you.
Delano Souza at Socialist Party headquarters.
Yes, I want to ask you about the Socialist Party, because this was supposed to be the party that was supposed to be in power for a long, long time after François Hollande was elected. He was in power. They had the majority in the parliament. They had most of the region. Whatever happened to the socialists?
Well, I think like many socialist parties across Europe, they lost contact with the ground, with the terroir, with the terrain, with people, with the voters, with the base, with the grassroots. And I think that if your house is kind of falling apart, you can try to renovate it, or you can just build a new house. And that's what Macron did in 2017. He started his own party, and that kind of spelled the end of the socialists in France, and they haven't really been able to recover. But it's an issue that socialist parties are facing across Europe, and it really has to do
They're doing much better in other countries in Europe.
Well, in Germany, they're doing fine. It's true. In other countries, yes. But it really, I think, comes down to some of the same issues that Bruno was talking about, where it's less about left and right and more about local versus global. And that's something that I think the socialists who used to say, well, we're making the economy work, Mitterrand, who lowered the retirement age and all those things. I mean, if the socialists can't promise certain social protections, which, again, protection is a big issue in this election, then what do they stand for? I think they've been having a better time defining who they stand against than defining what they stand for.
But Bruno, even this is not enough. I mean, are you surprised by what we've seen from the Socialist Party in just a few years?
Anyway, it's quite surprising. It's quite surprising. What surprised all of us is that in the same time where the socialists and also the ecologists are not doing so well, but exactly at the same time when you are asking the French, what are you worried about? They are going to say France is unjust, social inequalities, lack of social protection, climate change. So normally, all of that would normally benefit to the socialists and to the ecologists. But when people are saying, I'm preoccupied by climate change or social justice and inequalities, it doesn't say exactly the same. It doesn't say that there is a consensus on what the ecologists and the socialists are proposing. If you talk about climate change, for instance, or if you talk about ecology, so the general objective to protect the planet, everyone agrees on that. But the means to achieve that, the issues, the question, the public policy for doing that, there is no consensus. Everyone would like the other to pay for that, not me, but not. And so that's the big story for the socialists and the ecologists. How can they actually benefit from these social demands of the French that are still there, and they are lacking that in that election? It's absolutely amazing.
Right. We'll obviously have the final verdict in a few minutes, but for now, it hasn't worked. That's true.
In 17 minutes, to be precise, Europe editor Catherine Nicholson. Rest of Europe's watching this election. What's the mood? Serene? Anxious?
Well, I think interest at the moment.
Just interest.
Definitely say. Well, varying degrees of interest. I think that, I wouldn't say from people I've spoken to in various EU institutions, etc., that people are, sort of biting their fingernails for what's going to happen tonight. I think there's really a sense of let's wait and see what the outcome is of this first round, because everybody knows, of course, it's the second round where the president is elected. And I ought to say that EU figures, we saw this a lot in Brexit, didn't we? They always say, we do not want to comment on or intervene in domestic politics. And the same goes for what's happening in their own member states as well. But they definitely, the leaders of the member states, the leaders of the EU institutions, definitely have opinions on who they want to win. And you can see on your screen some of the reasons why. These are reasons why France is a big deal in Europe.
Yeah, France matters.
It certainly is. In fact, if we could bring that graphic back up again, you see it's a founder member of the European Union. It's the second biggest EU economy with a population of 67 million people out of an overall population of 450 million in Europe. Its GDP sits between Germany and Italy. It's the second biggest GDP. It's got the biggest military in the European Union since the British left. And it's the only nuclear armed power in the European Union as well. It's a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. In the European Parliament, France has 79 members of the European Parliament out of 700. So it's second only to Germany in the European Parliament. And the person who wins on April 24th will take over or continue perhaps the presidency of the Council of the European Union until the end of June. Now, this doesn't really give that person huge power as such, but there's a lot of prestige and it's a big stage. And Europe is also important to France, we ought to say as well. It's its biggest export market. 2/3 of France's imports come from the European Union. France is part of Europe's Schengen visa-free travel zone. So, you know, immigration, trade, lots of issues where Europe and France have very tight, very important relationship. And whoever wins, because the candidates have such big differences in their EU policies, could take the EU in quite different directions.
And as you say, Catherine, though, they're waiting to see what the first round result is. As are we, as a matter of fact. 15 minutes to go. I know you have to leave, Bruno Cotresse, so just one last question for you here. Again, first we thought, people want stability in a crisis. That crisis was the pandemic. Then you want stability in a crisis. That crisis was inflation. Then you want stability in a crisis. That crisis was Russia invading Ukraine and making nuclear-sized threats at times. If people want stability, shouldn't it have been a slam dunk for the incumbent?
It's true, normally, yes. But that incumbent, at one stage, many French want this incumbent to actually explain what he would do with a second mandate. We didn't get clearly the response to a super simple question, actually. A second mandate of Macron, okay, for doing what exactly? What is the objective? Is it to finish the job that he started in the first mandate? Is it to do something completely different? Macron didn't give a very clear response to that simple question. So it could eventually explain that Macron is not super dominating, actually.
Or is it simply institutional, that France has outsized powers for its president, and the only checks and balances we have in this country is to
could be also
is to vote out the incumbent?
Yes, could be also.
Which hasn't happened. By the way, we're not allowed to give any predictions, and that's far from the case. This is just the first round.
It could be also. It could be also because we have seen in the last election that the incumbent actually is getting out from the picture. But I really think that in that case, it's not exactly that. It is really that we want to know who would be Macron number 2. What is Macron 2 versus or compared to Macron 1? And Macron 2 is for doing what exactly? Is it open bar on reforms? Or is it, on the contrary, to take into account everything that we have seen over the mandate of Macron, the yellow vest, many tensions at one stage. So what exactly would be a second mandate? And Macron, if Macron would qualify for the second round, Macron needs the 2 weeks between the first and the second round to respond.
Those are going to be 2 crucial weeks. Bruno Cotresse of CEVIPROF, the research wing of the French political science institute Sciences Po. Thanks for being with us here on election night.
Thank you, Bruno. And Rachel, let me turn to you. I mean, what did you think of Macron's blitz campaign? I mean, he waited. He said, I have to deal with COVID. I have to deal with Putin. So he threw his hat into the ring extremely late, maybe also because he was a bit overconfident.
I think perhaps. I mean, it's really surprising. In the United States, we'd be glad for a shorter campaign because they start years in advance. But I think starting your campaign 2 weeks before the election might have been somewhat risky. And as Bruno was saying, I think if Macron started in 2017, we're going to cut and reform, and then COVID comes, we're going to spend whatever it takes. And then he starts his campaign 2 weeks before saying in a 2-hour speech, we're actually going to raise the retirement age. It's a little confusing. Who is he and what does he stand for? But I think the timing of it is he's going to find that this is I have a feeling that this is a very narrow race. I mean, it's 2 weeks is not a lot of time to remind voters what you stand for, who you are.
Right, but it often is the case that between the first and the second round, you have a totally different campaign, and he's probably banking on this if he qualifies, obviously.
Yeah, if he qualifies, obviously. Right, okay, but do you think 2 weeks is enough to make the case? I mean, things have changed so quickly. We saw in early March that the polls were showing that he was doing very well, but I think that the cost of living issues have come in, and Marine Le Pen has been capitalizing on those. So I think it's really a question. I'm curious to see what the results are when they come in.
Well, a few more minutes to wait.
A few more minutes to wait, a little over 10 minutes to wait. Again, we have estimates compiled and exit polls by our partners Ipsos telling us what the French think, what they were thinking today, going to cast their ballots. The laws in this country are very strict, though. We're not allowed to talk about it until the top of the hour, the electoral silence period. Rachel, Italy used to be your beat, and we think here that it's a little bit draconian in these times to forbid talking about polls and forbid going all out. But actually, in Italy, it's even worse. It's like you're not allowed to give polls 15 days beforehand, and you're not even allowed to talk about the candidates outside of a news broadcast for 1 month before an election. What do you think of the French electoral silence?
It is what it is. It's like it is. It's just.
Did you enjoy
like
your Saturday?
So the weather was nice in Paris today. We can talk about that. I think that it's really a question of how people get their information. And I think that a lot of people were undecided going into the polls. And so if you don't want to affect people's thinking, it gives them a day to reflect. I think there's a logic to that. But whether there's any logic to a lot of things and how people get information these days.
Well, especially in the age of social media as well. And in the UK, which is where I'm originally from, there's a sort of electoral silence as well on the voting day. You can
on the day only, though.
You can comment on the weather and things, but it has thrown up this wonderful phenomenon of dogs at polling stations that we see when there's a British election. I'm yet to see the same in a French election.
Wait, explain dogs at...
Hashtag dogs at polling stations. It's become a phenomenon. This is because we can't talk about the campaigns. We can't give estimations.
What are the secret messages according to the size and breed?
No, it's just because British people love dogs.
Oh, okay. Some of the candidates here, Mark Proman, like cats.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go back to politics for a short while. We're really getting very, very close to 8 p.m. when we will unveil the two finalists for round two. But in the meantime, let's cross to Florence Villeminot, who is at Marine Le Pen's national rally headquarters in eastern Paris. People must be getting really impatient.
Absolutely, Mark. You might be able to see behind me there's a podium where Marine Le Pen is expected to give a speech later, and people are starting to crowd in front of that podium. You can see that there's some screens there where the result will come up. In the meantime, there's an open bar here, and the drinks are flowing. People are in a great mood, it must be said, at Marine Le Pen's campaign party. Very confident that she's going to have a good result in this first round. There's even champagne on ice, a special bottle that says Marine Présidente 2022. So you can see lots of confidence here. They're going to probably be popping that champagne at 8 p.m. Marine Le Pen is here as well. She's currently in an office with her very close team, including her sister, probably going to watch those results. And then she'll come down here and give a speech. But as I said, I talked to some very confident supporters here. Big smiles on people's faces. Lots of people taking selfies here to mark the moment. They say that Marine Le Pen has done an incredibly good job in this presidential campaign. She really did a presidential campaign compared to other candidates, and also that she's really learned her lessons from 2017 when she lost to Emmanuel Macron. She really learned the lessons from that, and so they're expecting that she'll have a great result in this first round. Of course, we can't wait just 10 more minutes to go before we get that result.
Less than 10 minutes to go, actually, Florence, some 6-7 minutes. Thank you very much.
All right, let's get an open bar update from Claire Pacalin. She's at Emmanuel Macron's headquarters. Claire, what is it? A little about 7 minutes to go before we know the estimate for who makes the second round.
François, I can actually see the open bar from where I'm standing right now. It's not that crowded. There aren't that many people going up to it. Most of the people are behind me, standing in front of the stage and the screens where everyone's going to find out that provisional results in just a few minutes' time, and where later we expect Emmanuel Macron will come onto the stage behind me and speak to his supporters. It's been a campaign for him that's been more muted. He has been given criticism for not really being present enough in the campaign. He waited to the very last minute to hand in his candidacy, and then he wasn't that around. It was nothing like 2017 when he was crisscrossing France, holding meetings and meeting people at markets across the country. I did just speak to a supporter of Emmanuel Macron. He said it was a very difficult balance for him to find. If he had been too present in the campaign, he would have been criticised for having abandoned his presidential functions, not least the war in Ukraine. However, it was a difficult one to find because, of course, many of the supporters in this room found themselves campaigning on his behalf, and often it was difficult for them to say, yeah, Emmanuel Macron is not that present in this campaign, but he's holding international phone calls with world leaders to try and put a stop to the crisis in Ukraine.
And of course, Claire, it's about the presidential elections, but really it's a four-round election because you've got 2 rounds followed by legislative elections.
Certainly, and in 2017, Emmanuel Macron won comfortably in the second round of the presidential election. He got 66%, Marine Le Pen got the rest. The legislative elections were also a massive success story for him. He got an absolute majority. He got over 50% of the National Assembly. That's the lower house of parliament here in France. It's not the same ball game 5 years later. He's got 5 years in office that he's had to defend. He is not running the same campaign that he was running in 2017. He is not as present in the campaign, and of course he's also got to talk about the last 5 years that he's been in power, what he's done, what he hasn't done. The yellow vest protest movement was a big mark on his presidency in 2018 and 2019. So certainly the stakes are high for Emmanuel Macron tonight.
Claire Pacalin, and we'll be crossing back live to you right after the top of the hour once we get that first estimate, which our partners at Ipsos are putting together for us. It's election night, Mark Perlman. We can feel that tension starting to rise.
Yes, absolutely. We know that it's going to be a very, very tense moment before 8 o'clock, at 8 o'clock, but also after 8 o'clock, Rachel, because immediately at 8 o'clock, the wheeling and dealing negotiations behind the scene will begin in earnest because round 2 is only 2 weeks away.
Yes, that's true. And whoever the two candidates are, we might even have a sense of that, are going to be in a heated campaign trying to define who they are and trying to define, as we discussed earlier, what their vision is for France. And again, we've seen that if Emmanuel Macron came to power in 2017 as a centrist beyond left and right, we've seen in recent years that Marine Le Pen, even though she's from the far right, has positioned her party in some ways beyond left and right as a localist versus a globalist. And that, I think, is going to be very much an issue in the second round.
Right, and obviously there is always this important debate between the two finalists. It was probably more decisive than ever last time around, and not a good memory for Marine Le Pen.
That's right. She was seen to have not done well in that debate. She had a moment when she kind of went, ooh, and fumbled a lot of the economic questions. And Macron clearly won that debate in 2017. I would imagine that as a candidate, she'd been practicing. So if she does a little bit better, I think it's going to be a very close race. But it really is about two competing visions for France, and it really has to do with the personal styles of both those candidates.
All right, we're a little over 2 minutes to go before 2.5 minutes to go before the top of the hour when we show you those first estimates. We have our countdown clock, which is already ticking over to the top of the hour, and it's a new race that begins in the morning, Mark Perlman.
Yes, absolutely. It always is the case, of course, because this means, and in general, you didn't have a candidate in recent years that had a huge majority coming out of the first round. So he has to open the tent and bring other voters, those who didn't vote, those who voted for potential allies, but also some who voted against him. And so, yes, this is why it's going to be very intense.
So it's not just about the top two. It's you need to figure out where you're going to go get those other votes.
Yes, yes, especially. And this has been a very peculiar campaign. It's been a belated campaign. It's been hampered by COVID. It's been struck by Ukraine, now the cost of living. So the candidates have to figure out very quickly what they're going to focus on as of 8 o'clock tonight, because it's going to go very quickly. You'll have, yes, one debate, you'll have rallies and so on, but people will need to be convinced very, very quickly, and you'll need to convince a lot of people to cross the magic 50% threshold.
All right, and we're coming up to 1 minute to go before that 8 p.m. estimate. That 8 p.m. is when all of the polling stations across France will be closed. We'll have for you our first estimates with our partners Ipsos. And those estimates will be honed throughout the night. Estimates that, again, are going to evolve a little bit, Mark Perlman, what with the first polls only having closed an hour ago in these villages and smaller cities, but not all that much.
Not all that much. They're generally quite precise. We've never had a major upset when an estimate was saying something and the final result said another thing. But so what you're going to see on your screen is that we on the set are going to disappear for a few minutes, and instead you'll have the faces of the two winners.
That's coming up here on France 24. And of course, live reactions from campaign headquarters for those who are through and the kingmakers. And there you have it, Emmanuel Macron with a lead after the first round of the presidential election, a little under 5 points, a rematch of 2017.
So we have a rematch of 2017, Emmanuel Macron versus Marine Le Pen, 28.1% versus 23.3%. The spread is larger than last time around for the incumbent Emmanuel Macron. Let's now turn to the other candidates and see how they've performed. Jean-Luc Mélenchon from the far left, his best performance, 20.1%, once again not enough. The other far-right candidate, Eric Zemmour, 7.2%. The conservative candidate, Valerie Pécresse, 5%, the worst performance ever by a Gaullist party. Green candidate, Yannick Jadot, 4.4%, not enough. Jean Lassalle, independent candidate, 3.3%. The Communist Party candidate, 2.7%. Fabien Roussel, he arrives ahead of the socialist candidate Anne Hidalgo, 2.1%. Worst performance ever for a Socialist Party candidate. Nicolas Dupont-Aignan, far right, 2.3%. The others are less than 1%.
Mark Perlman, we have, I guess, good news and bad news for the incumbent. Rumors, of course, have been swirling, as they tend to do on an election night. He does finish tops, clearly, after the first round. But again, it's about where he's going to get more votes.
Yes, but it's true that some of the figures, some of the exit polls, not the official exit polls we're getting, saying that he was really neck and neck with Marine Le Pen. However, he was able, according to the estimates of our partner, to maintain some margin of leadership. 28% is probably better than some of his lieutenants were fearing in recent days. Marine Le Pen still getting over 23%, which is better than 2 percentage points better than she did last time around. But we have some quite incredible figures. Jean-Luc Mélenchon, 20%. Last time it was 19.6%. He was very close to the second round. He, again, doesn't make it. But the event of the night is probably 5% for the Gaullist candidate. General de Gaulle must be turning in his grave. Never have they performed so poorly. Same thing for the other big tent party, the Socialist Party. 2%. They thought they had hit rock bottom last time around. With 6%, well, they keep on digging the grave.
Yeah, 3 times worse. And before we turn to our guests, Jean-Noël Barrot, Member of Parliament for Emmanuel Macron's La République En Marche party, and also Hervé Juvin, member of the European Parliament for Marine Le Pen's National Rally. Let's cross to Socialist Party headquarters. The mayor of Paris and candidate for president Anne Hidalgo is speaking.
I wish to commend the electors and I would like to warmly
Mettre le son en plateau, s'il vous plaît.
Je sais combien vous êtes déçus ce soir.
I know how disappointed many of you are this evening, and of course, together, we will be drawing lessons from this in an objective way. However, know that we will never give up. I wish now to speak to everyone that I met all around France, everyone who I'm fighting for, the people who are working so that our country remains strong, the workers, the employees, the nurses, farmers, teachers, everyone who brings life to our beautiful country through their creativity, through their generosity, and through their commitment. I would like to tell you, I promise you this evening, that I will put all of my energy as a politician and a citizen so that France is a stronger republic, a more beautiful republic, and a fairer republic. After this first round of elections, the results and the abstention rate show that France is divided along a number of fault lines, and we're facing...
All right, the chimes strike 8, and already a first concession speed. And as Mark Perlman was saying, it is a shocker to see the Socialist Party, 10 years ago, winning the presidency, and now in 2022 reduced to 2% of the vote. That's according to our initial estimate, an estimate with our partners Ipsos that we will be honing throughout the night. Florence Villeminot, I believe, is with us, Mark.
Yes, obviously probably a better mood than at the Socialist Party headquarters. At the National Rally headquarters, Marine Le Pen, like 5 years ago, qualifies for round 2, and she will face off again against Emmanuel Macron.
Absolutely, and she did even better in round 1 than she did in 2017 with that 23.3% of the vote. That's 2 points more than in 2017. And the mood here when that result came in was electric. It was as if Marine Le Pen had won the World Cup. People were chanting, Marine Présidente, on va gagner, we're going to win. And they were singing the Marseillaise several times. And the mood is still very electric here. People were very confident that Marine Le Pen was going to do well in this first round, and they certainly have gotten the result that they were hoping for. Perhaps some people were even a little bit overly confident. I heard some people saying that they were thinking maybe she would come out first in the first round, but certainly they're reassured and thrilled that she's gotten into the second round. And what's interesting is this has become such a normal occurrence in French politics. And remember, just 20 years ago, her father made it to the second round, and it astonished everyone that the National Front was making it to the second round. And here, so the National Rally, the new version of the National Front, is in the second round, and everyone thinks that that's just normal. So people here are thrilled and expecting a very good result in the second round. So all eyes now are 2 weeks from now. But the mood here certainly is exciting. People are very excited here. Drinks are flowing. People are tapping each other on the back, taking selfies, and waiting, of course, for Marine Le Pen to come down and make her victory speech. She's been here for quite some time. She's reportedly in an office with her close guard, including her sister, watching those results. She must be celebrating, and the champagne is on ice here at the open bar. A special bottle that says Marine Présidente 2022, so Marine President of this 2022 election. That's certainly what supporters here are hoping is going to happen in 2 weeks.
Florence Villeminot, thank you very much. And indeed, happiness at the National Rally headquarters. Just one information, we just saw Anne Hidalgo, the Socialist Party leader. She called on voters to vote in favor of Emmanuel Macron in the second round. You'll hear a lot of this positioning throughout the night. It is important. It's only 2% of the votes according to our estimates, but every vote will count for round 2.
Yeah, 28% according to our Ipsos estimate for Emmanuel Macron in the first round, plus 2 would make 30. Let's go to headquarters of Emmanuel Macron, not very far from our studios in Paris's 15th arrondissement. Claire Pacalin, you heard they were jubilatory at Marine Le Pen's headquarters. What's the mood where you are?
Huge joy here as well, Francois. The crowd behind me erupted when it saw those results. Same kind of eruption of joy that we saw in 2017, 5 years ago. You can probably just about hear that crowd behind me cheering again. We keep hearing a slogan, and 1 and 2 and 5 years more. People here in the room are pretty confident now that their candidate cannot get another 5 years in the Élysée Palace as President of France. There's a lot of joy, a lot of excitement, a lot of confidence in this room. The nerves that I detected earlier on have subsided a little bit.
Claire Pacalin will be crossing back to you throughout the evening. And of course, when the incumbent speaks, we're again in the company of Rachel Donadio, of contributing writer to The Atlantic, and with a member of Parliament, Jean-Noël Barrot, and Hervé Jubin, member of the European Parliament for the National Rally. Jean-Noël Barrot, let me begin with you because we just heard Claire Pacalin. Is it too close for comfort? This was supposed to be a walk in the park, wasn't it?
Well, the first thing is the voter turnout, which is better than what we expected, and which is great news for democracy. It was expected that there might be very low participation rates in this election, and we are seeing, of course, a slight decline relative to the previous election. But we feel that the French people have seized the stakes of this election and wanted to have a say, and that's a very good news for democracy at a time where nearby we are seeing people fighting for democracy, for the right to vote, and so on and so forth. Second thing is indeed the score. We are grateful to the French citizens that have decided to push Emmanuel Macron to the second round. We take this with sort of humility and as like an invitation to start a second campaign, a new campaign now, where we are going to be able to fight project against project, vision against vision, because we think there is a radical choice that the French citizens are faced with today, the choice of the project of Emmanuel Macron against the project of Marine Le Pen, and that's what we are going to spend the next 2 weeks doing.
Gilles Le Breton, I want to have your reaction to Marine Le Pen's score. It's better than last time, but maybe less than you were hoping for.
I'm sorry, I'm Hervé Juvin
from
the Rassemblement National.
I'm sorry.
Because Gilles Le Breton, maybe he has a problem with English language.
Okay. Hervé Juvin, so also member of the European Parliament. So I'm sorry.
I agree with a lot was told at the moment. Congratulations to the French voters. French democracy is still in a good shape, and that's very good. Second thing, of course, congratulations to Marine Le Pen. She built a very calm, very cool, very resilient campaign. She succeeded quite well, and I think the French voters, they are close to her. They are very receptive to her messages, and that's a good news for me. At the end of the day, I would say I would be very cautious at the moment of the day, because there are 3% points of difference between Jean-Luc Mélenchon, who performed very, very well, and Marine Le Pen, and at this moment, I will stay very, very cautious.
You think that
wait and see a little bit.
We don't know yet who will be in the second round, according to you?
Of course, I hope Marine Le Pen will be at the second round, but I will be very cautious at the moment.
Assuming she is in the second round, where does she go to get the votes to get her above 50%?
This presidential election is not an affair between political parties. This is an affair because a woman or a man and the French citizens and the French people. So I will call to the voters, no matter what was their candidate in the first round. I agree, we have two projects and we have two visions of France and the politics for the next years. One is from the anywhere, the well-do, the haves, and the other one is for French citizens from somewhere, social patriots, and the have-not. This is, of course, two projects and two visions. no political party represents or have a monopoly on these citizens. So I agree, it will be a fight between projects and visions.
So Jean-Noël Barrot, hindsight being 2020, it seemed like an advantage for the incumbent to be statesmanlike, holding the rotating presidency of the European Council, mediating between Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. Now, when you see that during this first part of the campaign, Marine Le Pen was out there shaking hands at markets and doing what they, campaigning old style and going out and meeting people, that Emmanuel Macron should have been doing the same?
Well, the French people would never have understood if Emmanuel Macron had not stood against what Putin's Russia was doing with Ukraine. And so it was well understood by everyone that we needed, for the protection of our own country, of our own people, a strong president to face Vladimir Putin, and a president that would spend a large large part of his time trying to find the ways, the means to sort of achieve something that would look like.
Should he have been doing more retail politics, courting the voters more, shaking hands more, getting out there?
Again, people would not have understood if he had not, especially because France has the presidence of the EU over the next 3 months and for the past 3 months. So nobody would have understood if he had not taken his sort of role seriously. But at the same time, there has been a campaign, and there have been tens of thousands of people explaining what the project of Emmanuel Macron is over the past few weeks. And that's probably the reason why the French people have decided to help him qualify for the second round. And so we'll have now a new campaign, Marine Le Pen against Emmanuel Macron, which would be an opportunity for him to go further in explaining his project to the French people.
We heard Hervé Juvin saying, let's wait until those estimates become crystal clear as counted ballots that are certified. According to our Ipsos projection, the third man, Jean-Luc Mélenchon of the far left, is above the 20% threshold. Raquel Garrido is with Jean-Luc Mélenchon's France Unbowed Party, and she joins us now from party headquarters. Thanks for being with us here on France 24 on election night. You still holding out hope that you'll be into the second round?
I don't think so, no. The results are quite clear, although there might be differences at the end of the night, especially because in the youth, in the ballot places where the youth came out massively at the end of the day, the voting is still going on. And it's going to go on until at least 9 o'clock, and so those results will be taken in later, and I'm quite sure all of those young people are voting Mélenchon, so it'll be probably a higher result for Jean-Luc Mélenchon, but not enough to change the result we've just heard of.
Raquel, I want to ask you, last time around, Jean-Luc Mélenchon did not clearly set what he would do or what should be done for round two. Is it going to be the same thing this year, or will he say whether he will support Emmanuel Macron against Marine Le Pen or not say anything again?
First of all, I would like to correct what you've just said. It's not true that we did not give indications in 2017. What we did not do is call for voting for Macron. But that does not mean that we didn't say anything. We said that not one single vote should go to the far right, to the extreme right. And I think that's an important stance. What Mélenchon represents today in the ballots is precisely that part of France which is fighting against racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and obviously, that battle is still ahead of us, because the mere presence of the extreme right on the second round casts a very dark shade on French politics. So we know where we stand on that. now the reality of the fact is that France is divided now in three equal parts politically wise. You have the classical right-wing ultra-liberal movement, which is represented by Macron. You have the extreme right, represented by Le Pen, and you have the left, and which includes, I think, also the ecology vote with Mélenchon. And a system which does not allow for 30% or more of the French people to even be represented in the second round.
This is the rule on election night. We're going to unfortunately have to leave it there. Thank you so much for speaking with us from party headquarters. The reason is we're going to have to cross over now to what was once the big tent party of the Conservatives, Les Républicains, the party of Nicolas Sarkozy, and a concession speech by its candidate, Valerie Pécresse.
Let down our arms, and we must continue to fight in the lead-up to the legislative elections. The second round of the presidential elections will see Macron against Marine Le Pen once again. And that gives me grave concern for the future. The far right seems to be so close to winning the elections. And while in the lead-up to the first round of elections, the President Macron avoided having a debate to challenge the ideas of the far right, he played with fire, a dangerous game. I stand here today to stand up against extreme ideas from the right and from the left. Like Jacques Chirac, I believe that all that is true in the soul of French people stands against the far right of Marine Le Pen. We can see that she has stood closely in the past with Vladimir Putin, and that is to her discredit. We have seen the way she has commented on the current state of France. Her plan would see France disappear from the European stage and the international stage. And what I've said time and time again throughout the campaign, I will vote for Emmanuel Macron to avoid seeing Marine Le Pen take power and bring about the chaos that would ensue. I said that I have no primacy over your votes. I cannot tell you who to vote. However, for those people who showed their faith in me, I would call on all to think of the disastrous consequences on our country, on the people of our country, that would happen if they voted for certain political parties in the second round. So we see the beautiful towns and cities of France that make up the fantastic image that our country represents. I would say to all of those people, I love you all dearly. I stand true as a politician, and I will continue to ensure that I can improve the daily lives of all men and women in France. I will use every ounce of strength to defend my idea of France. Long live France, long live the French Republic.
And there was a concession speech there by Valérie Pécresse of the Les Républicains party. It had been rumored, Mark Perlman, that, it had been said that she wouldn't tell her voters which way to go. She was pretty clear, though.
She did. She did say that she would call for a Macron vote in the second round. It's true that there was some uncertainty. She said she would vote for Macron. However, one of her top lieutenants, Eric Zemmour, who's more to the right of the party, said he would not give any voting indications, which obviously already says a lot about the divisions within that Conservative Party. And we're actually going to cross to the Conservative Party headquarters, Ellen Gainsford. Obviously, 5% is probably worse than the worst of nightmares for the heirs of General de Gaulle.
Well, that's right, Mark. This really has been a catastrophic result for Valerie Pécresse this evening, with 5% coming in 5th place. And we heard her in that speech there, her concession speech, saying that she felt that she had been caught in her campaign in between the moderate right of Emmanuel Macron and the far right, the extremes of Eric Zemmour and Marine Le Pen, and that really left her with little room for what she herself describes as the true right. Well, there's going to be a lot of soul-searching going forward, I'm sure, within the party after this result. And I can say that when the results were announced here, the mood was very muted, the room was almost silent, and I'm sure there are going to be questions asked about what went wrong in this campaign, which really did get off to a very promising start. She was initially doing very well in the polls when she first won the primary, but that initial momentum did just seem to deteriorate completely, and now we've finished with this really unprecedented result for the French right. And she did call for her voters, say herself that she will be supporting Emmanuel Macron, so that was a clear message of what she plans to do herself in the next round.
Ellen Gainsford, thank you very much. Just a quick breaking news in terms of endorsement. It's interesting. The Communist Party leader, Fabien Roussel, has said that he wants people to vote for Emmanuel Macron in the second round. And so obviously we'll be following all those
before we get Hervé Juvin's reaction on that, again, a reminder for our viewers that what we gave you at the top of the hour are estimates, fairly accurate estimates, but they are being honed in real time. The polls closing some 24 minutes ago in the major cities across France. These are the new numbers. So a 4.9% lead over the incumbent over Marine Le Pen, a rematch of 2017 in the works. And we saw for the others, the other numbers which are virtually the same as what we showed you earlier on. Before we turn to Hervé Juvin, let's go see if there's another endorsement that's about to fall. It's the leader of the Green Party speaking.
Society that is forgetting its children. We need to hear and finally answer those who want more fairness and more social justice. I know that the historical mission of Green parties is to bring France into these fights for life and for dignity, and the legislative elections will be an opportunity to do that. The planet needs your financial support from this evening onwards to continue to fight. I would like to invite you to go onto our site, soutenirlecologie.fr, to donate. We will not give an inch in our fight as this country requires it. Tonight, once again, we are shouldering our responsibilities without hesitation because ecology is the Republic. I would like to call on green-minded voters to block the far right by voting I call on voters to block the far right by voting for Emmanuel Macron on the 24th of April. Nobody, no one should underplay the fundamental threat that is the far right to the democracy, social peace, the planet, and the values of our republic. And I also want to say to the incumbent president, Emmanuel Macron, that our vote does not mean that we have forgotten his role in climate inaction, social denialism, and forgetting democracy.
Live remarks there by the candidate of the Green Party, Yannick Jadot, who has just endorsed the incumbent Emmanuel Macron, all the while blasting him over what you just heard him say, climate inaction. Valerie Pécresse, there's going to be disappointment. The Greens outperformed at the European elections. They were hoping to beat their best ever score. It dates back to 2002, 5.2%. That's not going to happen.
Not going to happen. 4.3. That's a devastating loss for Jadot and the Greens. And when the photo of Yannick Jadot appeared on the screen with that 4.3%, there was a collective gasp and some people even holding each other into their arms. So huge disappointment for supporters here tonight. And you can see now people cheering Jadot behind me as he's just ended his speech and he's about to leave the venue. But again, a huge disappointment nonetheless, as 4.3%, that's just under the 5% threshold that allows a party to get reimbursed by the state for its campaign costs. So they have invested more than 8 million euros in this campaign. It's unheard of for the Greens. A clear loss for Jadot, but as you said, also for the Green Party in recent years, they have been making considerable gains in the European Parliament elections, but also local elections. They are now in control of some of the largest cities in France, including Lyon and Bordeaux. So clearly they were not expecting to come under the 5% threshold. And the whole paradox, of course, being that environmental issues are becoming more salient in the French society, with climate marches, with people taking to the streets, and the whole paradox again being that they have not been able to capitalize on that grassroots movement and have the same results that they have been seeing in regional elections, in European elections on the national level. And Yannick Jadot, he really tried quite hard in the last few weeks leading up to the election to present himself as the type of person who would have the stature to lead the country, talking about defense, about national security, about the war in Ukraine. But again, perhaps the French people, they don't see an environmentalist, a former Greenpeace activist turned European MP sitting at the Élysée Palace. And even though we have seen him trying his best to perhaps shake off this image of not being someone competent for the job, those efforts have not paid off.
Many thanks. Valerie Pécresse reporting from Green Party headquarters.
Hervé Juvin, we've seen endorsements from the Conservative candidate, from the Socialist candidate, from the Green candidate, even from the Communist candidate for Emmanuel Macron, or at least to say against the far right. We just saw that Marion Maréchal Le Pen, the niece of Marine Le Pen, who had joined her rival Eric Zemmour, had just declared that Eric Zemmour would support Marine Le Pen, but is that enough? Given all the endorsements you're seeing on the other side, she's at 23%. She needs a lot of votes for the second round.
May I say to Valérie Pécresse, to Mr. Jadot, to Marion Maréchal, nobody has any ownership on his or her voters. But maybe I could point another major issue for me. This is a disaster for political ecology. Let's go back 10 years. Daniel Cohn-Bendit and Nicolas Hulot, they were supposed at the first round of the presidential election to score more than 15%. And at the moment, we have had a strong view about a member of the Green Party doing well to the second round of the presidential election. 10 years after, they just score 4%. This is a disaster. And this is a disaster of the left going on the environmental movement. We have to go back in the next years.
Right. I should just point out that Marine Le Pen has said that if she was to be elected, you would be her environment minister.
The Prime Minister will decide. But the environmental concerns are not the property of any party.
Right, but you need to do the math to reach the second round. You think that this time Marine Le Pen can really win?
I hope so. What can I say more? I hope so.
Maybe you can be convinced, but you don't seem to be that convinced.
Yeah, of course.
Hervé Juvin, I know you're expected at our sister station, Radio France International.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you so much for being with us.
Have a good night.
Wait a minute. Hang on. I'm being told in my ear that you can stay a little longer, I'm told. All right. So please stay with us because
I will help.
Stay with us because we're going to be crossing over to the headquarters of your candidate, Marine Le Pen, very shortly. There she is going on stage now. Let's listen in.
Mes chers compatriotes,
Fellow citizens of France, French citizens of mainland France and from overseas territories, the French people have spoken, and it is with great honor that I will take to the second round and stand up against President Macron. It is on behalf of millions of voters who have expressed their trust in me that I will be able to speak on their behalf, and I take on this task with a great sense of humility. I have great hope as well that we will be able to bring this country back into a time of recovery. For years now, French people have had to be torn between two visions of the future, the one of disorder and injustice, one that Macron has brought in to favor some over the greater many. He has sought to fight against something which is so fundamental in Europe, Europe one of individual nations and individual peoples. And it's so good to see so many people have joined our rally. It is with great joy that I have been able to see this respectful debate of these past few days, a debate that has enabled the French people, a sovereign people, to decide on the future. As part of this campaign, I chose to stay outside of partisan politics, to say that I would be the president of all, the president of you. And I will be a president of all, should you decide to vote me as president of the French nation, no matter who those people voted for during the second round. On the 24th of April, it is not just a vote of mere circumstance. It is one where people will vote for a society, our civilization. Votes will be counted around France. And it will be one where people defend the French language, our civilization, our culture, our way of living. One where people vote to uphold our values, one of secular society and equality between men and women. These votes will express a way that we want to protect people against the powers of money. We will show solidarity to the weakest among us all. We will ensure that people can have a fair retirement. And on the 24th of April, we will see that people will decide on what the future 5 years will be for France. But it will be much more than that. It will be about Europe, it will be about energy, it will be about defense, it will be about migrants. So many topics that I will defend unwaveringly. I will fight for peace. I will ensure that France will be sovereign, so that French men and women can decide for themselves, and I will fight for the interests of French men and women. And I will ensure security for all by listening to what is happening in our country, to listening to you, citizens of France, who have far too often been ignored by elected officials. On that day, I will stand up against the major challenges that face our country by presenting a program that is justified, well thought out, and critically analyzed. I will strive to fight against the divides that have brought our country asunder. The social divides, territorial divides, institutional divides, cultural divides, medical divides, digital divides. I will bring back order to our nation within just 5 years, so that France can live up to its rightful place in the 21st century, one of great opportunity, because recovery is so essential for our nation. And I have ambition for our country, an ambition that we will be democratic, that we will be decided for by citizens. One in which all political opinions can be fairly expressed and heard. My ambition will also focus on the economy and environment. My ambition is also for the environment and for the economy. so that we can focus once again on our own nation's economy, on supporting small businesses, but while also protecting the environment. Because it is the small businesses which are the lifeblood of this nation. I also have great social ambitions, so that everyone will learn about social progress, about assimilation, so that people can also learn about what it means to have true purchasing power by providing access to all, so that everyone can have decent housing. We will leave no one by the wayside. Any of the children of France, all children of France, will be protected, so that everyone can seek fulfillment. Our great ambition is one to see the state back on its feet, where people pay attention to authority, where we care for civil servants, a state that serves its nation, a state that is well placed. My ambition is to bring together all French men and women about this national, popular goal. One which strives to champion the younger generations. One which strives to bring people together so that we can all focus on a shared common goal of a nation that is indivisible, that is invincible. So as of today, I will call on all French men and women, be you from the left or the right, from all political parties, from all backgrounds, to join our national rally. Because together we will push forward to take on this victory, so that we can see a change in politics, so that we can lead this nation with joy to a brighter future. Long live the French Republic, long live France.
You're watching France 24, live coverage on election night. The far-right leader Marine Le Pen through to the second round, improving on her 2017 score where she made the runoff. There you just heard live her remarks ahead of the second round, which takes place in 2 weeks' time. In third place, and we're going to be watching him speak very shortly, is the far-left's Jean-Luc Mélenchon. We heard in that speech, Hervé Juvin, the far-right leader, Marine Le Pen, say it's time to focus on our country's economy. Does that mean that projects to bring Europe together on issues like energy, on issues like the pandemic, fighting against other big trade blocs, does that mean it's a change of course and that it's France first and the EU second?
Of course, our project for France is also a project for the European Union, because as a member of the European Union, of the European Parliament, I'm quite sure we can change European Union from the inside. So no matter about the euro, no matter about participating, having a stake in the European institutions, of course, we will have a stake. Of course, we will build Europe of nations and Europe of freedom. Let me say what I think about the economic program. I know very well we will have a lot of critics about our economical program. Let me say just, Emmanuel Macron spoke about a dream, and this dream comes to be a nightmare.
All right, Hervé Juvin, we'll pick up on that maybe later. We have to cross over now to the 11th arrondissement of Paris. The far-left leader who finished third, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, a strong third, is speaking.
At each step, if you wish to protect this strength, as you have done up until now, despite everything that happened, it was beautiful weather this morning in Marseille. I looked out over the ocean with the beautiful rays of light bouncing off the waves. This morning, as I readied myself to enter the fray, without knowing what would happen, I heard from the Oyapock, the French border in Brazil, and Maroni, and Martinique, and Guadeloupe, and the Réunion Isles, the overseas French territories. This was the first round. And from the first round, they wanted me as their president. And in their choice, I saw what they were saying. I saw the state in which the country and its people are in the mainland and elsewhere. People are exasperated. People feel like they exist in a permanent state of social, environmental crisis, and once again we're seeing this evening a political emergency. Because the situation that we are faced with right now, as was made not by us, not by the French people, but as was made by the institutions of the Fifth Republic, and as was made by this strange random system that calls you to pick between two lesser evils. You know that they are bad for you and that they are not of the same nature. Each of you has to face your conscience as you make this terrible choice. Humans are always faced with difficult choices. Well, what happened last time? Last time, I told you what I shall tell you again. I know your anger, my fellow citizens. You all, who I mentioned just a few minutes ago, I know your anger, but do not give in to it. Do not let your anger make you do things that would be irreparable. So long as life goes on, the fight goes on. It is my duty tonight, as the eldest amongst us, that the only task we have to fulfill tonight is, just as the myth of Sisyphus, we must not let the rock fall to the bottom of the mountain. We must continue to push it up. You are not weak. You have means of advocacy. You can fight this battle, and you can fight the next, and the next, and the next, so long as there are battles to be fought. Just look at me. I never gave up. I never gave in. I never stopped looking forward. And that is how we built this strength. Now it's your turn. In the upcoming battle, we have built up a popular force. We had all sorts of people who brought us to this point tonight. There's a battle ahead of you. Let us not make the mistake of going in the wrong direction as soon as we enter on the path. We know for whom we shall never vote. And as for the rest, well, as I was saying, as I said 5 years ago, remember, there was some damage after our statement. The French people know what's good for them. The French people know what to do for their country. We will never lose faith in democracy. So, you should not vote for Mrs. Le Pen. And I know full well that I'm repeating myself, because sometimes things are bear repeating. So let me say it once again. Madame Le Pen should not get a single vote. Madame Le Pen should not get a single vote. Madame Le Pen should not get a single vote. There you go. I think I've been heard loud and clear on that part. So what next? We move on to this next chapter, and the 310,000 people who followed me will be able to vote. This being said, let us be honest in how strong this disappointment is. The disappointment comes from thinking of everything that could have been done but will not be done. And that's what really gets me, more than anything else. What I was preparing to do, what I felt we could do immediately, the beautiful teams that we had ready to go, the people who would have undertaken all of the tasks that needed to be done. Yes, this is a great disappointment. But, just like you, I tell myself, how can we not be proud in what we've done? The pôle populaire is a real thing. And what would there be without it? What would we have? We'd have nothing without it. We built this strength. Speaking to you, those of you with us in this room, I'm not here to comfort you with edifying speeches through clenched teeth, because in your position, I would not want to see comfort or clenched teeth. I'm here to tell you that the fight goes on. The fight goes on.
We just heard from the far-left leader Jean-Luc Mélenchon, an emotional speech where he seemed to be hinting that this could indeed be his last presidential run. He scored his best score ever, 20%, but as he said, it was not enough. It's a major disappointment, but there's something else that he said that he didn't say 5 years ago, which is probably why he said it 4 times. Not a single vote should go for Marine Le Pen. We can now cross to Jean-Luc Mélenchon's headquarters in Paris. Wassim Cornet, he tried really to bring the point home, because 5 years ago there was some ambiguity in terms of what he said between the 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, Mark, some ambiguity and a lot of criticism for not coming out against Marine Le Pen 5 years ago and straying away from that so-called Republican front, which is oh so important in French politics. But tonight, as you mentioned, 4 times, not a single vote should go to Marine Le Pen. Whatever else you do does not depend on me. Of course, he also said that he understood that basically the French people were being asked to choose, to make a choice between 2 wrongs and 2 evils. But before that, he also asked his supporters not to use their anger to commit irreparable mistakes. He also told his supporters that the fight continues, that they told them that they had everything it takes to continue to fight this battle, the next battle, and the ones that came after it. And he also used some of the pages from his campaign playbook, saying that he believes that the country is in a state of social, economic, and an ecological disaster. Of course, lots of questions still. What happens to the party if this is indeed his last presidential election? Of course, the party big names will decide now, will convene to decide what happens for the next few weeks, and whether he will carry his party through to the parliamentary elections in a couple of months' time.
Cornet, thank you very much. Speaking from the headquarters of the defeated far-left candidate, Jean-Luc Mélenchon.
And we're with Member of Parliament Jean-Noël Barrot. Are you using your phone as a calculator right now to figure out how's it looking for the second round? After hearing those concession speeches, endorsements, in some instances, like what we just heard from Jean-Luc Mélenchon, a call not to vote for Marine Le Pen, but it wasn't it wasn't an endorsement of Emmanuel Macron, far from it.
No, and I think it's interesting to hear Jean-Luc Mélenchon right after we heard Marine Le Pen, because when we heard Marine Le Pen, we heard a lot of good intentions. But when we read what she wrote in her program, there is a lot to be feared for France and for French citizens. And in particular, when we think about Europe, about NATO, about vaccines, about military alliances. Throughout the crisis we've gone through over the past 2 years, when we read her project and when we hear her tonight, it's like two different persons or two different speeches. And what I must say is that while I heard those good intentions, I'm not seeing anything in her project that could actually lead to politics that might make them true.
Jean-Noël Barrot raising the curtain on what perhaps the tone of the next 2 weeks will look like as it then becomes a runoff between Marine Le Pen and the incumbent Emmanuel Macron. Well, she's expected to get one endorsement, and that is from a political novice. He was a columnist turned politician for the far right, Eric Zemmour.
Is a call that I heard very clearly. The fact that there were 2 million people who voted for me, a man who comes from nothing, who's not a politician, shows that my message was heard. This is a fundamental fact that we must not forget in the coming days, nor in the coming years. Your voice will never be ignored. Whatever the outcome of the second round is, your voice will never be ignored. Everyone will understand that our ideas are worth much more than just the score we racked up today. Because history will show exactly why we were not able to prevail, despite the fact that a majority of the French people share in our concerns and in our hope. Maybe because there was no campaign, because there was no debate. Maybe it was because we were ill-treated. Maybe it was because of international politics. Or maybe it was my own fault. Thank you. Obviously, I did make mistakes, and I own up to each of those mistakes. It is my responsibility, and yet I would like to thank my team for the success we have seen today. Any failing is on my own shoulders. And yet, at the end of this campaign, I stand here proud, because I never fell into the role of a politician. I never lied just to win a point in the polls. I never went against my own thoughts, and I never went against you. In the coming days, you are going to hear people tell you exactly where we failed. I would like to tell you here and now everything that we have achieved. 2 million people voted for us, and thanks to you, nothing will be the same ever again. I would like to call on you to keep the faith, because you have been so admirable throughout the entire campaign. Your vote is one of pioneers, it is a vote for the future, it is a vote for hope. Because we have spoken truths throughout this campaign, and that truth will have to be faced by all in the coming years. I would like to thank all of those who helped me from the bottom of my heart. To my teams, our activists, thank you. Your energy, your verve, your generous spirits, your organization, it took France by surprise, and it surprised all. Back in May, there were just 10 of us. when we just had a mere idea. We knew that we had to break down the blockage that was faced by old, tiresome political parties in France. We knew that it was our duty to stand up and take action. And I stood up. And here we now are, a year later. Here we are, faced with a duel that people have been talking about since 2017. Yet if in the electoral process nothing changes, well, nothing has changed, electorally speaking. Everything has changed from a political point of view, because we are here. We broke through onto the political scene. And we have moved forward ahead of the tiresome dinosaur parties. In just 1 year, we have built up one of the largest political parties in France. To my side, we have seen the youth of France who have lost all hope in the future. We saw flags waved in Trocadero, and they will continue to wave. So yes, we are disappointed. And however, through this campaign, we have earned something that is still priceless. We have gained strength and experience. Within our party, we are powerful, we are strong. We have activists who are spread throughout France. And we have great skills that are unrivaled. And we are already thinking of the future. But I will not stop here. I will not stop now, because our party will continue to fight to win over France. Our platform is unique. It is copied by no other party. We are the only who are standing here to protect our civilization and our unique identity, our culture, in the streets, in schools, in our view of the environment, in our view of politics, in our view of society. We are the only party to have reunited the people of France, be they the white-collar workers, blue-collar workers, the yellow vests, those people who wish not to vote. We brought everyone together, and we remain determined to carry our fight forward. For all those people who are standing by my side today and who will join us in the future, we will continue. Because, first and foremost, I fight for France. That was why I chose to be candidate. I could not stand idly by, seeing what was happening to our country.
The far-right's Eric Zemmour, at one point ahead of Marine Le Pen in the polls. He faded towards the end. You heard his concession speech there. It was his first run in politics, a journalist turned pamphleteer and op-ed writer. We're in the company of European Member of Parliament Hervé Juvin, who is with Marine Le Pen's National Rally Party. Eric Zemmour faded, but he got 7%. Now, there have been breakaway candidates on the far right in the past. Never have they scored this high. Going forward, did he help or hurt Marine Le Pen's candidacy this time around?
You have to ask him your question.
I'm asking you.
Of course, he's a very talented speaker.
Because at first people said, oh, it's going to split the far right. Instead, now people are saying, oh, thanks to Eric Zemmour, Marine Le Pen seems more mainstream.
I don't know. At a moment, he was the best enemy of Marine Le Pen. and he was told to break down the social patriotic party of movement. At the moment, of course, after his concession speech, I may say we are so close on any idea, any project, on any vision for the France of the future. So I hope, like Marion Maréchal told a few minutes ago, I hope that many voters, much of the voters for Eric Zemmour will join Marine Le Pen for the second round. But it's him to say so.
Right. But another question is whether you can attract some voters for Jean-Luc Mélenchon. He said no vote for Marine Le Pen, but we know that in the past, some who voted on the far left have voted on the far right. I mean, this is where you have to go fishing.
Because there are common grounds between the voters of Marine Le Pen, not between the party and the system, but between many voters of Jean-Luc Mélenchon and Marine Le Pen. There are common grounds. Most of them, they are somewhere and they are not anywhere. They are patriots. They are deeply linked to the French. They are deeply rooted in the French territory, inside the French borders, and they have no choice to go abroad. They have no choice to work for multinationals and so on. And there are very deep links between them.
Jean-Noël Barrot, it's official. Eric Zemmour calling on his voters to cast a ballot for Marine Le Pen in the April 24th runoff. Your reaction?
No surprise at all. It's basically the two sides of the same coin, which is far right in France that has and still delivers the same speeches. And as far as the far left is concerned, the fact that tonight the Communist Party, as well as Jean-Luc Mélenchon, oppose strongly voting for Marine Le Pen, even though, of course, they don't own their own voters. But the fact that
Are you concerned that some voters from Mélenchon could
the fact
go
that
Le Pen?
these two leaders are saying exactly the same thing means that it's not the localist against the globalist, but that there is still something different with the far-right party that is not simply an opposition between a France that is open into Europe and to the world and a France that is focused on local issues. There is something else, and this something else is in part what the far-right has always proposed. It's this relationship with immigration, but that's not the only thing. It's a relationship with Europe in particular that makes those leaders say that, and with ecology, that makes these leaders say that they will never vote for Marine Le Pen.
Jean-Noël Barrot, I want to thank you very much, as well as Hervé Juvin, for coming on our set. The program will, of course, continue in the next several hours here on France 24.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes past 9. The polls closed a little over 1 hour ago here in the French capital. Emmanuel Macron versus Marine Le Pen, that's going to be the runoff of this presidential election on April the 24th. We're entering a new campaign. 2 weeks to go, and we've been watching in that first hour those speeches by various candidates, some endorsing one of the two candidates, others not. Let's cross to the headquarters of Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron, and we can see, by the way, those new numbers again. Jean-Luc Mélenchon gaining ground, according as we hone our estimates with our partners Ipsos, and as we see as well that yes, some big surprises in terms of the former mainstream parties, the mainstream conservatives, and there you see it. The socialists now under 2%, according to our latest estimate. Those estimates, as the night grows old, turning from estimates into actual ballots that are being counted. There's one candidate who we've not heard from yet amid all the speeches here on France 24, and that is the incumbent. France 24's Claire Pacalin is following Emmanuel Macron. What's the latest where you are?
I'm with Christophe Brunel, who is a campaigner for Emmanuel Macron. He campaigned in 2017 as well. And he was also involved in writing the education part of Macron's manifesto, a specialist in education, and an English teacher, which is why you speak such great English. So thank you for being with us on France 24 English. Tell me, how did it feel when you were in the crowd an hour ago and that result came through?
Just before 8, to be honest, I was a bit nervous because I heard some people who told me that it was very neck and neck between Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen. And at the end, after 8 o'clock, I was a bit relieved. It's not over, the election is not over, and we have to be on the mood to work and work more and more. But now, at the moment, I am quite happy.
So a relief then, better than expected. What are you going to be doing over the next 2 weeks? And how is Emmanuel Macron going to gain those voters, particularly on the left? We just heard Jean-Luc Mélenchon. He said very clearly to his supporters not to vote Marine Le Pen. But how is Emmanuel Macron going to persuade those very voters to vote for him in 2 weeks' time?
I think we have to insist on, we have to stress the part of the manifesto on health and education. Emmanuel Macron did a lot during the first term about health and education. In his manifesto, there are the two most important points are health and education, and we have to insist on what we are going to do for teachers, for example. In the program, we said that we are going to pay teachers more. That's the first point. And on health, that we are going to invest more on hospitals. And I think that if we insist more about health and education, left voters are going to join us. And also, we have to also address people who didn't vote for any candidate, and they have the choice between the far right and Emmanuel Macron. And we have to insist on this point.
Well, Emmanuel Macron and his government already lowered class sizes in deprived neighbourhoods. They've put forward already several measures which should theoretically please those on the left, but it hasn't always worked. What explains that? Why is it that Emmanuel Macron has not managed to get those left-wing voters on his side yet?
Because it's quite normal. Today we have the choice between 12 candidates. So left voters voted for the Green Party or for Jean-Luc Mélenchon. And now we have to say that in our program, in our manifesto, we insist on education and health. And if left voters read our manifesto correctly, if journalists organize debates, we are going to prove that left voters can vote for us.
What about that label, the president of the rich? How is he going to shake that off? Is he going to manage it in the next 2 weeks?
I hope so, to be honest, but you know, that's quite the French politics. When you have a label, it's very hard to shake it off.
Thank you very much, Christophe. I have to leave you there. Thank you very much. Back to you, Francois.
And we'll be crossing back to you, Claire Pacalin. When the incumbent speaks, he's the only one of the major candidates who we've yet to hear from on this election night, first round of the presidential poll. We're joined in this 9 p.m. hour Paris time by Member of Parliament Danielle Obono from Jean-Luc Mélenchon's Unbowed France party. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks as well. These two guests must know each other. You're both municipal councillors in Paris.
No,
you don't.
No. We don't know each other.
Oh, okay. Different districts, perhaps. We're in the company of Olivia Polsky, member of the Socialist Party, municipal councillor. Raphaël Rémy-Leleu, also municipal councillor, and spokesperson for the Greens.
I don't think that's me, but
Georgina Wright,
yeah.
Excuse me.
That's fine. We don't know each other. Although why not?
Election nights are long.
I could pretend.
Exactly. No wonder you don't know each other. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I got carried away, Georgina. Georgina Wright from the Institut Montaigne, the think tank, and who is following French politics and yeah, all these big issues about globalism and how democracies are evolving on this old continent of ours. We're also in the company of Diptyque Laurent, who's been crunching the numbers. It's been interesting to see all night, Diptyque, how the numbers have evolved as the night grows old, and we're seeing more and more how the first round results from 2022 are not the same as the first round results of 2017.
That's right, but one thing they do have in common is that the three candidates who ran in 2017 did better this time. Let's start with President Emmanuel Macron. In 2017, he picked up about 24% of votes. This time around, it's around 28%, so he's picked up more votes. His political rival, Marine Le Pen, from the far right, also doing better than in 2017, besting her 21.3% of votes. Jean-Luc Mélenchon on the far left also doing better in 2017 with 21% of votes. One thing that is for sure is that the traditional left and right parties have done very, very, very poorly. Valerie Pécresse, paltry 4.7%, which means that her party can't even reimburse their electoral costs because they need to meet 5% in order to do that. You'll remember that in 2017, François Fillon from the Republican Party picked up 20% of votes, this despite a fake job scandal that marred his electoral campaign. On the left, Anne Hidalgo, the socialist candidate, picking up less than 2%, a pretty disastrous result for her, and even lower than her predecessor, Benoît Hamon, in 2017, who picked up 6.3%. At the time, it was considered a catastrophic result. And for our newcomers, Yannick Jadot, 4.5%, and Eric Zemmour, 7%. So looking ahead to the April 24 runoff election, we've got our number 1 and number 2 finalists. We know that Valerie Pécresse has called on, has said she'll vote for Emmanuel Macron. Same thing with Jadot. We know here, this is a big question now. We know that Mélenchon has said that he's told the supporters not to vote for Le Pen, but he hasn't told them to vote for Macron. So he certainly could be a big player going in to the runoff election in 2 weeks. François.
Many thanks for that. Tika Laurent will be crossing back live to you again as those estimates become hard numbers and final results.
Daniel Obono, I want to turn to you. We just saw a question mark over Jean-Luc Mélenchon. He said in his speech 4 times, actually, he repeated that not a single vote should go for Marine Le Pen. Does this mean that clearly he's calling for people to vote for Emmanuel Macron or to abstain or to vote blank? I mean, what is the...
I think he clearly said that there should be no vote for Marine Le Pen. And I think he explained that there will be a consultation for La France Insoumise and l'Union Populaire's member that will have 3 choices, and none of them is voting for Marine Le Pen. So I think it's clear enough, and it was clear 5 years ago, and it's clear now. If I just make correct, because I've heard it several times, we are not the far left. There are 2 far left candidates, Mr. Poutou and Ms. Artaud. We are the radical left, you could say that. We are the left, but we're not the far left, and there's no shame in being the far left. But I think it should be clear that today we have 3 blocks. You got the far right, you got the right with Macron, and you got the popular bloc that we represent now.
Right. It's your best performance ever. However, once again, it's not enough. Maybe I didn't read the emotions of Jean-Luc Mélenchon correctly, but it seems that he really is not willing to run again, that it's now for the new generation to take over.
He said it was his lifetime running, but he's still
We've heard politicians change their minds, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, he may, but I think he was clear about what is very proud, and we are very proud of the campaign we've been building and the wider support we gathered with l'Union Populaire. And I think it's it will be certainly a force for the next month and years to reckon with, and we'll be there fighting at the National Assembly. Hopefully we'll be more a bigger group, and Jean-Luc Mélenchon will still be a driving force, I think, for the popular bloc.
Olivier Polski, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, let's remind our viewers, a former socialist who then switched. Yes, he was in the Socialist Party. He was even a minister under François Mitterrand.
He used to be
a junior minister.
But he's changed.
Right, but has the left changed, is my question. Where have the votes of the Socialist Party? You had an army of votes, most notably with things like school teachers. Where have all those votes gone?
Well, I think that the utilitarist vote has functionated at the time. And I think that, yes, many people from the left thought it would be better to go and vote for someone else. But the story is not finished.
What do you mean by the story is not finished?
Well, we have other elections and we have work to do to talk to them, to convince them.
But
and I think that
you heard Danielle Obono sort of frame what her party is about. The Socialist Party is a big tent party, like the Labour Party in the UK or the Democratic Party in the United States. Reformist more than revolutionary.
Yes.
Is there no room for a centre-left party anymore?
I think that there is a room, and everywhere in Europe there is one. And we just have to show people why this is the right way.
But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, when Benoît Hamon scored 6.5%. People thought this would never happen again.
Yeah.
1.8% is worse than ever. I mean,
well, we were with the Green Party at that time, and then now we were separated. So it's not the same.
So it means that only because of the Green Party you did 6% and you only have 2% of voters.
You're right. It's sad, and there are many reasons, but we have to work. I'm sure you have to look
the party dead? That's
Portugal.
My question.
Well, I think we have.
You're hesitating.
I'm hesitating, but I'm sure we need Democrats. The problem is with Macron too. People thought he was from the left, and he tried always to do that. The left and the right clivage was over, and so he only said there are me, Macron, and the populists, and he succeeded. Look, there are the populists versus him.
So, Georgina Wright, when you look at the scale of Europe, what has happened here?
So, just to quickly, take off what you were saying, because I'm not a socialist candidate. I'm not an MP, so it's easier for me perhaps to provide the analysis. But this is the first time where we've seen 6 candidates, I think, on the left, basically running together. Well, if you count Jadot in it, so the Green Party, and so the sort of the left-wing vote was definitely split, and much more split perhaps than in 2017. So that partly, I think, explains what we're seeing. And then, of course, Macron being very popular in 2017 with many centre-left voters. And this time around, again, we have to crunch the numbers. We have to see who voted for whom. But it seems that he's more popular at the moment with centre-right voters, and so the question is how much will that cost him in the second round. But on Europe, how Europe's seeing this,
why is France so different from places like Germany, where the chancellor right now is a social democrat?
But is perhaps Germany's the outlier? I mean, if you look at socialist parties across Europe, not all socialist parties are doing that well. And there is a broader question here about, is the message not resonating anymore? Because that's the other thing. If you think back to 2017, Benoît Hamon, who was a socialist candidate at the time, he was talking about universal income. He had a message. This time around, it was much harder. This campaign, until a week ago, it didn't feel like there was really a campaign going on, frankly. And secondly, there were no issues that were structuring this campaign. And the ones who were really resonating were the messages of Marine Le Pen, who she was talking about, rising energy costs. She was talking about cost of living costs, and those are things. And this was before Russia invaded Ukraine, before it really became a key concern for most French voters. So the question now is what messages are going to resonate, and how will Macron and Le Pen position themselves?
Daniel Obono, it's a shame you weren't here in the last hour, because we had a member of Marine Le Pen's party, and he was, talking about all these social issues that Georgina is talking about. He was also saying how they have ideas when it comes to the environment. He was saying he was talking about, and Marine Le Pen has run a campaign where she's gone out and talked about these cost of living issues a lot. She's put the accent on it. Is she taking over the left's traditional turf?
No, I think it's just a delusion. Maybe the media like to portray her like that, but she's no social warrior. When she's talking about the cost of living, she doesn't explain how she's going to make it happen to lower the cost of living. She's against the return to 60 years of retirement. She's against all the social measures that will impact positively the life of the people. So, of course, having Eric Zemmour campaigning on the hardcore, extreme racist and xenophobic topics that she used to help her to appear more normal and more acceptable. I think that's what helped her, really, because she didn't have to mobilize that electorate. But as he said, he will call to vote for her. So you see, that's the far right. That's always been the far right, and she is still the very same far right leader that we've been opposing for the past years, and we'll still oppose her.
So 2 weeks from today, I mean, I'm not asking you what the party line is, because we heard Jean-Luc Mélenchon saying that he's against Marine Le Pen. But you personally, Will you cast a ballot for Emmanuel Macron?
I mean, my line is the same as Jean-Luc Mélenchon said, that there should be no vote for Marine Le Pen. I've been an anti-racist and an anti-fascist activist most of my
But will you
active
abstain
life.
or vote for Macron?
And I will oppose her, whether in the ballots or onto the street, and in the next month and years. I've been a member of the parliament for the past 5 years. She's never showed up in parliament, but surely we'll still be doing that with the next legislative election.
I just have a question, because I'm looking at the numbers. Jean-Luc Mélenchon, the estimate is 21.1%. When I look elsewhere on the left, I see a communist candidate with 2.4%. The last times at the election, there was no communist candidate. He supported Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Is it your biggest regret? Because if you do the math, Jean-Luc Mélenchon would be in the second round.
I think I'm very proud of the campaign we built, because we managed to grow a dynamic against everything, because we've been campaigning for months and we've been talking about social issue, democratic issue, environmental issue that we push forward, and a lot of people join us, and we built an even wider platform that 5 years ago. So,
but without the communists, if they had been with you,
well,
you would be in the second round.
I think the communists should, ask themselves if it was worth it. But at the end of the day, our focus during the campaign was abstention and the people who abstain. And I think I regret that we didn't manage, actually, because for what I saw, abstention is still very high, a little bit higher than 5 years ago. So I think that's what we didn't. We didn't succeed in this, and I think that's what we're going to think about and for the next elections, but also how we re-engage people and how we make it worth for them to come back to the polls.
Olivia Polski, will you cast a ballot for Emmanuel Macron?
Yes, I will, and I'm telling you something. When you're against the far right wing, you have to be clear and firm. You don't have. This is not a game. Well, this is the future of France, the future of the French people. And so you have to call clearly to vote for Emmanuel Macron. There is no choice. And you can play this game. You've already done that in the 117 things. Well, yeah. This is not possible to do it again. You can see it. It's here and it's progressing. So now you have to make a choice. Either you're a Democrat, either you're not.
I think we don't have any lesson to get from anyone. I think our message was very clear. I think Jean-Luc Mélenchon repeated it 4 times.
This is not enough.
And I think that the people who voted for Jean-Luc Mélenchon know his platform, that we are anti-racist, that we're anti-far right, and it's very clear to say that no vote should go to Marine Le Pen. So please, no contempt especially from you right now. We don't have any lessons to receive from you. I think our message is very clear, and we've been fighting the far right way before you even existed, and we'll still be fighting the far right, whether onto the street, in the demonstration. We've been into the demonstration organizing, and we'll still be organizing. So please, you don't do that again.
Okay.
We've been clear in 2017.
You have a responsibility.
We were clear, and people understood. If you see the decision of people in our movement, we've been much clear, and we are clear now. So no,
I don't think so.
No,
you're not clear.
Yeah, you should concern yourself about your responsibility with the results you got today. I think you don't worry about us. Don't worry about us, and let the people and mobilize the people, and then we should talk. But not now.
Just for our viewers around the world, because again, France has this system where we have the president's got a lot of powers, and
that's a problem.
We have a first round where you pick the candidate you like, and the second round where you eliminate the ones you don't like. So, again, why are you not outright calling for people on the left to, if they don't like Emmanuel Macron, hold their nose.
I think people are grown, you know. I think despising people, looking them down, is a reason why there's such a high level of abstention. I think people know what they want to do and should do, and if they voted for Jean-Luc Mélenchon, they know his stand. It's very clear. It's only unclear for the people who don't want it to be clear and try to muddle his message. But I repeat, if you didn't understand, I think people did understand 5 years ago and will understand no vote should go to Marine Le Pen. It's very clear. So now you can twist it very shamefully the way you want. But I think people are grown. You should really. One of the lessons we should all learn from here is listen to the people, what they say,
but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What is Mélenchon? Why isn't he telling himself
to be
what he's going to do?
Told what they know they should do.
Do
and
it.
I think it's been very clear.
You
should concern yourself with your dead party and not.
Who are you going to vote?
And who do you think you are to demand anything from me? Really?
Sorry, but
really?
You're responsible, political responsible.
I think our statement was very clear.
My
statement was very
clear. Let's cross now to the Socialist Party headquarters with Delano de Souza. Is anyone left in the room? Anne Hidalgo was the first to announce her concession speech. That's generally not a good sign, and it's definitely the worst performance ever by a Socialist Party candidate. The estimate on your screen, 1.8%. Who could have thought this would be possible? Delano, what's the mood, if there's any?
There's just a handful of people left at the Socialist Party headquarters. As you said, Anne Hidalgo taking home 1.8% of the vote share, the lowest the Socialists have ever seen in a presidential election in France. Benoît Hamon's performance in 2017 with 6.3% of the vote share was catastrophic. What exactly is 1.8%? Now, you heard from Anne Hidalgo earlier where she called on her supporters to vote for Emmanuel Macron in the second round of the election. Now, she still feels that there is a future for the Socialist Party here in France. Apparently, she organized a secret dinner a couple of days ago with Martine Aubry, the architect of the 35-hour work week here in France, as well as the former president François Hollande, to discuss what the future of the Socialist Party could be, whether it could include the communists, whether it could include the Greens. I spoke to a couple of people here to find out what exactly went wrong for the Socialists, and they point to three issues. The first, the COVID-19 pandemic. The second, the war in Ukraine. And the third, the pro-business policies of the former Socialist president, François Hollande. One of them told me, when you lose socialism, you lose your voter base.
Delano de Souza, thank you so much. We just want to thank our guests. Go ahead.
No, we can go ahead.
Olivia Polsky from the Socialist Party, Daniel Obono from France's Unbound Party. I think you're going to another set, and thank you very much.
Thanks to both of you. Thank you very much. Georgina Wright, just your reaction very quickly as we look at the latest numbers, and I'll look at them again with you because we're getting in real time the numbers. A 4-point lead for Emmanuel Macron over Marine Le Pen as we enter this new race, if you will, the runoff campaign.
I mean, you know, it's a fairly good night for Emmanuel Macron. The last sort of 2 or 3 days, there were worrying signs that, you know, perhaps even Marine Le Pen would come first. So I think he is probably thinking this is good, but the race is going to be tight. You saw it now, of course, two MPs who are clearly not happy with the result. Now, that's because, of course, their candidate that they were supporting didn't make it to the second round. But there is a question there on what happens to left-wing voters. Will they abstain? Will they go out? I mean, even on the streets in Paris, when you walk around, you hear people saying, oh no, it's a rerun of 2017. Do I really want to go and cast my vote? And that is, of course, the tricky thing for both of them, is that how do they get, of course, their support base to come out on the 24th of April and cast their vote, but how do they get other people, convince other people that they should vote for them?
Yeah, and if the abstention rate is high, who does it favor? Because we heard Danielle Obono didn't come out and say who she was going to vote for, so we don't know if she's going to vote for Emmanuel Macron or abstain. So
difficult to say. And I think we have to wait for the final numbers to really see. But yeah, tricky.
Well, let's take again a look at those numbers for you. Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen in a rematch, as Georgina Wright was saying, of 2017 through to the second round. It's been another brutal night for what were the traditional big tent parties in France, both polling in single digits, historic lows. France unbowed the party of the far left of Jean-Luc Mélenchon, coming in a strong third, but not strong enough. As Mark Perlman was saying earlier, back in 2017, the communists didn't field a candidate. If they hadn't this time, you see there, with those numbers of Fabien Roussel, he's the communist candidate, that perhaps Jean-Luc Mélenchon would have pulled an upset. But yeah, the Big Ten parties faring poorly, and yeah, seeing socialist candidate Anne Hidalgo under 2% is incredible for a party that was elected. The president, François Hollande, was elected just 10 years ago. Feels like it was yesterday. You're watching Election Night coverage on France 24. I'm in the François Picard and Mark Perlman with you, and we're in the company of Senator Joël Garriaud-Maylam. We gave a bit of a grilling earlier to a representative, the surrogate of the Socialist Party. You represent that other Big Ten party, the conservative Les Républicains. We'll be speaking with you in a moment. Thanks for being with us here on France 24. Welcome back to Rachel Donadio, contributor to The Atlantic. And let's cross first, though, to France 24's Deeptika Laurent, who's been looking at the picture get clearer and clearer. Deeptika, you heard a moment ago Georgina Wright saying it's unclear if there's a high abstention rate in the second round, how it will impact that final vote. And this is where the French get sophisticated, right? Because they're all doing the math throughout the country right now. And we've seen some endorsements and some people lay off the endorsements. Whether or not there's an endorsement when you have a mainstream candidate versus the far right, in France, that's got a name.
That's right, François. It's called the Republican bloc vote, or the Front Républicain, as they say in French. It's a buffer vote. It's a bloc vote. It's a strategic vote to ensure that one party, usually the far-right party, does not win in the second round. The first example of this type of strategic vote dates back to 1956. Back then, the Workers' Party, the radical left, and the right-wing Gaullist Party partnered up, combined their votes to block the anti-tax populist xenophobic party of Pierre Poujade, who's often seen as a predecessor to Jean-Marie Le Pen, the founder of the French far right. So what happens in a Republican bloc vote is that it's an alliance of circumstance. Essentially, the left-wing and right-wing parties will agree to back a united candidate in order to block the candidate of the far right. And it's worked to various degrees of success in the past. The most modern example of this is in 2002. Back then, Jacques Chirac found himself against Jean-Marie Le Pen, the far-right leader, and thanks to the Republican bloc vote, he picked up over 80% of votes in the second round and was re-elected president. We saw another example of this in 2017 when Emmanuel Macron was facing Marine Le Pen in the second round. And thanks to the Republican bloc vote, he picked up 66% of the votes, a resounding victory over Marine Le Pen at the time as well. There is some criticism against this type of voting. People say it's people often say it's a negative vote, that you're not backing a candidate, you're backing that candidate's adversary in the second round. In any case, it must be said that the Republican bloc vote has sort of lost its fervor, as we're seeing tonight. The left and right-wing parties are polling so low that a Republican bloc vote is not really even effective anymore. Now, let's speaking of our two finalists for the runoff election, let's look at what our polling partners at Ipsos have been gathering some data among 4,000 voters who were interviewed by Ipsos. These are the qualities. They've compared the qualities between Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen, and some things really do stand out. Certainly, most people think that Emmanuel Macron has a presidential stature. They think he's also able to manage a crisis. But when it comes to understanding people's concerns, look at that. Voters polled by Ipsos believe that that Macron fulfills this at just 3% compared to Marine Le Pen's 42%. They also, a majority think that she really does want to change things compared to Macron's 16%. And when it comes to sticking to campaign promises, 23% of people believe that Marine Le Pen can do this compared to 13% of people who believe Macron can do this. François.
Tiptika Laurent, many thanks. And we're keeping one eye out for the incumbent, Emmanuel Macron, who's yet to make his, I don't know if you call it a victory speech when it's the first round, Mark Perlman.
I think you do.
You call it a...
Yes, but you probably say, there's a lot of work to be done, especially if you started campaigning very late, as he did. He took a gamble, and there were serious concerns that he would not score as much.
Before I turn to Joël Garriaud-Malam, Rachel Donadio, it was interesting to look at the graph that Deepti put up there. Emmanuel Macron, who energized crowds back in 2017. What were your thoughts when you looked at the breakdown about his person, whether or not he's personable?
Or it's really whether people feel that he understands their concerns. In some ways, Emmanuel Macron is his own worst enemy. He's called arrogant and aloof. I actually think those terms aren't entirely accurate. The French are okay with an arrogant president. Presidents are always arrogant. But I think that what we sometimes see in Macron is a kind of a lack of empathy. And I found this when Macron gave his speech launching the campaign 2 weeks ago. He tells people what he thinks they should feel instead of listening and responding to how they do feel. And in terms of basic relational intelligence, that is a huge challenge for a candidate. And Marine Le Pen, regardless of program, she seems warmer, more approachable, not just the cat videos on TikTok, but she really feels like she's acknowledging people. It has nothing to do with the program and with the platform. It's all about human dynamics.
Well, we're keeping one eye on the incumbent, and thankfully Claire Pacalin is keeping both eyes glued to that rostrum behind her. Any sign of the president?
We understand he has just arrived on the premises. His motorcade drove from the Élysée Palace here to the Porte Versailles in the south of Paris. We are expecting him to get on that stage very, 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 very soon. You can see the crowd behind me is getting warmed up. They are really, really excited. They want to know what their candidate has in store for the next 2 weeks ahead of the second round of this election.
Claire Pacalin will be crossing back live to you.
I want to ask you, Valerie Pécresse, the estimate is 4.7%. When she was already polling around 8-9%, people were saying this is a catastrophe. So how would you describe what happened tonight?
It certainly is a catastrophe for the party, definitely. On top of that, because she's below 5%, if she remains below 5%, it has huge financial implications for the party. And nobody ever expected that.
Because under 5%, your campaign costs are not being reimbursed.
That's exactly it. But also, it's a terrible consideration to think that, a party which has been, the strength of France, since the time of Charles de Gaulle, which was a governmental party, which was a highly respected party, which had many presidents, is reaching such a level is a terribly bad news. And I feel very sorry for Valerie Pécresse because she's an excellent woman. She's very
not an
competent.
Excellent candidate, obviously. What happened? What happened? I mean, it's a catastrophe, but there must be an explanation or a few explanations.
Of course there is. And she recognizes it herself. It wasn't a good campaign. I think she dealt with the campaign in the same way. Probably she's dealing with running the region.
Paris region. She's the president of the Paris region.
Yeah, which is the biggest one in Europe. And she's succeeding extremely well. And I'm sure that if she had been allowed to run the country will have been run very well. But it's a very different thing from being a candidate where you need a lot of charisma, a lot of empathy. You need to project yourself. And I think she wasn't able to do that and to go beyond.
Yeah. Is it only her or is it the party? I mean, we see the Socialist Party in even a worse situation. It seems that what happened in 2017 was not an accident. I mean, that's what French politics are about now.
Yes, I mean, there's been a lot of problems within the parties. There are a lot of problems. There are people not getting along with each other. To
say the least.
To say the least. And unfortunately, we see the result. We see the consequences. The party wasn't united, and it should have been united.
So which has hurt the candidacy more? The current president, Emmanuel Macron, who's poached a lot of the talent. Many of his big ministers come from your political family. Or the former president, the last president elected from your party, Nicolas Sarkozy, who never endorsed Valerie Pécresse. Are you expecting him to endorse Emmanuel Macron now? Will that be the death knell of the Les Républicains?
I don't know whether he will do it or not. It's obvious that he will vote for Emmanuel Macron. He didn't like Valérie Pécresse, you know that.
Are you angry with Nicolas Sarkozy for refusing to endorse Valérie Pécresse?
I mean, you know, I know Valérie, Nicolas Sarkozy I've known for many years. Obviously, he's not someone who is inclined to follow what is asked from him. And if he didn't like Valérie Pécresse, and obviously he didn't, he wouldn't have endorsed her, and he decided not to, and it was quite obvious. He didn't like the way her campaign was going. He had extremely harsh words about that campaign and about the people running it, and
But, I mean, nevertheless, even if you don't think it's your party, he has always supported the party, that's a betrayal.
It is in a way. It is in a way. I feel he's mostly wanting, a big alliance with Macron of the centre-right.
So he's made an alliance with Macron in the back of
Probably because he expected the bad result. Obviously, if he had seen or thought that Valérie had a chance to win, he wouldn't have had that attitude. But because it was so obvious the results wouldn't be there, he was probably thinking one step ahead and wants some kind of alliance with Macron.
Georgina Wright, is this continuity with 2017? Again, the blowing up of the traditional parties or the implosion? I don't know how you want to describe it.
Yes and no. I think the presidential election has become very personified. So it's very much about the candidate, and it doesn't really appear to be about the party anymore. Emmanuel Macron was elected in 2017. He didn't even have a party. It was a movement, right? So we're showing there's a difference here between the presidential election and then all the other elections that are happening. But where the Républicains could do very well is during the parliamentary elections that happen in June. And if they have a majority, then Macron, if he is elected, or Le Pen, they may be forced to appoint a prime minister who has the backing of that majority. If the majority is Les Républicains, then that might give them greater sway in what happens in French politics, because it's not just the president who decides, it's the president and his or her prime minister. So.
Well, thank you very much. While we wait for the incumbent to give his speech, the last of all the candidates, we can now cross to Florence Villeminot, who is at Marine Le Pen headquarters. She talked a lot about champagne and open bar and happiness. What's happening around you, Flo?
Well, Mark, that is still going on. Not necessarily right behind me. You can see the area in front of the podium there has emptied out. But right behind the camera is where the party is happening. There's an open bar there. People are giving each other high fives. They're often break out into Marine Président chants. On va gagner. We're going to win. And earlier, just behind me, Marine Le Pen gave quite a jubilant victory speech in which she said that she was thrilled to be in the second round, that she saw it as kind of the opposition between two opposing visions
Florence,
of
we're
the
going to have to
future.
cut you off. I'm sorry, we're going to have to cut you off. We're live, obviously, as you can tell. Emmanuel Macron, the incumbent, is taking the stage here in Paris. Let's listen in.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you
Mes chers
so much,
compatriotes.
dear
Merci.
friends, fellow citizens. Thank you.
Mes chers compatriotes,
my fellow citizens
de métropole d'outre-mer et de l'étranger,
from mainland France,
ce dimanche,
the overseas territories and abroad.
vous avez été
On today, Sunday the 10th of April, more than 36 million French people exercised that right,
ce droit conquis par les générations
exercised
précédentes
the right that
et le
was
droit
fought
de
for
vote.
by previous generations.
Et je remercie
You voted.
tous nos compatriotes
And I would like to thank all of our fellow
dès le
citizens
premier tour
who,
ont
from the very
porté
first round of
leur
these
suffrage
elections,
sur ma candidature.
voted for me.
Merci.
Thank you.
Leur confiance, votre
Their
confiance,
trust, your
m'honore,
trust,
m'oblige et
is
m'engage.
an honor for me and also is a commitment
Pouvez,
for
toutes et
me.
tous, compter sur moi
Each and every one of
pour
you
mettre en
can
œuvre
count
ce
on
projet
me
de
to
progrès,
implement this
d'ouverture
progress for
d'indépendance
progress, for
française
openness
et
and for French
européenne
independence
que nous
and
avons
European
défendu tout au long
independence
de
that
cette
we have been
campagne.
fighting for throughout this campaign.
Je veux aussi remercier
I would also like
toutes
to
celles et ceux,
thank everyone.
quelques-uns sont là ici ce
Some
soir à
of
mes
you
côtés.
are here with me tonight.
Durant ces dernières années,
Thank everyone who, over the last years, have given
partout sur le
so much.
territoire, vous
In
avez
all
donné
four
votre
corners
énergie,
of France,
votre
you've given
travail,
your energy,
vos jours
your
et
work,
vos nuits.
days and
Je sais
nights.
ce que je vous dois.
I know what I owe you. Thank you.
Et j'appelle tous ceux qui depuis 6 ans et jusqu'à
I
ce
wish to
soir
call on everyone who, for the last 6 years up until now, has committed to work alongside me to overcome their differences, to come together in a big political movement of unity and action for our country.
Je veux saluer l'ensemble
I
des
wish to
candidats
commend
présents au
all
premier
of
tour.
the candidates who ran for the first round. Nathalie Arthaud,
Nicolas Dupont-Aignan,
Nicolas Dupont-Aignan,
Anne Hidalgo,
Anne Hidalgo,
Yannick Jadot,
Yannick Jadot,
Jean Lassalle,
Jean Lassalle,
Jean-Luc Mélenchon,
Jean-Luc Mélenchon,
Valérie Pécresse,
Valérie Pécresse,
Philippe Poutou,
Philippe Poutou,
Fabien Roussel
Fabien Roussel,
et Eric Zemmour.
and Eric Zemmour.
Merci à toutes et tous ce soir une
Thank
fois
you to
encore.
everyone
De
once
les
again
applaudir.
this
Merci
evening.
beaucoup.
A round of applause for everyone. Thank you.
Parce que depuis le début,
Because
et depuis
since the
toujours,
get-go
nous
and
défendons
forever,
des convictions
we
avec
have been
force,
fighting for
mais en
our
respectant
beliefs,
chacune
but
et chacun.
with full
Merci
respect
pour
for
cela.
everyone. Thank you for that.
Je sais la déception des candidats
I
et
know
candidats dont je viens
the disappointment of the
et
candidates that I
celle de
just
leurs
mentioned,
soutiens, de leurs
and the
électeurs.
disappointment that their
Notre
voters and
démocratie, en
activists must be
effet,
feeling.
est riche de tous
We
les
have
engagés
a
qui
rich
défendent leurs
democracy
idées avec
that is
force et
fed
passion.
by everyone who fights
Merci à eux.
for their values and their ideas. Thank you to everyone.
Et je remercie Anne Hidalgo,
I would like to thank
Yannick
Anne
Jadot,
Hidalgo, Yannick
Valérie
Jadot,
Pécresse et Fabien
Valérie
Roussel,
Pécresse, and
qui
Fabien
m'ont dès
Roussel,
ce soir
who
apporté leur soutien.
have expressed their support for me this evening.
J'invite solennellement nos
I would
concitoyens,
like to formally
quelle que
invite
soit
our
leur
fellow
sensibilité,
citizens,
et quel
no
que
matter
soit
where they
leur
come
choix
from
au
and no
premier
matter their choice during the first
nous
round of the
rejoindre.
elections, to join our movement.
Certains le feront pour faire barrage
Some
à l'extrême droite.
May
Et
vote
je suis
to
pleinement
block off the
conscient
far right.
que cela ne vaudra pas soutien.
And I am fully
au projet
aware
que je
that
porte.
that does not mean they support
Je sais
my
que c'est le
project,
choix
and I
fait, par
respect
exemple,
that.
par Jean-Luc Mélenchon.
I know, for example, that that is a choice that's been made by Jean-Luc Mélenchon. But here tonight, I want to commend their level-headedness about the far right and their desire to block the far right's progress. Right now, at this important time, when the future of the country is at stake, nothing must ever be as it was before. This is why I wish to extend a hand to all those who wish to work for France. I am ready to invent something new, to bring beliefs together, to bring a range of desires together, to build with everyone a shared action that serves our nation for the years to come. This is our duty. To all our fellow citizens who abstained from voting, or who voted for the extremes, maybe because they are angry about the persisting inequalities, they're angry about the inability to live in dignity, maybe because they feel they are underrepresented, not listened to. I want to win them over. In the coming days, I will show them that our project meets their needs better than any far-right project in a sustainable way. Because, let's not kid ourselves, nothing is certain, and the debate that we will have in the coming 2 weeks will be a deciding moment for our country and for Europe. Do we want France to be independent because it's strong in science, in technology, in economy, in its military, in its agriculture, in its culture? Do we want a France that through high employment numbers is able to fund its vision for retirements, for schools, for hospitals and for public services? Do we want France that can face the climate challenges through nuclear, renewables, energy sobriety and energy planning? Do we want France that through ecology is able to reduce energy consumptions and bills and is able to replace fuel at the pumps? Do we want France that is fairer for non-mainland France, for everywhere that is France? Do we want France to be able to face the current and future challenges and that is able to trust in science, in reason, in skills, as we have done over the last months and years? I want France to fight resolutely against Islamic separatism and through secularism is able to enable everyone to believe or not as they wish, to exercise their religion. I do not want France to stop Muslims or Jews from eating as they wish. That is not us. I want France that brings progress to everyone, for our ancestors, for our children, for workers, for families, for women, especially single mothers, for people who are economically vulnerable. I do not want France to slide back. That is not us. I want France to be part of a strong EU, continuing to create alliances with the great democracies of the world to defend ourselves. I do not want France to pull out of the EU and to only have international xenophobes and populists as allies. That is not us. I want France I want a France that is faithful to humanism, to the spirit of the Enlightenment, to the 1789 spirit. These are, my fellow citizens, my dear friends, what is at stake on the 24th of April. These are the choices that, through your vote, you will be making in a fortnight. And tonight, let me tell you that I will use all of my strength to win over everyone and convince you that the only project to improve purchasing power is ours. The only credible project that will drive down the cost of living is ours. The only project that will help workers, that will help people left by the wayside is our project. That the only project for France and for Europe is our project. I believe in us. I believe in all of us. No matter where we come from, no matter where we live, all of us, no matter our background, no matter the region we live in, no matter our beliefs or opinions, all of us, because that's what France is.
So Emmanuel Macron's acceptance speech, you're listening to it live on France 24.
Let us not spare a single ounce of effort. We must remain humble.
We're going to hand it over to Jeannie Godula. Our coverage continues.
Thank you very much.
We can make the choice of a new era of France and Europe on the 24th of April. We can choose hope on the 24th of April. We can choose France and Europe together. Long live the Republic. Long live France. I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you. Nothing is certain. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. This is our continuing coverage of the first round of the French presidential election. A big thank you to François Picard and his team for getting us through those first 2 hours. You were just listening to President Emmanuel Macron, who has come out the front runner with 28% of the vote of this first round. Speaking just moments ago, France 24's Claire Paquelin is at Macron's headquarters. She joins us now from there. Claire, so much enthusiasm there for the president in his second run for office.
A lot of enthusiasm. I'm sure you can hear the crowd behind me. Enthusiasm, but also relief. There was fear among some of the supporters that I spoke to at the beginning of the night that he wouldn't come up as high as he has. People here are really pleased. Lots of joy in the room. When they listened to his speech, it was very clear that Emmanuel Macron was setting out the next 2 weeks ahead of that second round of the presidential election. You can hear them behind me shouting, Macron Président. That was the slogan we heard a lot in 2017. Of course, we're hearing it again now because he's fighting for 5 more years as French president. And we understand from listening to his speech that he's really now gearing himself towards getting those left-wing voters on board. He's up against a far-right candidate, Marine Le Pen, so he really needs to get those left-wing voters on board. He's talking about his left-wing credentials. He said that his government would do more to support health, education, the environment. He knows he needs to reach out to the left now.
He certainly does. And Claire, there has been a lot of criticism as well toward the president ever since the campaigning really began. For many people, Macron is still the president of the rich. What is he going to do to try and change that image?
It's an image that he's had from the start, and it's very difficult for him to shake it off. He was a banker. He has this look, this image, which some French people say is aloof. Others would go as far as to say that it's arrogant. And he's managed with difficulty to reach out to French people and identify them. Whatever his policies are, his reputation, that reputation from being a president of the rich, has stuck. So the campaigners and the supporters that I've been speaking to tonight have told me it's their job over the next 2 weeks to try and shake off that image as the president of the rich and try and get voters across the political spectrum, of course, but mostly Emmanuel Macron is reaching out to the left, really trying to burnish his left-wing credentials, the centre-left, the left, ahead of the second round in 2 weeks' time.
Thanks so much for that, Claire Packeland there, reporting from Emmanuel Macron's party headquarters. Well, those are early results that are still coming in from the voting today do give President Macron some 28% of the vote. Marine Le Pen, you can see there, bringing in a little over 23%. That's 2 points higher than her first round score from 5 years ago in 2017. We'll take a look at how the other 10 candidates who have now been eliminated did tonight. Far left candidate Jean-Luc Mélenchon brought in over 21.7% of the vote for his third and what he said would be his last presidential run. TV pundit and far right candidate there, you can see there, 7% for his first run for the presidency. Valerie Pécresse bringing in just under 5%, the worst performance ever for a conservative candidate. The remaining candidates from both sides of the political fence polling at under 5%, including the Paris mayor Anne Hidalgo, who brought in under 2% for the once powerful Socialist Party. Well, a lot of celebrations at the headquarters of Marine Le Pen, the far-right candidate, tonight. Let's listen to what she had to say earlier. We should be getting that for you any moment.
What will be at stake on the 24th of April is not only a vote of confidence, but also a choice of society and civilization. I call on all French people of all sensibilities, left, right, and elsewhere, French people of all origins, to join this great social and popular rally. Together we will build, with enthusiasm and conviction, this victory to implement this great alternative.
France 24's Florence Villeminot is at Marine Le Pen's party headquarters now. Flo, what's the feeling like there with this score for Marine Le Pen?
Well, Ginny, there are lots of smiles here at Marine Le Pen. Her party here is raging. There's an open bar you can't see in front of the camera. It's right behind the camera, and that's where all the action is. People have been there ever since she gave her speech. They've flocked there. They've been giving each other high fives. They've been patting each other on the back, and they've been breaking into chants of Marine Président, on va gagner, we're going to win. There is an open bar, as I said, and they have special Marine Le Pen champagne. It says Marine Présidente 2022, and that champagne is certainly flowing. A little bit earlier, Marine Le Pen gave a jubilant victory speech at the podium that you can see right behind me, and she said that she was thrilled to be in the second round, thrilled with the result that she had in this first round. She said that really what was at stake here was two opposing visions of the future, and she really stuck to her program. This is what we've been saying, is she has done quite a successful presidential program, sticking to her message, and here again she hammered it out, focusing on purchasing power, focusing on helping people who are perhaps struggling in France. So really on brand with the message that she'd had throughout her presidential campaign. Nothing less than the next 50 years are at stake in round two on April 24th. I want to be the president of all, she said, and so she was really calling on all people who have voted, whoever they voted for in this first round, to come and join her rally. And I spoke to quite a lot of the supporters here. Gotta be said, a lot of young supporters here. There are about 500 supporters who were handpicked, people who really helped her with her campaign. And a lot of these young supporters said that Marine Le Pen is their favorite candidate, the favorite candidate of the youth. And indeed, the Rassemblement National is the favorite party of 25 to 35-year-olds. And they said that her message, particularly on the economy, on purchasing power, was really on what they were looking for in a presidential candidate. And they said that she's really learned her lesson since the last presidential election in 2016. 2017. She's much more presidential, she's much more calm, and they really appreciate this in her. And so they have high hopes for the second round. It's all about reaching out to other candidates now. In particular, Eric Zemmour. There were big cheers here when he finally endorsed Marine Le Pen. And they are also hoping that perhaps people who voted for Valerie Pécresse will vote for Marine Le Pen, though when she endorsed Macron, there were big boos here at the election party. So all eyes now are on the next 2 weeks, and in particular the debate that's going to take place between Marine Le Pen and Emmanuel Macron. This is the traditional debate that takes place between the two rounds. Marine Le Pen herself admitted that she really failed at the last time in 2017, but this time people say that she's ready. They say that Macron is going to have to be defending his track record while she's going to be defending her program. She's much more presidential, and so people are looking out for that debate that's going to be held right before the second round. In the meantime, though, it's all about celebrating. In fact, they've asked us to wrap up because this is going to become a private party where I imagine people are going to party out till the end of the night.
All right, so thank you so much for that, Florence Villeneuve there reporting from the headquarters of Marine Le Pen. Florence there talking about cost of living, purchasing power, just one of the many issues that push people to head or stay away from the polls today. The question is how now is this repeat face-off going to play out over the next 2 weeks? Well, we're going to be unpacking all of that and more tonight on France 24. Joining me on the set, France 24's elections commentator, Angela Diffley. Hello, Angela.
Hi, Jeannie.
Also with us, Mathieu Douaret from France 24's polling partner Ipsos. Hello,
Good
Mathieu.
evening.
We have author and visiting professor at Yale University, Patrick Vey, who's with us as well. Patrick, bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
And France 24's business editor, Kate Moody. We'll be checking with you, Kate, in just a few minutes' time as well. We will also be checking in with Diptyque Laurent. She's been crunching numbers all night, giving us a breakdown of estimations from tonight's first round of voting in the presidential election. Angela, I think the main thing that many of our foreign viewers might be asking themselves, having now seen this repeat runoff coming around now for the second time in 5 years, is why has France shifted so much to the far right in recent years?
I think given that other candidates are also trying to talk about purchasing power, Jean-Luc Mélenchon appealed to people who are struggling. I think we can assume that those who chose either Eric Zemmour or Marine Le Pen were choosing them for their stance on other issues. And this group of people who choose to vote for the far right feel increasingly worried. They think that France's liberties and traditions and culture is under threat from a growing political Islam. They also cite lawlessness, insecurity, very often on the poorer neighbourhoods on the outskirts of France's towns and cities. Those are often heavily immigrant neighbourhoods, and both Marine Le Pen and Eric Zemmour firmly linked the crime level to problems surrounding immigration. So I think the people choosing to vote for those two candidates, that is where they're coming from. The problem is that not enough of them think that. The rest of France do not share their point of view. And each time the rest of France and the voters who choose the mainstream candidates in the first round or the smaller candidates in the first round then choose to tactically vote and block the far right, because that is what the majority of French people think. That's called the Front Républicain. I think Diptyque will be talking about it a little later. The result of that is that this group of people feels increasingly sidelined, marginalised, cheated out of their vote, frustrated, and the number seems to be rising year after year.
Patrick Vey, you wrote a book recently called Le Président est-il devenu fou, which could be translated into Has the President Become Crazy? Before we talk a bit about the powers of the French presidency, which are big compared to the rest of the world, just another question off the back of what Angela said about Marine Le Pen. Do you think she did things differently this time, softened her image, and that perhaps helped her again this time around?
What helped her a lot was the candidacy of Eric Zemmour, who picked all the racist, the extreme right themes, the xenophobic, the anti-Muslim, and let Marine Le Pen campaign about purchasing power, the social rights. She made a speech saying the social rights of the poor are the only power, the only property they have. So she appeared like the mother of the working, the good mother of the working and middle class people against the president of the rich, Mr. Macron. And Zemmour picked all the radicalism and the extremism of the extreme right, even if you read the program of Marine Le Pen, there are many similarities with the one of Mr. Zemmour, except she was not challenged with this part of her program because the press, the press and the other candidates targeted Zemmour, and she could run much more at the center, apparently. So that helped her quite a bit.
Yes, I agree. I think he certainly helped to detoxify her image because he was much more hardline, and that allowed her to concentrate on projecting a much more personal life story, talking less about immigration.
So here we are now facing off with a second round on April 24th between the incumbent, Emmanuel Macron, and far-right candidate Marine Le Pen. I'm going to turn now to you, Maître Douaret, from Ipsos, France 24's polling partner. You were telling me earlier you already have projections for the second round. What are you seeing in that crystal ball?
It's not a crystal ball. It's a poll, actually, just like we did before the first round. And people answered the poll after they knew who were qualified, and they say 54% say they will vote for Macron, which is, of course, sensibly less than 5 years ago, in theory, of course, because there are still 2 weeks to run, and we know from the last election that it can change a lot. But what is already, first and foremost, the question everyone is asking is whether Jean-Luc Mélenchon's voters will tip the balance. Apparently, they are not going to tip it very significantly, just as we could have predicted. That is that they tend to split into 3 almost equal groups of voters, 3/3, one voting for Macron, one for Le Pen, and one preferring not to vote at all.
Even with Mélenchon asking them tonight to vote for Macron, or not to vote for Marine Le Pen, I should say.
Of course, because he did not that as an endorsement. He clearly toyed with the idea that he could probably have more influence on the voters by letting them understand that he would never support the far right and never give his caution to it. But at the same time, it's obvious to him that there is such a rejection of the incumbents in the electorate. Which is quite usual, by the way, nothing particular to this incumbent, that he has no particular political interest in the long run, particularly for the one who will succeed him. He has no particular interest in sponsoring Macron's re-election. He just needs to clarify that he's not allying the far left with the far right, and that's enough for him.
Thank you for that, Mathieu Douaret. Jean-Luc Mélenchon speaking earlier after he came in third place with close to 21% of the vote. His third and what he said would be his final run for the French presidency. Let's listen.
Je m'adresse à vous. As I address all of you here in this room, I'm not going to speak feel-good words of unity or comfort. I'm upset by this, and I don't want to be comforted. All I know is I have one duty, and I call on you to do the same. The fight continues. The fight continues.
The fight continues. Those words from Jean-Luc Mélenchon, the far-left candidate from the Unbowed Party. France 24's Wassim Cornet is at Mélenchon's headquarters near the Bastille in Paris at a place called the Cirque d'Hiver, the Winter Circus. I imagine not of laughter there at the moment. Is there, Wassim?
Yeah, not much laughter. Before we get to that speech, I want to tell you a bit about the mood here at the Cirque d'Hiver, about the atmosphere. There is so much disappointment in the room here tonight. Also anger directed at the other left-wing candidates. Anne Hidalgo for the Socialist Party, Fabien Roussel for the Communist Party, Yannick Jadot for the Greens. They were all booed when the networks began broadcasting their speeches. And the reason is because if you look at the numbers, mathematically, if all left-wing parties had united behind Mélenchon, he would have made it to the second round. So there was a real sense of missed opportunity here tonight. Back to that speech. 5 years ago, Jean-Luc Mélenchon raised eyebrows and was even heavily criticized when he failed to uphold that Republican front, the concept where basically you tell your supporters to vote anyone but the far right. He had refused to tell supporters who to vote for. back in 2017. This time, he made it very clear. He repeated it 4 times. Not one vote should go to Marine Le Pen and her far-right national rally. He did steer clear of telling supporters to vote for Macron. And to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think that would have made quite a difference at all, because the vast majority of people really do believe that the incumbent president has really caused immeasurable damage to the country's social fabric, to its economy, and to some of its individual freedoms. One question that remained unanswered was what happens next for the party. As you mentioned earlier, Jean-Luc Mélenchon had said this would be his last presidential election, but there are all-important parliamentary elections coming up in June, so whether he'll help carry his party through that decisive ballot will be something that has to be decided in the next few weeks.
Wasim, thanks so much for that. Wasim Cornet reporting for us from Jean-Luc Mélenchon's headquarters in Paris. Angela, Jean-Luc Mélenchon on the far left now looks really set to leave the political stage. Just a word on this very colorful figure in French politics who will be missed by many.
Yeah, he's a terrific campaigner. He always runs a very, very imaginative campaign. He's a superb orator, and he's very, very strong on French history, and he really, really brings it to life, and he certainly will be missed on the stage. As for what he promises, he promised 260 billion euros worth of cash handouts here and there to his would-be voters. He also wanted to lower the retirement age from 65 to 60. So always promising a lot of goodies. And he also very much fixated on the idea that Macron was president of the rich and came up with some very, very good slogans. He was the person who really got that label going, gave it momentum early on in Macron's presidency. As far as his other policies, he's very anti-NATO. He says since the Ukraine war, where it's been a little bit less easy to be outright anti-NATO, he said France should have non-aligned status. His relationship with Vladimir Putin and his stance saying just before the Ukraine war that NATO was the aggressor could have cost him a lot more votes than it did. But I think a lot of his voters are a bit sort of anti-American, anti-imperialist. So that constituency of voters will miss him greatly. We'll see who takes his place.
So Jean-Luc Mélenchon saying his goodbye to politics. One man who looks to be just beginning, at least in his mind, is Eric Zemmour, a far-right candidate, a television pundit, with his very first run for the presidency, bringing in 7% of the vote. Let's listen.
I can't just stand here and look at all the wrongs in our country. There are points on which Marine Le Pen and I disagree on, and I've talked about them during this campaign. But facing Marine Le Pen is a man who brought in 2 million immigrants, a man who throughout his campaign hasn't said a word about identity, security or immigration, and will therefore do even worse if he's re-elected. And this is why I call on my supporters to vote for Marine Le Pen.
That was Eric Zemmour speaking just a moment ago. Alison Sargent is at his headquarters in the 5th arrondissement of Paris. Alison, what's the mood been like there now?
Well, Jeannie, things were pretty quick to clear out after Eric Zemmour's speech. There were huge groans of disappointment when the results were announced. Many of his supporters really hoping that the polls had gotten it wrong. After momentum, after he announced his candidacy back in December, well, Zemmour had dropped to around 10% in the polls. Tonight, he did even worse than that, around 7%. And he took responsibility in his speech. He said sort of a mea culpa, that it was his fault that the score was so low. But the crowd really protested. They jumped in. It's worth saying that they were very enthusiastic, showed a lot of affection for their candidate. It's a very young crowd, much like the party itself. Many of them are hoping that this is just the beginning, that Zemmour is going to become a permanent and essential fixture to French political life. He is expected to run in the legislative elections, although he didn't say more about that tonight. In the meantime, as we heard him there, he did call for his supporters to vote for Marine Le Pen against Emmanuel Macron in the second round, and everyone I spoke to here said that they will not hesitate to do so.
Alison, thank you for that. France 24's Alison Sargent. Well, that might have been the first presidential run for Eric Zemmour, but it was not the first time for many of the other 12 candidates in this first round who ran for president. Our Diptyque Laurent has been taking a look at how they all fared this time around.
Well, Jeannie, what we can say is that 3 candidates who ran in 2017 have done much better this time around. Let's start with Emmanuel Macron, the president, who's picked up 28% against 24% 5 years ago. His political rival, Marine Le Pen, picking up over 23%, well above her 2017 score. And Jean-Luc Mélenchon, the far left leader, picking up almost 22% now, also bettering his score in 2017. The first round of elections has also confirmed what many have been talking about, which is the demise of the traditional left and right parties. The Conservative Republicans Party, Valerie Pécresse, picking up less than 5% of votes, meaning that her party cannot even reimburse their electoral costs because they picked up less than 5%. And you'll see in 2017, her predecessor, François Fillon, picked up 20% of votes. This despite a fake job scandal at the time that overshadowed his electoral campaign. On the left, Anne Hidalgo, the socialist candidate, a pretty paltry score, less than 2%, far less than the 6% that her predecessor, Benoît Hamon, picked up in 2017, which at the time was considered catastrophic for the party. And for the newcomers, Yannick Jadot picking up 4.7% and Eric Zemmour about 7%. The big question now is looking forward to the second round. What role will Jean-Luc Mélenchon play? We know that he's called on voters not to vote for Le Pen, but he hasn't explicitly told them to vote for Macron. So the big question is, what role will he play, and will his supporters play in the second round in 2 weeks' time, Jeannie?
Deepti, thank you so much for that. All right, Patrick Vey, let me bring you back in here just off of what Deepti was saying. In 2017, with the arrival of Macron, we saw what seemed to be the beginning of the end of France's traditional huge parties, the socialists on the left, the conservatives on the right. Would you say now the final nail has been put in the coffin on those parties?
I think what we are seeing is the consequence of the constitutional amendment that was passed in 2000 that reduced the presidential term to 5 years, as much time as the parliament term. So, to all our viewers, they have to know that after the presidential election, in June, we'll have the election of the House. And in our system, if the president has no majority in the House, he loses almost all his powers. The powers go to the Prime Minister, who has the support of the Parliament, and he's just like the Queen of England, or just a little more. So the President needs to have a party who wins the parliamentary election. So what happened is that beforehand we had a midterm election, like the American, because the presidential term was 7 years, and you had midterm, so the President needed parties, alliances, because it was the Prime Minister who was running for the parliamentary election. Now it's the President who is running for the parliamentary election for exactly the same number of years than the... So now what we have party around leaders. We have Marine Le Pen party, Jean-Luc Mélenchon parties, and Macron parties. And the others who don't have who have no real leadership, they are only existing locally. They are very strong locally. They are the strongest for the local election. But they have no leadership that permit to gather enough people to run, to win a presidential election. So that's what we have. And it has created a lot of frustration among the voters. Because once Macron, you mentioned it, if his party wins the parliamentary election, then he takes all the power. And he has only 28%. He needs the others, other Democrats, other Republicans to win against Mrs. Le Pen. But what will happen to this party? Probably in the parliamentary election, they will not make strong showing, except Mélenchon. Mélenchon, for example, won already the majority of voters in all the majority of overseas territory. He can say, I will have already 20 more seats in the parliament. Yeah. So we have perhaps a new situation because of this very strong frustration against Macron that hopefully will lead to his re-election against Le Pen, but nobody knows, and that nobody knows what will happen in the parliamentary election.
And Mathieu Doyle, you were just telling me that Mr. Mélenchon is going up even more in the poll.
Yeah, actually, what we see is very usual in the later part of an election night. That is that we are counting the votes in Paris and the larger cities, and typically what's going on there is that Mélenchon is really considerably improving his score on 2017, and I would not be surprised if he would be basically ahead of all candidates in most large cities. By the way, Le Pen is mostly strong in smaller cities, and not particularly in the suburbs, where the immigrants are, by the way, which is funny, but not new at all. That being said, what's really changed from 2017 and will have a very strong impact on the legislative election to come, I think. I begin to feel that basically the Republicans will this time have no choice. They will clearly side with La République En Marche and Le Modem, and actually they will be absorbed by former Prime Minister Edouard Philippe, because they have no choice. This time it's crystal clear. And the Green Party and the Socialist Party, actually, if you add up their scores, they have the same score as they had with a single candidate in 2017. Absolutely. And as you said, that didn't prevent them from winning a lot of large cities at the municipal elections, but actually at the legislative election, those voters would likely support the presidential party. So what is new is that we might have a stronger leftist opposition, left-wing opposition, and I would not be surprised if another defeat by Mrs. Le Pen could have a devastating impact on his party's standing, because we have already seen a disappointed outcome for them at the last regional elections, where they polled clearly far below their previous scores, and that could repeat at the legislative election.
I think you were asking about the decline of the mainstream left, and I think that it's mirrored in very many countries around the world. To a certain extent in France, as elsewhere, they have deserted working people for identity politics. I think that's one thing. The other thing, I think they could probably take a lesson from Fabien Roussel of the Communist Party in France, who actually didn't get that great a vote in the end, but was polling very well. I think in the end people voted tactically. He was the fun one on the left. He said, being left-wing is about pleasure, and people should stop banning stuff. And he was polling very well until I think tactical voting got the better of him.
I might disagree with you. I think if Marine Le Pen did a very bad score the last second round, if she does what you polled, 45, and at the parliamentary election you don't have only the two first who can run, you can have the three first, the four first. So if she keeps the coalition of 45%, that is an incredible strength for winning a lot of constituency. Patrick. And so we are not finished with the situation we are facing today.
I'm just going to jump in now because there were a lot of other candidates who made their first run tonight in the election. One of them was the Green candidates. We haven't talked that much about the environment yet tonight. Yannick Jadot, who came in with under 5%. Let's listen.
I call on you to stand in the way of the far right and vote for Emmanuel Macron in the second round. But I want to tell the President of the Republic that our vote doesn't mean that we endorse the fracture he's caused in our country due to his lack of action towards climate change, social issues, conformity and contempt for democracy.
France 24's Valerie Pécresse, who's also our environment editor, is at Yannick Jadot's headquarters in Paris. Valerie, the Greens did well in municipal elections and European elections, but they've never quite had much success in a presidential election like we've seen in other European nations.
That's correct, Jeannie. It is a huge blow for the party, but you would expect the mood here to be sheer disappointment and disbelief given that devastating result. But we heard Yannick Jadot there giving quite a combative speech saying the environment was going to be absent from the second round of voting between Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen, but that the environment could not be absent from the political debate in the next 5 years, telling his supporters that the environment needs you tonight. He also urged people to come out and force and vote in parliamentary elections next June, as we know that they have made considerable gains in the last few years in European elections, but also more recently in regional elections. They are now in control of some of France's largest cities, including Lyon and Bordeaux, for example. He also called on his supporters to make a donation to the party, as we know that having collected just 4.3% of the vote, that puts him under the 5% threshold, allowing the party to get reimbursed by the state for its campaign costs, bearing in mind that the Greens invested more than 6 million euros in this campaign. It is unheard of. So a huge blow for the party. But again, we've been speaking to supporters here tonight, and they're also in a combative mood, saying we still believe in our cause. The environmental cause will not die. It will survive this defeat. They are concerned about what the future holds. Many of them citing a recent UN report released just this week, warning the world that we only have 3 years ahead of us to turn things around and avert the worst consequences of climate change. But they are ready to take to the streets, to march, to protest, to make sure that the environment is a central theme of for the next president and for the next government.
Valerie, thanks for that. France 24's Valerie Pécresse. Well, the environment, of course, one of many issues that voters were concerned about, but the most pressing issue for all French voters seemed to be cost of living, purchasing power. And to talk more about that, let's bring in France 24's business editor, Kate Moody. Kate, tell us more about that and what the two candidates now are proposing to do about the cost of living.
Yeah, 58% of voters today said that was their top priority as they headed to the polls. This is all about inflation, right? Inflation in France hit 5.1% on the EU's harmonized standards back in March. Energy prices soared nearly 30% in that month. You can see, and that's what's really been putting pressure on French households every time they go to the grocery store or the gas station, every time they pay their heating bills at the end of the month. Now, as president, we have seen Emmanuel Macron imposing a cap on price increases for gas and electricity bills, as well as a one-time energy check for the most vulnerable households and a rebate per liter of gasoline. His formal campaign on this issue was fairly limited. He said that he would continue trying to reduce the tax burden on households and businesses and triple the limit of a one-time tax-free bonus that employers can hand out. We heard him today indicating that this might take more of a center stage as he goes ahead in the next 2 weeks, because he understands how important this is to voters. Le Pen has been much more focused on this domestic economic crisis. She's actually referred to herself as the purchasing power candidate, and she's got very concrete proposals, including lowering the VAT tax on energy, on petrol, from 20 to 5.5%. Estimates suggest that would cost the state about 10 billion euros per year if it went through. She's also pledged to get rid of the sales tax on about 100 essential goods. We heard it again this evening. She was really saying that she understands that this is the top priority for the households that she thinks could vote for her.
And Kate, Emmanuel Macron's effort to reform the pension system has been one of the big failings of his first term so far. But one way or another, that system is running out of money. It needs to get fixed. What are he and Marine Le Pen proposing to do about that?
Yeah, it's another issue that we hear a lot about each presidential cycle. France has 42 separate pension schemes at the moment for different sectors or kinds of work. As people live longer, it's deeper and deeper in debt. It paid out about 2.5 billion euros more than it brought in last year. The retirement age is 62 in France at the moment. And as we saw from the Yellow Vest movement, from those huge public protests at the end of 2019, 2020, any effort to change the system is very complicated. Now, Macron has said that he will go back and try to push through the reforms that were stalled earlier in his first term. He's going to do that in the fall if he's reelected. He does want to progressively push the retirement age from 62 to 65. He says he wants to scrap the sector-specific programs in
favor of a universal points-based system and fix a monthly minimum of 1,100 euros per month for retired people. Le Pen, meanwhile, has said that people who enter the workforce early, before the age of 20, could retire as early as 60. It would be later for those who were older when they started working. She's suggested linking pensions to the rate of inflation. Again, staying true to that message that this cost of living crisis is her top priority.
All right, Kate, thanks so much for that. Kate Moody, our business editor. You're watching France 24. Let's just take a look at the results from voting today in the first round of the French presidential election. Those numbers are moving a bit there. You can see Emmanuel Macron, 27.6%, Marine Le Pen at 23%. But where things get really interesting is when we take a look at number 3, we were talking about earlier, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, who's now up to 22.2%. So closing in a bit there on Marine Le Pen. Eric Zemmour, 7.2%, also revised up. Valerie Pécresse revised down again a little bit. Again, that historically bad score for the Conservatives at 4.8%. Angela, we were talking with Kate a minute ago about purchasing power. We've been talking about the environment, other issues. Were there any other issues that perhaps voters were particularly interested in this time around?
Well, actually, it was a very odd campaign because although we were warned that it was going to be vicious and bitter and polarizing, in fact, the campaign became somewhat smothered by COVID, first of all, after Christmas. There was a resurgence of COVID and then, of course, the Ukraine war. And that put Emmanuel Macron in a position. He was involved in international diplomacy. He had already said he would delay his entry into the campaign because he wanted to protect the French up until the very last minute against COVID, and then he became involved in trying to prevent a war in Ukraine. That meant that he entered the campaign very late. There was no real incumbent to debate with, and it somehow flattened the whole campaign. So a lot of people felt it was very disappointing that the issues weren't really tackled. When he did finally join the campaign, his benefit that he had had his boost from the Ukraine war, the voters appeared to be tiring of it, and that's why we just saw that slightly exciting change in all the numbers this week, and it looks as though it will be exciting again in the upcoming 2 weeks.
Mathieu Douaret, can you give us a better idea of who these typical voters are? Who is the typical Mélenchon voter, the typical Macron voter?
Excellent question. So I would say the typical Macron voter is old. He is more likely to vote Macron when above 70. Which is still a significant chunk of the population, of course, and the voting population in particular. And this is not new of the right-wing candidate, moderate right-wing candidate. So he clearly absorbed a very large proportion of what used to be the conservative vote in France. Retired people and, of course, affluent, self-described affluent, and people living in the I would say the affluent suburbs and the small cities where the professions are. You know, it's very typical of the conservative electorate. Neither the small villages nor the large cities, and of course everywhere where there is, yes, to be honest, where there is low unemployment and a lot of stakes in maintaining a healthy economy, because of course we can objectively say that. On employment, taxes, purchasing power, actually, the record is not too bad, but it's very likely that people are more sensitive to this when they are already well off. And the opposite is true of both Marine Le Pen's voters and somewhat differently, Mélenchon's voters. I would say Marine Le Pen's voters are typically what we're really used to calling the peripheral France, people in the yellow vests archetype, I would say, though it's always a little bit more complex because, for example, part of the yellow vest population, archetypical, would also identify with Mélenchon, clearly, more if they are working in the public sector, typically, if they are young, and if they have a foreign background, of course. Sons of immigrants, let's say. While, of course, you are more likely to vote for Le Pen if you have no recent immigrant background, for example, even if your social condition is exactly the same. So it's subtle, but definitely the map will show that Mélenchon's strength is where the Socialist Party used to be strong. And I would say to really understand where Marine is the strongest, you have to look at where the Communist Party used to be the strongest in the past.
Matthew, thank you so much for that. As you can imagine, reaction is starting to come in, not just from inside France, but from outside France, from its allies. That's the case already in Washington, where our Ketivan Gorgistani joins me now live. Ketivan, what has the White House been saying?
Well, the official position for now from the White House is that the U.S. does not comment on foreign elections until they have the final result. But they did reiterate the fact that they saw France as really a key ally. But I did speak to a senior staff member at the Helsinki Commission. That's a commission, a bipartisan, bicameral commission in the U.S. Congress that deals with European security and cooperation. And they said that while they didn't back a single candidate or a specific party, they did hope that France would elect someone, a president, a leadership that reflected the shared values, the shared democratic values that unite France and the United States, and that they would go forward with those shared values against some of those who embrace dictators like Vladimir Putin, given the situation with Russia right now. And so there is some sense in Washington of a little bit of a worry about what that would mean if Marine Le Pen were to beat Emmanuel Macron in the second round of this French presidential election, because it could, in a way, jeopardize this alliance, this Western alliance, not only when it comes to dealing with Russia, but even more broadly when it comes to the Western alliance, to the NATO alliance, given the positions expressed by Marine Le Pen when it comes to Vladimir Putin, to NATO membership, to the Western alliance as a whole. And you have to remember that for better or worse, despite some disagreements, remember that a submarine deal that created a crisis between France and the U.S., President Biden and President Macron have been in very close contact over the past few months, of course, dealing with the crisis with Russia. They've been on the phone very often discussing how to best deal with Russia, how to best strengthen the Western alliance against Russia. But they've also been in close cooperation and aligned more broadly about the importance of this Western alliance and, of course, the importance of what Joe Biden has many times talked about, which is that battle between the democracies and the autocracies of this world.
Ketivan, thanks for that. Ketivan Gorgistani, they're reporting live from Washington. Well, let's go now live to London with France 24's Bénédicte Pavio. Bénédicte, you are at Emmanuel Macron's campaign headquarters in London. What's the feeling like there?
The feeling here in the United Kingdom is so very happy people here. I think some sense of relief, but they expected a good result. Here we are now. There are lots of people, French people across the United Kingdom, who are voting. There are more polling stations this time, 16 places to go, from Scotland to all over the United Kingdom to Wales, also in Northern Ireland. And we will have to see what the turnout is. We will have those figures overnight, and also what the result is. Interesting to note, Jeannie, that back in 2017, in that second round, of course, we had Mr. Macron and we had Marine Le Pen. Then 50% turnout, and it was 95% for Mr. Macron. Of course, he was a newcomer then, and then Marine Le Pen was under 5%. Could that figure be very similar the next time around on the 24th of April? That is a distinct possibility. But a lot of French citizens, the debate and the campaign now for the second round has already begun. And these people behind me have been working hard all day long. They're going to have lots of meetings, lots of campaigning, and we will see what the result will be and what French citizens here across the United Kingdom, over 100,000 of them, decide how they cast their votes.
Bénédicte, thank you so much for that. Bénédicte Pavio reporting from London there. You saw those French flags being waved, but also quite a few European flags. And to talk about Europe with me now, let's bring on our Europe editor, Catherine Nicholson. Kat, these are two candidates with very different visions of Europe.
They absolutely are, and you're so right to pick up on that visual point that we saw with Emmanuel Macron, that he had the French and European flags, equal status behind him, and a lot of people in his crowd as well were waving European flags. I think that some of Bénédicte Paviot's friends there in London had some as well. President Macron basically wanting to knit the European Union more tightly together, and Marine Le Pen wanting to snip away at its seams. President Macron mentioning in his speech just now, I want France to be part of a strong European Union. I do not want France to pull out of the EU and only have international xenophobes and populists as allies. Quite strong words. And he's referring there to Marine Le Pen's friendships and alliances with political parties and figures in Europe that are considered widely to be populists and on the far right extremes, such as the Brexit leader Nigel Farage, Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban, someone who is facing judicial proceedings from the European Commission, accused of degrading rule of law in his own country, degrading the rights of minorities, that sort of thing. So Macron says he has a resolutely pro-European programme. He wants more political cooperation. He wants more defence cooperation. He wants a Eurozone budget. So on every level, bringing Europe more closely together. What about Marine Le Pen? Well, a former member of the European Parliament, but she used that time to criticise various aspects of the European Union. She supported Brexit. She used to support Frexit, but has moved away from that policy. Also no longer wants to quit the euro. That doesn't mean that she's decided she loves the European Union by any means. If elected, she says that her first trip would be to Brussels, and that would be with the aim of getting fundamental EU treaties rewritten. In a nutshell, wanting national laws to be superior to EU laws, convert the EU into a space of partnership between free and independent nations, she says, essentially ending everything that makes it a union. And Le Pen has also evoked the EU when delivering her anti-immigration message. Her spokesperson talked about the EU population potentially being, quote-unquote, replaced in the next couple of decades, feeding into this theory that goes around in France about the great replacement, as they call it, which actually goes against all mathematical logic and projections of immigration, but it does play into widespread fear of foreigners and xenophobia that we do see among a lot of people here in France.
And whoever wins this election is going to have an extra big role in Europe, particularly now and until the end of June.
Yes, absolutely. France is currently holding the presidency of the Council of the EU. Each EU state takes it in turn to do this for 6 months every single year. Emmanuel Macron obviously has been holding it since January. He's made much of this platform. It doesn't actually really give him any particular power other than to show himself and his country on this bigger EU stage. He organised this grand summit at the Palais de Versailles, Château de Versailles, in March. And he gets to throw an extra spotlight onto his issues, his policy agenda. But beyond the presidency, France really is a big deal in Europe, and Europe is a big deal for France. We might be able to show on screen just a couple of bullet points. France is a founder member of the European Union. It's its second biggest EU economy. It's got a 67 million strong population. It's got the biggest military in the European Union. It's the EU's only nuclear armed power, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, and it has 79 members of the European Parliament, second only to Germany. You know, France, if France starts changing its positions on Europe, then that really does mean a big deal for the European Union.
Thank you for that, Catherine. Mathieu Douaré, in your polling, is Europe important to voters?
No, not itself, not by itself. But what is, I think, is really important for Macron is that he gave at least the impression that he was really considered by other major rulers of the world, either the American president or his colleagues of the European Union. But what is even more important, I think, and that has been overlooked, though the result actually foreshadowed what happened tonight, was the European election, which were quite successful for him, not just in France, but actually Renew Europe turned out to be stronger after the election. And now, if you look at the rulers of the Frugal Four in particular, that is the countries that tend to oppose French predilection for heavy spending and not too much strict financial orthodoxy. He's been, COVID clearly helped him win over support from people like Mark Rutte and of course Germany now, and that will count for the second potential second mandate. And I think that he might have even stronger or larger ambitions than he had when he was first elected in 2017. I think he has never been so close to achieving what he wants to achieve on the European level.
And he's been, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine as well, really putting an accent on the role of the European Union, the unity of the European states, which varies depending on exactly what you're talking about. On some sanctions, less unity. But Emmanuel Macron, he keeps bringing Europe into the picture and sort of saying to his voters, you know, if we were not in Europe, then we would be in more danger as a nation. Emmanuel Macron's position, not mine.
So Emmanuel Macron obviously very much in favor of Europe. Not the case for a lot of the other candidates. Marine Le Pen, Catherine, you were telling us earlier. Also Jean-Luc Mélenchon, and I mentioned him because we were talking about his numbers earlier going up. Let's just take a look again at the numbers as we have them at the moment. There you can see Jean-Luc Mélenchon is now at 22.2%. That estimation has gone up. It does not look like he will catch up to Marine Le Pen for that second place, but that is already an inch-by-inch move for the far-left candidate. Let's go to Wassim Cornet, who's at Jean-Luc Mélenchon's headquarters near Bastille. Wassim.
Yeah, good evening, Jeannie. We are getting a definitive, Florida 2000 vibe, or Pennsylvania, Arizona. Are we waiting for those returns? But listen, there has been, as you mentioned, some significant shifting in those numbers compared to the initial projections at 8 o'clock. At that time, Mélenchon was about 3.2% behind the National Rally's Marine Le Pen, and now he's just 0.8%. To be perfectly honest with you, we spoke to some of the supporters here. They weren't even aware that those numbers were changing. They were busy drowning their sorrows, so to speak. But again, if you were hoping for a big change, we did get that message from Ipsos, our polling partner, who says that the numbers might change, but they are confident, based on their initial projections, that Macron and Le Pen will make it to the second round, to that presidential runoff on April 24th, regardless of the direction in which those numbers will change. That very narrow margin between the second and third place, Marine Le Pen and Jean-Luc Mélenchon, explains why there's been so much anger among supporters here tonight. There was a lot of booing against the Socialist Party's Anne Hidalgo, the Communist Party's Fabien Roussel, the Greens' Yannick Jadot. A lot of booing when the network started broadcasting their speeches, because if you look at the numbers mathematically, and even more now with Mélenchon inching closer to Marine Le Pen, if any of those candidates really had put his or her weight behind Jean-Luc Mélenchon, then the France Unbowed candidate would have made it to the second round. So there is a real sense of a missed opportunity here tonight.
Thank you for that, Wassim. Wassim Cornet there reporting from Jean-Luc Mélenchon's headquarters. Patrick Vey, what future do you see for Jean-Luc Mélenchon's party, even without him?
Oh, I was just saying there are the parliamentary election in June, and already he has a majority in many constituencies where the incumbent is not from his party. So I think they will win seats in the parliament. It's unknown if Mélenchon will run himself, but I think his party will run, and is now structuring the left. And the critique against the other party is a little easy. I mean, Mrs. Le Pen had to face the concurrence of Mr. Zemmour and Mr. Dupont-Aignan. Yeah, absolutely. And so what happened in the last days of the campaign? Voters coalesced, behind Mr. Macron, who won a few points in the last days, behind Mr. Mélenchon from the left, and behind Mr. Le Pen from Zemmour. So, I mean, that's the competition. The people can run if they get 500 supporters among mayors of the country. Then they have a few weeks to show who are the best in their... in different stances, and the voters at the end run to the one they think should get a spot in the second round.
Mathieu Douai, you just have a few minutes left with us. Would you like to weigh in on what Patrick said?
I couldn't agree more. The blame game is very usual, because he played it in 2017 as well. But that being said, his resurgence in the last days of the campaign was extremely strong, because actually he basically doubled what was his average score. Basically because he really managed to rebuild what used to be the left. I would say the left, because it's difficult to call it the moderate left, because he's not a moderate himself, but actually the voters, if you look at the details, and particularly the scores is apparently making in large cities, it's the socialist voter by definition that is exactly the same as the Labour voter or the Democrat voter. It's basically the left. And Macron, of course, it's typically the conservative electorate.
Which is so interesting, because President Macron started on the left many years ago.
And was an aide and then a minister in a socialist government.
Mathieu Douai, thank you so much for being with us. I know you have to run to our French channel, so it was great having you on the set. We were just talking about the left a moment ago. The big story, though, it seems tonight, of course, is the rise of the far right. Let's take a closer look now at why that's been happening over the past years.
Under France's Fifth Republic, the far right has been dominated by one family, the Le Pens. In 1972, Jean-Marie Le Pen co-founded the far-right National Front, along with figures who had collaborated with the Nazis in the Vichy regime during World War II and who had opposed Algeria's independence from France. Le Pen made a name for himself with controversial comments, including that the Nazi gas chambers were, quote, a detail of history, just one of a series of statements that would see him convicted of hate speech. After 3 unsuccessful presidential bids, in 2002, Le Pen advanced to the second round, shaking up the French political landscape. Almost a decade later, his daughter Marine took over the party, capitalizing on economic grievances, as well as social anxieties stemming from immigration and terrorism.
Nous ne voulons pas vivre sous le joug ou la menace du fondamentalisme islamiste.
Marine ran for president in 2012 and 2017, coming in third and second, respectively, in the first round of voting. Seeking to distance herself from the allegations of racism and anti-Semitism sparked by her father's comments over the years, she ultimately expelled him from the party he founded and rebranded it in 2018, giving it a new name, the National Rally. But most of her nativist platform remained unchanged.
Moi, je pense qu'il faut d'abord s'attaquer à l'immigration massive, car en réalité, bien souvent, la radicalité est une radicalité d'importation.
A major turning point for the far right came in the 2022 presidential race, with the arrival of not one, but 2 major candidates. Eric Zemmour's bid has challenged the Le Pen family's dominance over the French far right, even luring Marine's own niece, Marion Maréchal, to his campaign. His messaging addresses a different audience than Marine, an older one, more traditional Catholic and middle to upper class, according to analysts, in contrast to his rival's support from younger and more rural blue-collar workers.
The people that Marine Le Pen speaks to are those that feel left behind by the development of France, left behind by the political and economic direction the country takes.
At the start of the campaign, Zemmour's bid helped shape the race's main issues, and he siphoned supporters from Les Républicains, the traditional right-wing party, which has struggled to rebuild since its 2017 defeat. The pundit, known for his firebrand rhetoric, has railed against Islam and centered his campaign on the so-called Great Replacement, a conspiracy theory claiming that white Christian populations in Europe are being replaced by non-white immigrants.
Dès les premières semaines de mon mandat, l'immigration zéro deviendra un objectif clair de notre politique.
Zemmour's platform has softened the image of Marine Le Pen, who has largely focused on purchasing power during her campaign, although her manifesto remains staunchly far-right.
This is our continuing coverage of the first round of France's presidential election. The final round 2 weeks from now will be a repeat of that 2017 presidential runoff with Emmanuel Macron facing far-right candidate Marine Le Pen. Let's take a look at those early results that are still coming in from the voting today. We now see Emmanuel Macron with 27.6%, Marine Le Pen with 23% of the vote, 2 points higher than her first round score from 5 years ago in 2017. Let's take a look at how the other 10 candidates who have been eliminated did tonight. Very close there. You can see Jean-Luc Mélenchon with 22.2% of the vote. A far-right candidate, Eric Zemmour, at 7.2%. Valerie Pécresse at less than 5% of the vote, a historic low for the Conservative parties. And here you can have a look at the remaining candidates from both sides of the political fence. All of them polling at under 5%, including the Green Party candidate and Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo coming in at 1.7% for the once all-powerful Socialist Party. Well, joining me on the set tonight, we have France 24's elections commentator Angela Diffley. Also with us, author and political scientist Patrick Vey. Welcome. And from France 24 as well, we have Doug Herbert, our international affairs commentator. We'll be checking back in with you, Doug, in a minute. And Kate Moody's back from the business desk. We will be talking about the economy. Very important, as purchasing power was the biggest issue for voters today. Also with us, Deeptika Laurent, have a breakdown of estimations from the first round voting in France's presidential election. Well, you saw there the person who came in first place tonight, the incumbent President Emmanuel Macron. Our Claire Paquelin is at his headquarters in the Porte de Versailles Convention Center, just a few minutes away from our studios here at France 24. Claire, what's been happening there since we found out now about 3 hours ago that President Macron did come in first place in this first round?
Well, the room is emptying out now with people heading home. A look of relief on faces. Certainly earlier on in the day, people were much more worried. I spoke to people here who were really quite nervous about that result. They feared that Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen would come out really neck and neck. But now we can see that Emmanuel Macron has more of a lead than many here expected. The people here were really rather pleased with the result. Looking ahead, though, it's going to be a busy, intense 2 weeks ahead of that second round of the vote. We know Emmanuel Macron is going to try to reach out to those left-wing voters. He's also going to try to reach out to the Greens. He's going to talk more and more about his environmental policy. I was speaking to a young first-time voter a while ago, and she said that as a young person, that's why she likes Emmanuel Macron, but she wants to see more. She wants to see more of his talk on how he's going to protect the environment and bring down the use of fossil fuels in France. And of course, something that Emmanuel Macron is going to be really preparing for is that television debate on the Wednesday ahead of the second round. That really is a key point in the election. In 2017, he was up against Marine Le Pen, and actually her performance was seen, even by her supporters, as having been really quite bad. It's still known here as the shipwreck or the train wreck, the train crash. She came off badly in that TV debate against Emmanuel Macron. Of course, she will have learned her lessons, and Emmanuel Macron and his campaign team are clearly already preparing for that debate, that TV debate, which really gets in a lot of viewers. A lot of French people will tune into that, and they will make their decision ahead of the second round about who they were going to vote for according to that TV debate.
Claire, thank you for that. France 24's Claire Paquelin there, reporting from the headquarters of French President Emmanuel Macron. Our Florence Villeminot is at Marine Le Pen's headquarters in the 12th arrondissement of Paris. She joins me now live from there. Flo, what more can you tell us?
Well, you might be able to see behind me, but there's a podium where Marine Le Pen gave her speech earlier. And right now, there are a bunch of young supporters who were up there. They were singing La Marseillaise, so the French national anthem. They were chanting Marine Présidente, on va gagner, we're going to win. It must be said that alcohol has been flowing here at Marine Le Pen's party headquarters here. There's quite a French open bar with champagne, special Marine Le Pen Présidente 2022 champagne. So a special bottle of champagne for Marine Le Pen's presidential run, as well as cheese and pâté, very French affair. And people often breaking into chants of Marine Présidente, on va gagner. And earlier, Marine Le Pen herself gave quite a jubilant victory speech right behind me. She said that she was thrilled to be in the second round, this rematch of the 2017 presidential election. She said that what was at stake here are two opposing views of the future. Nothing less than the next 50 years of France are at stake here. It's a choice of civilization. And in that speech, she really stuck to her program and came across as quite presidential. And this is something that a lot of commentators have been saying is that she's done quite a good, successful presidential campaign, sticking to her message, not getting into mudslinging fights with her rivals, sticking to her message, especially her message about purchasing power, which has drawn so many people to her. And in fact, that is indeed what a lot of the supporters here have been telling us this evening, is that it's really her message on the economy, on purchasing power. That's what's really drawn them to Marine Le Pen. And they say that what's interesting is that she's really learned her lessons from 2017. She's calmer. She's more serene. So they were thrilled with her result in this first round, 23.4%. So a 2-point increase compared to what her result in the first round 5 years ago. And what's interesting is that they say that she really has this maturity, and they're looking forward to seeing what that debate is going to be like. Claire was just telling us about how important that debate is, that debate before the second round. Marine Le Pen herself said that she'd bombed last time. She said that she totally failed that debate. So she certainly is getting ready for that. She probably has been preparing for it for weeks, if not months, getting ready for that rematch against Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron is going to have to be defending his track record. Meanwhile, she's going to be defending her program. So there'll be a different idea there going into that debate. And what's interesting is that a lot of people are very confident about what's going to happen in round two. They're hoping that voters who voted, for instance, for Eric Zemmour or Valerie Pécresse will come over to Marine Le Pen's camp. And indeed, that's what she said in her victory speech. She called on all voters of all horizons to join her rally. So that was really her message in that speech. So a lot of people are looking forward to the second round, but tonight it's all about celebrating her result in the first round.
Florence, thanks for that. Florence Villeneuve, they're reporting from Marine Le Pen's headquarters. Well, we've been talking a lot about all of the votes for the different candidates, but let's take a look now at the abstention rate, which at this point is projected to be at 26%. That's from our polling partner Ipsos. That means more than 1 in 4 French voters stayed away from the polls. Well, Diptyque Laurent has been crunching those numbers, and Diptyque, you have been taking a closer look to see how abstention rates have evolved over the years.
Well, that's right, Jeannie. In fact, abstention rates have been steadily on the rise in the past 20 years. Let's take a look at some of those figures there. In 2002, the abstention rate in the first round of voting was at 28%, almost 12 million French voters who chose not to cast their vote in that first round. And you remember it's a year in which Jean-Marie Le Pen, the French far-right leader, made it into the second round against Jacques Chirac. Perhaps because of that, in 2007, abstention rates dipped slightly to 16%, or about 7.2 million. But since then, it's been steadily on the rise. In 2012, the year that François Hollande became president, abstention rates in the first round were at 20%, about 9.5 million French voters who abstained from voting. And in the last elections in 2017, when Emmanuel Macron became president, that figure was at 22%, 10.5 million. And as we're seeing today in 2022, in the first round, it's gone up yet again to 26%. Just to give you an idea of how those rates are rising, look at this. This is still 28% in 2002, is still a record for modern French politics. But since 2017, it's been on the rise, and today, 26%, not quite as much as in 2002, but certainly up there near those same figures. Jeannie, now just to give you an idea, polling partners at Ipsos actually did do a survey on those people who abstained, why they chose to abstain. Among the 4,000 people who were interviewed by Ipsos, the majority of them here, as you see, give the reasons for abstaining as saying that candidates pretty much say the same thing, that the election is a foregone conclusion, so their vote wouldn't really matter, or that no candidate did actually match their political ideas. Just behind that, 16% said they're just not interested in politics, and 12% said they were abstaining simply for logistics, that they were not available on voting day. Jeannie.
Diptyque, thanks so much for that look at abstention. Patrick Vey, let me bring you back in here. Why else do you think French voters are so disenchanted?
Because I think there is a crisis of the system of representation of the voters. We choose a person, and then this person gets all powers, much more than the American president, because there is no Congress that checked and balanced the power of the president. And so in addition to the abstention, in the second round, you'll find a lot of people who go to the poll and put a null
a blank
vote or null vote. And let's remember that 5 years ago, Macron says one of my missions is to reduce the extreme right. And look at the result. Now we are threatened by a poll that says that the extreme right is at 46. So we wait for the debate, what will happen. Everybody hopes that Macron will be good. So that's a big failure of President Macron. Not only he didn't reduce the extreme right, but he made him rise to the point that they might win. Something we never thought he could celebrate 5 years ago after the first round, because there was no chance at all for Marine Le Pen to win. This time, there is nothing to celebrate. There is a big angst still, and it is the presidential system that has been reset in 2000 with a term for the president. It's the same time for the National Assembly. They give all powers to one person that is at big crisis.
Thank you for that, Patrick Vey. Emmanuel Macron is now ready to face off Marine Le Pen in that second round, which is coming up April 24th. The president spoke earlier after coming in first place in this first round. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I wish to extend my hand to all those who want to work for France. I am ready to invent something new. Because let's make no mistake, nothing is decided, and the debate we will have in the next 15 days is decisive for our country and for Europe. On the 24th of April, we can make the choice for France and Europe together.
Emmanuel Macron there speaking earlier tonight. Angela Diffley, I guess the big question here now is, as Macron is heading into this face-off with Marine Le Pen for the second time, we are seeing this rise in the far right, as we were talking about earlier. Is the president in trouble?
If you look at the arithmetic, probably not, but anything can happen. And I think in the next 2 weeks, he will concentrate on trying to re-toxify Marine Le Pen, who everyone has agreed has had a very successful campaign. She's projected a personal story. She's talked much more about cost of living issues than immigration issues, which he will now pick up. And so his job will be to re-toxify her. He will also, I think, say that being president is about a person more than a program, because he, more than anybody, knows that a program can be so easily derailed. He's had plague, war. His program has been completely dominated by COVID, by Ukraine, and by one issue of his own making, perhaps the Gilets jaunes, but otherwise external things. So he will say this is about choosing someone who you can trust to make decisions which chime with your values. And I think that will be his line of attack. He will try to re-toxify her. His problems are his plan to raise the retirement age to 65, where I think he will have problems, and she will push that a lot. He also has a bad record on lawlessness in France, crime. 68% of people say he's done a bad job on crime, so he will try to deflect attention from that. But it's going to be an interesting 2 weeks, the same two as we saw 5 years ago, but the debate will be different. France has moved on, and Marine Le Pen will be a much tougher opponent this time.
Angela, thank you especially for that. This campaign, of course, has been overshadowed by the war in Ukraine. And while that may have dominated the campaign, the number one issue for voters, we've been saying it again and again, was the skyrocketing cost of living. Inflation in France, as in much of the world, is soaring, and more French people are having trouble making ends meet. Well, business editor Kate Moody's with me on the set to talk a bit more about all of that. Kate, first set the stage for us, if you will. What's the state of the French economy at the moment, really?
Well, given that we're just coming out of 2 years of pandemic that saw France's economy plunging into recession, the French economy is actually in relatively good shape. We saw GDP expanding 7% last year, again, comparing that to an 8% contraction in 2020. Inflation is the big problem, because that's what the cost of living crisis is all about. That 5.1% in March is the highest level that France has seen since 1997. Within that, we know that energy costs have skyrocketed 30% just in 1 month alone. So that's the real weak area. And as we heard, the thing that French voters care the most about, or the most worried about. Unemployment is relatively low. It's 7.4% at the end of last year. That's the lowest since 2008. Just 5 years ago, unemployment was over 9%. Usually job creation is a big topic on the campaign trail, much less so this year. The focus is much more on raising salaries, raising wages, making sure that people who have jobs are able to really earn their living. We haven't heard much about government debt, about government finances, even though that has also soared during the pandemic, nearly 113% of GDP last year. That was because of all the extra government spending that was done during the pandemic. If you look at those numbers, it's overall a fairly good picture, but we saw that real weak spot, and the area where Marine Le Pen seems to have the strongest, the most momentum, is really going to be that cost of living crisis, and I think Macron's going to have to really focus his attention on that in the weeks to come.
Well, right. I mean, I was going to say, how has the economy been playing out in Macron's campaign this time around?
Well, we'll be hearing a lot more about it. His record, if you will, is really inextricably going to be linked to the pandemic. As I said, we saw the French economy plunging into recession. Macron did have what his government referred to as the whatever it costs strategy. It saw them turn out some 240 billion euros in emergency spending on its furlough program, state-backed loans, grants for companies that were in trouble. Before that, though, we know that one of his major goals was trying to reform the pension system. That was stalled in the wake of those massive protests. His government has already said that will come back on the table if he's reelected in the months to come. He's enacted some reforms aimed at making it easier to do business, both for French companies but also for international investors. We did see France becoming a much more attractive place for foreign businesses to put down roots in the last few years. We know that Macron did get rid of that wealth tax, or reduced its scope anyway over the last few years. Marine Le Pen has also incidentally said that she would go further in reducing that wealth tax as well. So not much difference there. That's the record that he's got going into these next few weeks. Where we're going to have to wait and see is if he has any new ideas, or if he says this is the bulk of what he's got. Just a couple things to point out about Marine Le Pen's program. In addition to trying to reduce the tax rate on petrol, again, addressing that cost of living crisis, she has said that she would prioritize employment for French citizens. She would require companies that get any state aid to guarantee a certain level of job creation. And one of the more interesting proposals is an idea of exempting people under 30 from income tax. She says that would encourage them to stay and work in the country, and also, again, raise their purchasing power.
Kate, thanks for that. Kate Moody, our business editor. All right, we are now heading into 2 weeks of campaigning until the second round of the French presidential election, the second and final round. Let's take a look at what our polling partner Ipsos is saying in that projection. At this point, it says that in that second round, April 24th, Emmanuel Macron would win 54% to Marine Le Pen 46%. Now, if that does indeed come to fruition, that is a tighter score than it was last time around when Emmanuel Macron beat Le Pen, something like 66% for the president, Emmanuel Macron. Patrick Vey, let me bring you back in. What do you think? Is there any way Marine Le Pen could win in the second round this year?
Yes, I mean, I hope not, but Macron needs to rally the voters of Jean-Luc Mélenchon. So he needs to speak to the left. He already said something like he wants to unify and to do something new. It was very vague. Probably he has something in mind, or something in mind to do. And I think he has understood that he cannot keep his program as it was if he wants, as you mentioned, the 65 years your retirement. He needs to move towards to attract the left-wing voters. He also projects a personality which is not always human and very warm, and the debate would be very important. As you mentioned, the debate, it's a 2 hours debate. That was Marine Le Pen failed it totally, so people have not much expectation on her winning the debate. So if she does better than last time, that can also change the stance of the vote. So I would say that it is Emmanuel Macron who has in hands with proposal he would make to the left-wing voters. I think his success, which I think he is a favorite, but nothing is totally secure in this margin of vote, which is for only 46.
Well, many of the candidates who were eliminated in the first round today have already asked their backers to vote against the far right and against Marine Le Pen. That is the case of far left candidate Jean-Luc Mélenchon with his 21% of the vote, a little more in the first round. Also the case of the conservative Valerie Pécresse, socialist Anne Hidalgo, and the Green candidate Yannick Jadot, who asked all of their backers to vote for Emmanuel Macron. Dipti Laurent has more now on this so-called Republican bloc vote. Dipti.
Well, Jeannie, the Republican bloc vote is a buffer vote. It's a strategic vote to ensure that one party, namely the far-right party, doesn't win in the second round. Now, it dates back to about 1956. Back then, the radical left, the Workers' Party, and the right-wing Gaullist Party combined their votes in the second round to block the anti-tax, populist, xenophobic party of Pierre Poujade, who's often seen as the predecessor to the founder of the French far-right, Jean-Marie Le Pen. So the Republican bloc vote is, as I said, a bloc vote. It's a strategic vote. It's an alliance of circumstances. What happens is the traditional left and right parties agree to back a united candidate against the far-right candidate in the second round of voting, thus essentially preventing the far-right candidate from winning the second round of elections. And it's worked to various degrees of success in the past. In 2002, that's possibly the most modern example of this type of vote. Back then, Jacques Chirac found himself face-to-face with Jean-Marie Le Pen, and thanks to the Republican bloc vote, he picked up over 80% of votes, a resounding victory that saw him re-elected president in 2002. It happened again in 2017 when Emmanuel Macron was facing off with Marine Le Pen in the second round, and thanks to the Republican bloc vote then, he picked up over 66% of votes to Marine Le Pen's 34%. There is some sort of criticism against this kind of vote, though. Critics say that it's a negative vote. You're not voting for a candidate or their electoral campaign. You're voting essentially so their adversary doesn't win. In any case, as we've seen today, the Republican bloc vote has sort of lost fervor, mainly because the left and right-wing parties are polling so lowly now that it's practically impossible for a Republican bloc vote to have any effect. Now, our polling partners at Ipsos have been talking to voters ahead of this election and indeed comparing the characteristics of the two finalists, and some interesting things came out of this poll of 4,000 people. You see, when it came to things like presidential stature and his ability to manage a major crisis, Emmanuel Macron certainly came out on top. But when it came to things like really wanting to enact change or actually empathizing with voters, you see he polled 3% to Marine Le Pen's 42%. And these statistics certainly reflect why that second round in 2 weeks is looking or is shaping to be a very tight contest. Jeannie.
Dipti, thanks so much for that look. Well, foreign policy doesn't always get high billing in French presidential elections, but things were very different this time around. The war in Ukraine has dominated world headlines and the French campaign, and the next French president will be faced with some of the country's biggest foreign policy decisions in a generation. To talk more about that with me now, let's bring in our international affairs commentator, Doug Herbert. Doug, I want to ask you about Marine Le Pen's relationship with the Russian president, Vladimir Putin. Tell us about that and how big an issue that could be in the light of recent events.
It would be a giant issue. If you're watching this from the perspective of Washington, it's a potentially cataclysmic issue. Look, her recent campaign leaflets, her own literature, which yes, was printed before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, showed a smiling Marine Le Pen shaking Vladimir Putin's hand. She last visited him in Moscow in 2017, and she in the past has professed admiration and sympathy for Vladimir Putin openly. Now, of course, naturally, like a lot of leaders who were caught on the back foot by this invasion and had a tricky, I guess to put it mildly, relationship with Putin over the years, have backpedaled on their feelings about Putin in recent days and weeks. And Marine Le Pen is among them, you know, saying, no, I do not profess my admiration anymore. She has been supportive of the efforts to push back the Russian forces in Ukraine, although not on board really with all the measures of the rest of the alliance. But look, Marine Le Pen is what you would call a Russia apologist. She is in the camp with a lot of the other extreme or fringe candidates in this election. She is someone who has unabashedly basically said, look, Russia's a big power. And maybe when this war is over, we will have Putin again as an ally. You know, a lot of people have already ruled Putin out watching this war, saying that he is, at worst, a war criminal who needs to be brought before justice, and at best, someone you just can't trust and do business with anymore. But she is holding out the possibility you can't write off Russia. You need to do business with Russia, even if she isn't professing the same embrace of him, the admiration that she once did. But look, her campaign, her party has financed itself with loans from Russian banks. Like I said, she's been seen physically in Moscow. She has that sort of Trump-like admiration of perhaps his authoritarian, his ability to to embrace a big part of his electorate. I'll do it. He does it because he's in an authoritarian state where there isn't a multi-party system. And I think she admires that. She sees him as a strong leader. She sees him as a populist leader. She sees him as a leader that has the backing of his people. And she's right, but perhaps for the wrong reasons there as to why. But perhaps the biggest issue here is that democracy, there was a sense with the war in Ukraine, maybe democracy was safe again. Maybe this notion that liberal democracy, illiberal populism was over with. But she now is going to put a lot of that, raise question marks over that, and perhaps bring back the notion that no, democracy is not too safe again, and you could see alliances quickly shift.
Doug, thanks for that. France 24's Doug Herbert. Well, Marine Le Pen did come in second place today in that race to the Élysée presidential palace. Marine Le Pen with 23%, the French president Emmanuel Macron with 27.6%. But I just want to take a moment to focus on this man, the far left politician Jean-Luc Mélenchon. This was his third race for the Élysée. He came in third place at just 0.8% behind Marine Le Pen. Not enough, though, for him to get into the final round. I want to bring in our Wassim Cornet, who is at Mélenchon's headquarters now in Paris. Wassim, what's the feeling there now as these numbers keep kind of inching up little by little? There's still no way, it looks at this point, that Mélenchon will catch up to Marine Le Pen.
Yeah, listen, that's what we're hearing as well, Jeannie. We are getting that word from our polling partner, Ipsos, saying that despite that significant change in favor of Mélenchon compared to those initial 8 o'clock projections, that they are confident Macron and Le Pen heading off to that second round runoff on April 24th. But again, I want to piggyback off of what our guest Patrick Weil said just a few minutes ago, saying that is there a chance that Le Pen might win? Yes, maybe, but in order for Macron to prevail, he needs to speak to Jean-Luc Mélenchon's electorate, because that's a message that we did hear quite often tonight, that they didn't want to feel like their votes could be taken for granted. They said that a lot of them 5 years ago had voted for Emmanuel Macron because he was a newcomer, because they said that they couldn't stand, not act in the face of the potential far-right presidency, but that this time that he would really have to really speak to them, maybe, reach out, tell them that he can also issue some kind of, left-wing policies, as our guest mentioned also, that he might have to, renege his plans to raise that retirement age to the age of 65, because that would really upset a lot of Mélenchon voters who were here tonight.
All right, Wassim, thanks for that. Wassim Cornet there reporting from Jean-Luc Mélenchon's headquarters. Angela, there was another newbie this time around. Not that Mélenchon was a newbie, he was an oldie. Zemmour, Eric Zemmour. Why would you say his bid perhaps failed where Marine Le Pen, the other far-right candidate, there were two, of course, in the runoff today. Why would Zemmour's bid fail and not Marine Le Pen's?
I think basically he was a one-issue candidate. Marine Le Pen also talked an awful lot about the cost of living. Zemmour is actually very solid on economic issues. Whether you agree with his viewpoint or not, he's solid, he knows his stuff, and he is a more liberal economist than she is. But he actually gave the impression of being rather bored by it, and really the only thing he appeared to be interested in was whether political Islam is a problem in France, and are there problems surrounding the assimilation of immigrants and their descendants. And I think he actually misjudged the mood. I think he was perhaps too hardline. I think there are two examples which really stick out. One of them was one he said that were he to be elected, he would have a referendum. I think it's likely that the referendum would not go in his direction on whether foreign names should be allowed for babies. I think an awful lot of women thought women give birth, let women choose their baby names, and why is the state intruding on this? I think that was a very odd and unpopular policy. Another one which really struck me was, I don't know if viewers remember in 2018, Mamadou Gassani, this Malian illegal immigrant who the video went viral, who was seen scaling the wall of an apartment block to rescue a child who was dangling over a balcony. He was then, because of popular demand, given French citizenship. Everyone was stunned. It was a terrific, happy story. When he was interviewed, Eric Zemmour said if he had been president, he would not have given nationality to Mamadou Gassana. And I think that he has misjudged the mood somewhat. I think for very many French people, including those who have reservations about some of the issues surrounding immigration, I think they think that that is not the generous France which has welcomed wave after wave of incomers over the century. So I think one issue candidate, and I think he probably misgauged it.
Wait, Patrick Vey, do you think that Zemmour was bargaining too much on immigration as the main issue?
I think he made there was a big moment of difference with Marine Le Pen. It's about Ukrainian refugees. Zemmour said he didn't want any of them. And Marine Le Pen said she would welcome some of them. And the public opinion is in favor of welcoming, including extreme right voters. And he lost a lot of voters at that moment.
Thank you for that, Patrick Vey. Well, we were talking earlier about the decline of many of the more traditional parties, particularly the Socialist Party on the left, the Conservatives on the right. This was a historically bad score for the Conservatives, the Republicans, with their candidate Valerie Pécresse. So let's listen to what she had to say earlier.
J'ai dû batailler sur deux fronts, contre le camp du président sortant et contre celui des extrêmes, alliés en la circonstance pour diviser et battre la droite républicaine. Ce résultat est évidemment une déception personnelle et collective. J'assume en responsabilité toute ma part dans cette défaite.
Valerie Pécresse calling on her backers to vote against Marine Le Pen for Emmanuel Macron. What are your thoughts on Valerie Pécresse's campaign, Angela?
I think she had a very unlucky campaign. She had problem after problem, disaster after disaster. It's very interesting. She said initially that she saw herself as two-thirds Angela Merkel and one-third Margaret Thatcher. And I think for most of us, it looks much more like Hillary Clinton now. She had everything right on paper. She's a bright... she went to one of the best schools in France, one of the best. She went to ENA, the civil servant training college, which is highly selective. She did everything right along the way. She should have had a good campaign, but she did a disastrous speech very early on. She never quite recovered from that. And in the beginning, a lot of people said, look, she's Macron in a skirt, her rival said rather uncharitably. And she said, no, I'm not, I'm completely different. Then, when Macron formally entered the race, she said, Macron has stolen my programme. It's exactly the same. It's been copied. So she undermined her own arguments. And I think it's succession after, one problem after another. She never recovered. And she also had a very small operating space between Macron, who has tacked to the right already, and the two far-right candidates. It left her with a very narrow space in which to operate. Had she been able to supplant Macron and say, I'm the same as him, but I'm a woman, why don't you try a woman? And I'm not the candidate of the rich, it might have worked, but it didn't.
Yes, Patrick.
But for Macron, it's a problem that she did only 4.8%. Because last time, François Fillon...
20%.
Did 20%, and he clearly called for his voters to vote for Macron. She called her voters, but she's doing only 4%. So what is Macron needs? The only big candidate with a lot of votes is not on the right, it's on the left, is Mélenchon. Last time, he had a lot of voters from Fillon on the right, so he could call on the right-wing voters to support him. Now he has to get the voters he needs to win. He needs to on the left. He cannot. Pécresse doesn't bring him a lot.
And how much of a misstep was it when Valerie Pécresse took that statement of the great replacement, again, getting back to this notion of immigration with Eric Zemmour and putting it in a speech? Was that a misstep?
I think it was a misstep because the great replacement is really the vocabulary and the theme of the extreme right. And Valerie Pécresse was perceived as an alternative to Macron from the center-right. And even you could see voters from the center-left ready to vote for her, to have a first woman president, etc. When she spoke about great replacement, she lost a lot of center-left and center-right people who has been attracted by her win in the primary of the right-wing party.
And also, there's another candidate that we haven't mentioned that much at all. That's the Paris mayor, Anne Hidalgo, who was the socialist candidate, another historically bad score. Do you think the socialists would have done better with a different candidate?
Yes. Yes, she's very Parisian. She's mayor of Paris. I think important for the viewers to know that's not a directly elected post. She has made a big impact in Paris in that she has virtually waged a war on cars. That's been very popular with lots of Gen Zers, millennials, young, fit people. There are lots of scooters in Paris. It's been very unpopular with people coming in from the suburbs who need to work in Paris, elderly people. And she's also had trouble managing the finances of this great capital city, and she doesn't have much outreach outside the city, and I think that all of that harmed her. Also, she did a lot to make Paris a greener city, but there was a Green candidate in this election, so that didn't really help her that much.
Patrick?
I agree. I think she's a very Parisian mayor, supporting the Parisian, but already all the people in the suburb don't like her because they cannot anymore travel easily to the city, and the people of outside the region of Paris, they have the same feelings. So I don't think it was a good idea to have her run for the Socialist Party. In fact, when Jacques Chirac, who was also mayor of Paris, before being mayor of Paris, he was elected in Corrèze, and he never left Corrèze. He was mayor of Paris and member of the House from Corrèze. And that was how this mixture made him popular, because he was from Corrèze and not only from Paris.
Corrèze, of course, that region in central France.
Yes, exactly.
If you're just joining us on France 24, this is our continuing coverage of this first round today of France's presidential election. Let's take a quick look at the scores coming out of the voting that wrapped up at 8 p.m. tonight. There you can see the two front runners, Emmanuel Macron with 27.6% of the vote and Marine Le Pen with 23% of the vote. Together, they will be repeating their face-off from 5 years ago in 2017. Marine Le Pen, though, this time around in the first round, bringing in 2 points more than her first round score in 2017. There were other candidates, though, who were eliminated, 10 others. Here you can see some of their results. Jean-Luc Mélenchon, that far-left candidate, just a bit behind Marine Le Pen, but not enough to get into the final round with 22.2%. The other far-right candidate, Eric Zemmour, at 7.2%. And Valerie Pécresse, 4.8% under that 5% bar that would let the state pay back all of her campaign finances. Well, we're now going to hear from the two front runners, the French President Emmanuel Macron, followed by Marine Le Pen. Let's listen.
Je souhaite tendre la main.
I wish to extend my hand to all those who want to work for France. I am ready to invent something new. Because let's make no mistake, nothing is decided, and the debate we will have in the next 15 days is decisive for our country and for Europe. On the 24th of April, we can make the choice for France and Europe together.
Yes, like an Olympian, sort of.
All right, before we go to Marine Le Pen, let's take a look at some other reactions from outside of France with France 24's Nick Spicer, who joins us from Berlin. Nick, the Franco-German couple is known as the motor of Europe. Traditionally, Berlin is the first stop for the newly elected French president. Tell us a bit more about what kind of reaction there's been from Germany so far, from leaders and politicians there.
Well, there won't be much reaction until the second round, of course, but I think it's safe to say that there's a sigh of relief that Emmanuel Macron is in the second round and will be competing against Marine Le Pen. He's really been a leader who didn't really get a lot of answer out of Berlin for the first part of his 5 years in office. And then the coronavirus struck, and there was a moment when Germany and France agreed to come together and create, you'll remember, Jeannie, that 700 billion euro fund to restart the European economy. So there was convergence there all of a sudden. Olaf Scholz was the finance minister at the time. And the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has really changed things, because France has been pleading for strategic autonomy, as it's called, then later strategic sovereignty, massaging the words a bit to not ruffle the feathers of the more Atlanticist German policy establishment. And then Olaf Scholz, the chancellor, decided to completely do away with basically 70 years of German foreign policy and to remilitarize, to spend 100 billion euros to reach that 2% spending target for NATO, basically saying that Germany needed to become a military player once again, which is what France had been calling for. So a project for France and Germany to work on, even though there are divergences on energy policy, nuclear, and so on. I think that, Emmanuel Macron should be reelected in 2 weeks' time, there will be, a sigh of relief at the chancellery here.
Nick, tonight more than 1 in 3 French voters went with the far right. How is the rise of the far right here in France being seen in Germany?
Look, Germans don't like seeing the far right rise anywhere in the world because of their past. I think, however, there's a lot of understanding that French, almost a bit of an eye roll. The electorate there is prone to having sort of protest vote to, basically elect a king to better behead him. This is just sort of the French revolutionary heritage. And let's keep in mind that there's a far-right party represented in the German Bundestag, so nobody wants to be given lessons here, a far-left party as well. Obviously, I think most Germans would rather see somebody who is not from the far right running against the current French president, but that isn't the case. I think many people will be heartened by the slight lead, 5 points or so, that Emmanuel Macron has over Marine Le Pen. But I think that most Germans would be probably rooting for Emmanuel Macron were you to ask them who they would vote for in the French presidential election if they could.
All right, Nick, thanks for that. Nick Spicer reporting live for us from Berlin. Well, now let's bring in our international affairs commentator again, Doug Herbert. Doug, obviously NATO has been a talking point in this presidential campaign. France has had a tricky history with NATO over the years. How might France's relationship with NATO change under each of these two candidates now that there's a war in Europe? It's a reality.
Let's start with the Le Pen, okay, that prospect, which, it's highly plausible. You can't rule it out despite the numbers that we saw earlier. Look, what this war has done for NATO is it's given it essentially a second lease of life. You remember Macron famously or notoriously calling it brain dead a couple of years back. Macron actually supports NATO. He called it brain dead because he wanted and he see an urgent need for NATO to revive itself. The fear right now among NATO members is that after all of the efforts and after all of the energies have been put into trying to bring it together, a show of unity, a Western alliance standing tall against Moscow. It's taken a lot of huffing and puffing to get to that point, that a Le Pen victory in this election could put all of that, basically, it could all go pear-shaped, as they say. All bets could be off. The fear is that she would weaken the Western alliance, and down the road, eventually, even though she's not threatening that immediately, she's never had any love for the NATO alliance, to pull France out of the integrated command of NATO and perhaps eventually NATO itself. She hasn't said she's going to do that explicitly, but the fear is that she has no love of NATO and that she thinks that France could do better perhaps on its own away from a Western alliance that she sees, like a lot of other populists, anti-NATO populists. She wasn't the only one in this campaign who saw it this way, sees NATO more as a puppet of the United States, sort of as at the beck and call of Washington to do Washington's bidding, which is why there's no love lost between her and NATO. But yes, the big fear here with NATO is at the moment where it is right now at, if not an epiphany, but a moment where it's reached sort of a summit again and found a newfound sense of purpose. She could come along and she could basically blow the foundation away and everything could come crumbling down. NATO, other members of Europe who already are having a few second thoughts about how much solidarity they want to show with this NATO standing tall against Moscow. A Le Pen president of France could give them a little extra ammunition in order to perhaps show a little more, to back away, to put a little more distance between themselves and NATO.
Right. Thanks, Doug. Talking there about those two very different visions of NATO. Catherine Nicholson, our Europe editor, is with us on the set. There's also just two different visions of Europe in general from these two candidates, about as far apart as you can get.
That's absolutely right. And last time we spoke about this, I talked about Emmanuel Macron first. So this time for equality, I'll talk about Marine Le Pen first. She's a former member of the European Parliament. She was MEP for 15 years, in fact. And while she was in the EU, she was extremely Euro-critical. She used to want a Frexit. She was calling for France to leave the European Union. She wanted to quit the euro currency as well. And she supported the UK in Brexit. Now, she has given up on the Frexit policy and the leaving the euro policy, but that doesn't mean that she has found some new love for the European Union. When I've spoken to Marine Le Pen's party members, they've said, no, this is because we've changed our policy because we've listened to the French people. The French people don't want that anymore. And so, we want to offer them what they want. Marine Le Pen, though, has some policies in her platform that would essentially spell the end of the European Union as we know it. For example, she wants national laws in member states to be superior to EU laws. Now, that's such a fundamental part of how the EU works that it would really take that union apart and leave it with little of its current sense and meaning. She has publicly stated that her goal is to convert the EU into a space of partnership between free and independent nations. And she's also really talked a lot about the EU and delivering her anti-immigration messages, which haven't been at the top of her campaign, but are still very much in her manifesto when you look through it. She's talking about the EU population being, quote, replaced in the next couple of decades, playing into that great replacement theory that Patrick was talking about earlier, which defies mathematical logic, but is a very popular theory here in France among people who are anti-immigration. Did you want to come in on that briefly?
No, finish.
Sure. It's a huge contrast to Emmanuel Macron, who is so pro-European. He had the EU flag on stage with him, as we saw, his supporters waving EU flags. He's saying that, he wants France to be part of a strong European Union. He wants to strengthen political cooperation, defence cooperation, even financial and economic cooperation with a new Eurozone budget. He says that if Marine Le Pen gets in, he alluded to this idea in his speech, saying that he doesn't want France to pull out of the EU and only have international xenophobes and populists as allies. He's referring there to the fact that Marine Le Pen has made alliances over the years with the likes of Brexit leader Nigel Farage, the current Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, someone who's in a direct head-on clash with the European Commission over degradations of rule of law in his own country. And so Emmanuel Macron, he said earlier, this is not just about the future of France, but about the future of Europe as well.
Patrick, just before I bring you in, Kat, has there been any interesting reactions so far from Europe to all of this?
Well, the European national leaders and institutional leaders, the likes of Ursula von der Leyen, they're not going to be speaking at this point. They don't want to interfere in domestic politics. However, we have, for example, Guy Verhofstadt, who's a very outspoken member of the European Parliament, a former Belgian Prime Minister, a major figure in Macron's own political party. He's said Macron has won the first round, but the real battle has only just begun. We can see his
tweet there. He says, 2 weeks to keep Putin's allies away from the Élysée, 2 weeks to strengthen liberté, égalité, fraternité against authoritarianism and hatred. So that reference to Putin's allies, Marine Le Pen has really quietened down on the subject of her admiration for Vladimir Putin during this campaign. But up until pretty recently, she was pretty outspoken about it, wasn't she? Doug's nodding next to me. There were hundreds of thousands of Marine Le Pen leaflets that had to be pulped just a couple of weeks ago because they featured a picture of her shaking hands with Vladimir Putin, big smile on her face. She's taken loans from Russian banks to finance her party and her campaigns. Guy Verhofstadt obviously wanting to remind that. Just for a bit of balance, there are those supporting Marine Le Pen. Nigel Farage tweeting this evening, something big is stirring in France. Happy to see his Euro-critical former ally in the second round of the French presidential election.
Catherine Nicholson, our Europe editor. Thank you. Patrick, what did you want to say on Europe?
Yes, I would say that the best argument in favor of NATO, it is that French don't know that it is France who originally had the idea of NATO. And that is what the story I tell in this book you mentioned, my most recent book, Has the President Become Mad? Because after the First World War, the classical French-Russian alliance could not be pursued because Russia has been taken by the Bolshevik, and Clemenceau was absolutely in opposition to making any alliance with the Bolsheviks. He thought that the security of France could be only guaranteed by an Anglo-American-French alliance. And he had Wilson sign a treaty of defense that was attached to the Treaty of Versailles, and that would provide France a military support from the US in case of a new German aggression. Unfortunately, President Wilson, the one whom I think has become mad, ordered the Democrats to vote against the ratification of the Treaty of Versailles and make the whole first NATO system collapse until NATO was reset after the Second World War. But the origin of this Anglo-American transatlantic alliance was in the mind of Clemenceau, who is one of the most respected and revered French politicians in especially the French Republican tradition.
Thank you for that, Patrick. All right, we're going to check back in now with Diptyque Laurent, who has been looking at reaction from French papers to this new Macron-Le Pen runoff. Diptyque.
The French papers, Jeannie, and also some of the European papers, which I'll get to in a minute. Let's look at Libération. They're often very early to release their front page. So this is their front page for Monday's paper. Obviously, Emmanuel Macron, Marine Le Pen on the front there. And their headline reads, "This time it really sucks." Pretty much. I'm sort of start giving you a bit of subtext there. L'Opinion, this is the right-wing French paper, also focusing on Emmanuel Macron winning that first round, heading into what they call a second round that will be very, very tight. You also have Le Parisien, Macron, Le Pen, the return match in a sort of sports influence headline from Le Parisien. We can also show you some of the European papers. This is from the Belgian paper Le Soir. They were running this on the front page of their website earlier. Emmanuel Macron will confront Marine Le Pen in the second round. And in their editorial today, they do talk about how France has never been so to the far right as in this election right now. Le Soir, that's from the Belgian paper. You also have some of the other European papers too. Let's see if we can show you The Guardian. They were running this on their front page. They were calling it a bruising runoff in prospect after Emmanuel Macron and Le Pen top the first round vote. While this is from the Swiss paper, Le Temps, which says France that's angry, but a France that's still on the move, in reference, of course, to Emmanuel Macron's party name. Jeannie.
Thank you, Diptyque, for that look at what the papers have been saying so far. So there you have it. We are looking at now this final runoff in the French presidential election on April 24th between the French president Emmanuel Macron and the far-right leader Marine Le Pen, her third time trying for the Élysée presidential palace. Let's listen to what she had to say earlier.
What will be at stake on the 24th of April is not only a vote of confidence, but also a choice of society and civilization. I call on all French people of all sensibilities, left, right, and elsewhere, French people of all origins, to join this great social and popular rally. Together we will build, with enthusiasm and conviction, this victory to implement this great alternative.
Marine Le Pen now ready to face French President Emmanuel Macron. Let's take a look at what our polling partner Ipsos has been saying for that second round. They are projecting a win still for the French president, the incumbent Emmanuel Macron, saying he would bring in 54% on April 24th. Marine Le Pen would bring in 46%. Angela Diffley, let me bring you in one more time. What's going to be happening now in France over the next 2 weeks?
Things are going to hot up, and the two of them will go head to head, as we've said. He will try to play up the economic concerns that money will flow out of France if Marine Le Pen is elected. Very much, we've already seen banks and money markets showing concern about the prospect of a Marine Le Pen victory. She will, and this is all very familiar to people in the United Kingdom after the Brexit vote, she will say there are moments when it's not just about money. Sometimes it's about identity and other issues. And she will also say that he is scaremongering, which is another phrase very familiar to those familiar with the Brexit debate in Britain. So we'll see what happens. She'll also say he's president of the rich, he's out of touch, he's arrogant.
Angela, thanks so much for that. We're going to be checking back in with you throughout the night here. Angela Diffley, Patrick Vey, thank you so much for coming in and spending these few hours with us here on France 24. Thanks again to Catherine Nicholson and Doug Herbert. Thanks to you for watching France 24. Stay with us. I'll be right back after this quick break.
Oui, mais ça, ça saute du 1 au 3. Vous regarderez là-dedans pour les outils. Aujourd'hui, c'est.
I'm done with it. I've torn up my voting card, so I don't vote anymore. Retired people are treated like nobodies.
Tout simplement, je crois plus en la France, je crois plus aux Français et je crois plus du tout à la politique.
À voter. Bonjour monsieur.
Bonjour.
D'abord, à voter. Bonjour madame.
Certains candidats ont parlé de la Nouvelle-Calédonie. Je ne sais pas si c'est une stratégie ou s'ils s'intéressent vraiment à nous.
Je pense que c'est important de voter pour un président de la France.
I think it's important that we vote for the president here,
personne qui va être aux commandes.
because they will decide the future of New Caledonia.
À l'avenir.
Je souhaite tendre la main.
I wish to extend my hand to all those who want to work for France. I am ready to invent something new. Because let's make no mistake, nothing is decided, and the debate we will have in the next 15 days is decisive for our country and for Europe.
I call on all French people of all sensibilities, left, right, and elsewhere, French people of all origins, to join this great social and popular rally. Together we will build, with enthusiasm and conviction, this victory to implement this great alternative. I know how disappointed you are tonight. We will work together to assess this objectively. To prevent France from falling into hatred, I solemnly call on you to vote against Marine Le Pen's far right on April 24th and vote for Emmanuel Macron.
The first round is marked by a high abstention rate, which reveals a lot about a society which is truly unhappy. While I call on you to vote for Emmanuel Macron, I want to tell the President of the Republic that our vote doesn't mean we endorse the fracture he's caused in our country. Facing Marine Le Pen is a man who brought in 2 million immigrants, a man who throughout his campaign hasn't said a word about identity, security or immigration. And I call on my supporters to vote for Marine Le Pen.
The fight continues. The fight continues. We must not cast a single vote for Marine Le Pen.
France 24 and RFI in partnership with France 2 and France Inter with Ipsos Sopra Steria.
I am Jeannie Godula in Paris. This is our continuing coverage of this first round of the French presidential election. And it is a repeat of 2017 with Emmanuel Macron now set to again face far-right candidate Marine Le Pen in the final round 2 weeks from now. Over 1 in 4 French voters stayed away from the polls in the first round of voting today. That 26% abstention rate 4 points higher than it was in the last presidential election 5 years ago. The second Macron-Le Pen face-off cementing the fall of France's more traditional parties with historically low scores for the socialists on the left and the conservatives on the right. Well, the final round of the French presidential election 2 weeks from now is going to be a rerun of what we saw here in France in 2017. Emmanuel Macron, the president, is going to face off far-right candidate Marine Le Pen. There you can see the early results from voting today, giving the French president some 28% of the vote, 27.6. Marine Le Pen bringing in a little over 23%, 2 points higher than her first round score 5 years ago. Here's a look at how the other 10 candidates who have now been eliminated did tonight. Far-left candidate Jean-Luc Mélenchon brought in over almost 22.2% of the vote for his third and what he said would be his last presidential run. TV pundit and far-right candidate Eric Zemmour with over 7%. Valerie Pécresse bringing in just under 5%, the worst performance ever for a conservative candidate. The remaining candidates from both sides of the political fence polling at under 5%, including Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo, who got just 1.7% for the once all-powerful Socialist Party. Well, let's hear what the two front-runners had to say at their victory speeches tonight, starting with President Macron.
Je souhaite tendre la main.
I wish to extend my hand to all those who want to work for France. I am ready to invent something new. Because let's make no mistake, nothing is decided. And the debate we will have in the next 15 days is decisive for our country and for Europe. On the 24th of April, we can make the choice for France and Europe together.
What will be at stake on the 24th of April is not only a vote of confidence, but also a choice of society and civilization. I call on all French people of all sensibilities, left, right, and elsewhere, French people of all origins, to join this great social and popular rally. Together we will build, with enthusiasm and conviction, this victory to implement this great alternative.
Well, this was the third run for the presidency for Marine Le Pen, and it's not the first time many of the 12 candidates in this first round ran for president. Our Diptyque Laurent has been taking a look at how they all fared this time around. Diptyque.
Well, Jeannie, what we can say is that the three candidates who ran in 2017 have done better in 2022. Let's start with Emmanuel Macron. 2017, he picked up 24% of votes, so his score has gone up in 2022. His political rival, Marine Le Pen, on the far right, also increasing her score to 23% from her 21.3% in the last round in 2017's first round of elections. Jean-Luc Mélenchon on the far right, also improving his score 22% from his up from his 19% in the first round of 2017's elections. What we also have seen is the demise of the traditional left and right parties. This is the Conservative Party, the Republicans, their candidate Valerie Pécresse, as you see there, not even getting the 5% needed for them to reimburse their electoral costs. And you will remember that in 2017, her predecessor François Fillon picked up 20% of votes, despite a fake job scandal that sort of overshadowed his electoral campaign at the time. And on the right, on the left rather, there, the Paris mayor Anne Hidalgo, a pretty dismal score there, not even 2% of votes back in 2017. Her predecessor Benoît Hamon picked up 6% of votes with the help of the Greens, and at the time it was considered pretty catastrophic. Meanwhile, the newcomers Yannick Jadot picking up less than 5% in this first round, and Eric Zemmour just over 7%. Now, looking ahead to the runoff election in 2 weeks' time, the big question will be around this man here, Jean-Luc Mélenchon. He has called on his voters not to vote for Le Pen, but he hasn't explicitly told them to vote for Macron. The big question will be how many of them will abstain, how many of them will vote for the far right, how many of them might vote for Emmanuel Macron. That really is a big question going into the runoff election in 2 weeks, Jeannie.
Thanks for that, Diptyque. Jean-Luc Mélenchon missing his shot in the final by just a few percentage points. We do have Marine Le Pen facing off Emmanuel Macron 2 weeks from now. Let's take a look at what our polling partner Ipsos has been saying about who might win that race. They are saying it is Emmanuel Macron who should be re-elected with 54% of the vote. They say Marine Le Pen will bring in 46% of the vote when the French go back to the polls 2 weeks from now on Sunday, April 24th. Well, to talk a bit more about all of this with me, let's bring in France 24's campaign commentator, Angela Diffley. Angela, here again, we saw more than 1 in 3 French voters voting for the far right. That might seem surprising to some of our international viewers.
Yes, we can see that it has narrowed compared to 5 years ago. That projection there suggests that there'll be a much tighter margin between the two of them. And this has been the story in recent years. And there is a feeling among a certain constituency of voters that France is in danger of losing its liberties, its freedoms, its culture, and that there is a rise of political Islam. The other reason, I think, for people who are choosing the far right is that there has been a significant increase in lawlessness, violent crime, drug-related crime, and lawlessness on the streets as well. A lot of this takes place as well in neighborhoods on the edges of big towns and cities, often heavily immigrant neighborhoods. Both Marine Le Pen and Eric Zemmour linked that firmly to immigration. And this group of people who are concerned about this is growing and growing. And whilst the Front Républicain, which Diptyque was telling us about before, blocks the far right from winning the presidency again and again, that group of concerned voters appears to be growing. The symptoms are being dealt with, but not the underlying problems in their view.
And Eric Zemmour, another far-right candidate you were mentioning there, brought in 7% of the vote tonight. Let's listen to what he had to say earlier.
I can't just stand here and look at all the wrongs in our country. There are points on which Marine Le Pen and I disagree on, and I've talked about them during this campaign. But facing Marine Le Pen is a man who brought in 2 million immigrants. A man who, throughout his campaign, hasn't said a word about identity, security or immigration. and will therefore do even worse if he's re-elected. And this is why I call on my supporters to vote for Marine Le Pen.
Eric Zemmour, they're calling on his backers to vote for Marine Le Pen. Well, France 24's Alison Sargent was at Eric Zemmour's party headquarters earlier tonight. Here's what she told us.
There were groans of disappointment here when the results were read out. Many of Eric Zemmour's supporters were hoping that the polls were wrong, but in the end, he did even worse than the around 10% that he was predicted to get. Now, in his speech, he took responsibility for that, but his supporters protested. They interrupted him multiple times with their enthusiasm. Their affection for their candidate was very clear. Many said that he was really the only person who they saw representing their main concerns, which is French identity, French sovereignty. The crowd is also very, very young, much like his political party, which has only existed for just over 4 months. For them, this is still just the beginning. They really want to see Eric Zemmour continue to become an essential part of France's political landscape. The next step for them would be the legislative elections. Zemmour is widely expected to run. The challenge for his party is going to be alliances with other parties. The traditional right has already ruled out, it seems, working with them. They're unlikely to want to form an alliance. Marine Le Pen, meanwhile, their fellow far-right party, is going to be angry over Zemmour's making a run for president and competing with her, so that's going to be a challenge for them there. In the meantime, though, Zemmour has called to support Marine Le Pen against Macron in the next round. All of the supporters here that I spoke to said already that that is exactly what they were planning to do.
Alison Sargent, they're reporting from Eric Zemmour's headquarters earlier tonight in Paris. Well, the number one issue for voters in France was purchasing power. And to talk more about the rising cost of living in France and the economy, let's bring in France 24's business editor, Kate Moody. Tell us a bit more about how big a problem this is for people today and what the different candidates now are proposing.
Well, the inflation figures for March really tell that story. 5.1% inflation in France last month, according to those harmonized EU figures. It's the highest level since 1997, and fueling that is the cost of energy, which rose nearly 30% in March. That has really overshadowed the rest of what is a fairly strong French economy at the moment. Low unemployment, relatively strong GDP growth bouncing back after the pandemic. All of that's really been pushed aside as voters worry about how they're going to pay their bills at the end of each month. Now, we know that as president, Emmanuel Macron has taken some pretty serious actions. He's imposed a cap on the price increase for gas and electricity bills. He's given out a one-time €100 energy check for the most vulnerable households. An 18-cent per liter of gasoline rebate kicked in just at the start of April there. His formal campaign on this issue has been fairly limited. He's been talking about further reducing taxes for households, trying to boost their own spending power. But it has really been the center of Marine Le Pen's campaign, especially in recent weeks, as we've seen her rising in the polls. She's been really focused on this issue. She says that she wants to lower the sales tax on energy and petrol from about 20 to 5.5%. Estimates suggest that could cost the state some 10 billion euros per year. She's also pledged to get rid of the sales tax on about 100 essential items as this cost of living crisis rumbles on. So it's quite different views. But what we did hear from Emmanuel Macron this evening was an acknowledgement that this is something that's really impacting people, and we're going to be hearing a lot more about it in the 2 weeks to come as he tries to ramp up to that second round.
Another big issue for Emmanuel Macron has been reforming the pension system, and that's actually been one of the big failings of his first term. But it is a system that's running out of money. It needs to get fixed. What are each of the candidates proposing about that?
Well, different views again, but both of them say that this is absolutely going to be on the table for them. Emmanuel Macron wants to bring back some of the reforms that ground to a halt during his first mandate. He would progressively push the minimum retirement age from its current 65 down to, from its current 62 up to 65 rather. He wants to scrap the 42 different sector-specific programs that currently exist in favor of a single universal points-based system. And he says he would fix a monthly minimum of 1,100 euros for pensioners. Le Pen has a different point of view. She says that people who entered the workforce before the age of 20 could actually retire as early as 60 years old. old with their full pension packet later for people who entered the workforce later on. She's also suggested linking pensions to the rate of inflation, again coming back to that key topic that seems to have really galvanized her supporters and influenced that final result. This is an issue that we hear about at most years, most presidential cycles, because France's retirement system is really running out of money. Both candidates are aware of that, and they say that they're going to take steps either way in the months to come.
Kate, thanks so much for being on the set with us. Kate Moody, our business editor. Well, 5 years ago, Emmanuel Macron burst onto the scene, winning the presidency in his first ever run for office. But his domestic agenda did take a backseat to a number of crises that would come to define his time in office. Monty Francis explains.
Emmanuel Macron has big plans after shaking up French politics in 2017. At 39, as the youngest to make it to the Élysée Palace, he's eager to implement radical reforms. But he would soon have to put critical plans on hold, forced to confront one crisis after another. In November of 2018, scores of protesters in yellow vests take to the streets, angry about an increase in fuel taxes and more generally about the government's fiscal policy. The movement takes direct aim at Macron, who tries to appease the protesters with billions of euros in social reforms, but it does little to assuage them.
As the yellow vest, the Gilets jaunes movement breaks out, and then of course that's followed very quickly by the pandemic. So the whole feeling of this presidency is that it's been very much almost like a stopgap, that it's never found its rhythm, and that's been very difficult for him to manage, I think.
Adding fuel to the fire, public outrage over pension reform in 2019 leads to widespread protests, followed by a 6-week transportation strike, one of the longest in French history. Then, a crisis no one saw coming. An airborne virus known as COVID-19 begins to spread across the globe. Macron's government issues a strict lockdown and comes under harsh criticism for initially dismissing the importance of masks. But Macron is able to turn around public opinion with the imposition of a health pass and massive cash injections for the economy. They earned him support from a majority of the French while he faced off with vocal anti-vax proponents, admitting he wanted to piss them off.
We know that generally speaking, the process was a successful one in encouraging the French to get vaccinated, but also the general political view, the general public opinion view was that that was a good thing. So he didn't suffer from that. It was quite a sizable movement, but nevertheless, it didn't work against him.
Then in February of 2022, Macron faces his biggest test on the world stage when Russia invades Ukraine. He tries to broker a peace deal, speaking repeatedly with Vladimir Putin and trying to coordinate a European response. From crisis to crisis, it remains to be seen if Macron's record will help lead him to the Élysée Palace for another 5 years.
Well, the United States and France have long called each other their oldest allies, and to talk more about that relationship and how it could develop in the coming months, let's bring in our international affairs commentator, Doug Herbert. Doug, France and the U.S. did weather a recent crisis between Macron and Joe Biden when Washington snubbed France over that big submarine contract deal. Is that relationship back on solid footing, and how might it develop under a President Le Pen?
Yeah, well, look, start with Macron. Solid enough footing. At the end of the day, it's absolutely true. Obviously, Macron has been a president who has advocated fiercely in favor of Europe looking more after itself, trying to get itself out from under that American umbrella, that transatlantic protection racket, as many see it. And look, but that does not mean he has abdicated the relationship from the U.S. Far from it. He considers the United States an indispensable partner. He proved it by being one of the few people who continue to talk again and again and have backslapping sessions with Donald Trump during Trump's presidency. diplomacy. So he has seen the strategic importance of the U.S. relationship with France, the historic importance of that relationship, the sentimental importance of the relationship as well. But he's also been very clear-eyed about the fact that he has wanted a stronger, more sovereign Europe that doesn't have to go cap in hand to the U.S. every time there's a crisis. That said, he looks like, the world's greatest U.S. booster next to Marine Le Pen. She has, she's essentially blamed the U.S. for the Russian troop buildup on Ukraine's border before the invasion. And you're saying, well, how is the U.S. responsible for that? Well, she basically said the U.S. was trying to push Ukraine to join NATO, which couldn't have been further from the truth. In fact, Ukraine aspired to join NATO of its own ambitions. It didn't take the U.S. to have to push Ukraine to want to do that. She has called Joe Biden being in a very politically weak position. You imagine she's referring both on the domestic front, where he's up against a lot of political polarization, to say the least, and on the international front. And he's basically saying Biden is, doing the classic act of an American president. He needs to find an enemy. And that is basically what he's trying to do. And the enemy, the convenient one right now, is Russia. So you could see really where more of Marine Le Pen's sympathies lie. I can tell you this one thing. Washington is watching this election, this runoff, extremely warily. It's probably giving a lot in the Biden administration a bad case of the night sweats up in bed. They're going to be sweating a lot over the next few weeks. And they will be hoping as much as Russia will be hoping for a Marine Le Pen win, and Putin will be relishing that prospect. Washington will be wanting to see a safe and reliable partner as they perceive Emmanuel Macron to be.
All right, Doug, thanks so much for that. One person who will not be in the final round is Valerie Pécresse, the conservative candidate who came in with under 5% of the vote today. Let's listen to what she had to say.
Le projet de Marine Le Pen conduirait le pays à la discorde, à l'impuissance et à la faillite. Sa proximité historique avec Vladimir Poutine la discrédite pour défendre les intérêts de notre pays dans les temps tragiques que nous vivons. Son élection conduirait à l'effacement de la France sur les scènes européennes et internationales. Ainsi, et malgré les profondes divergences que j'ai martelées tout au long de la campagne, je voterai en conscience Emmanuel Macron pour empêcher l'arrivée au pouvoir de Marine Le Pen et le chaos qui en résulterait.
Valerie Pécresse adding her voice to other candidates who didn't make it to the second round tonight, telling her backers to vote for Emmanuel Macron instead of Marine Le Pen. Here's more from Ellen Gainsford, who was following the Pécresse campaign.
Well, this is a catastrophic result for Valerie Pécresse and the traditional right, coming in fifth place with less than 5% of the vote. And it's a score that has financial implications. It means that due to campaign rules, her campaign won't be reimbursed now. While giving her concession speech, Valerie Pécresse said that she'd been caught between two fronts of Emmanuel Macron and the extreme right, which left no room for, as she put it, the true Republican right of her campaign. Well, here at her headquarters, the announcement of the results were met with a very muted silence, as you can imagine. There was no cheering here. Now, I think some soul-searching will really begin among the party members. Questions will be asked about what went wrong with this campaign, starting off so promisingly, but then she had trouble positioning herself and really creating a coherent narrative for voters. Well, looking ahead, Valerie Pécresse has said that she will herself be voting for Emmanuel Macron. And while she won't be giving her supporters instructions on how to vote, she did ask them to weigh up the gravity of the situation. Well, by contrast, Eric Zemmour, who is on the more hardline wing of the Les Républicains party, has said that he intends to vote for Marine Le Pen, which shows that following this disappointing election result for the traditional right, there's already fracturing in their ranks.
Ellen Gainsford there. Let's take a look now at the abstention rate from the voting today. The number is 26%. That number coming from our polling partner Ipsos. More than 1 in 4 French voters staying away from the polls today. Well, let's check back in with Dipti Laurent over at the touchscreen. Dipti, you have been taking a closer look to see how abstention rates have evolved over the years.
Well, Jeannie, they've been steadily on the rise in the past 20 years, as we'll see in a minute here. In 2002, abstention rates were at 28%, about 12 million French voters who chose not to partake in the first round of elections. You'll remember this was a year that saw Jean-Marie Le Pen, the far right leader, voted into the second round against Jacques Chirac. It was quite a big shock for French politics at the time. Perhaps because of this, in 2007, abstention rates dipped down to 16%, or about 7 million people. But ever since then, it's been up on the rise. In 2012, the year that François Hollande became president, in the first round of elections, abstention rates were at 20 million. And 5 years later, when Emmanuel Macron became president, that figure went up to 22%. And as we're seeing today, it's gone even further higher up in 2022. 26% of people who did not vote in today's first round of the presidential election. Just to give you an idea of what that looks like on this graph, this is 2002. The abstention rate was 28%. It was the highest on record. It still is the highest. In 2007, it did dip, but ever since then, it's been all the way on the up. 2022 did not match the abstention rate seen in 2002, as some had predicted, but it was not far off with 26%. Now, our polling partners at Ipsos have been interrogating people about why they abstain, and the reasons are quite interesting. 28% of people say that the candidates pretty much said the same thing, that it wasn't a very interesting electoral campaign. Just under that, 26%, many believing that their vote would not actually change the results of the election, and 24% saying that no candidate really matched their political ideas. Just behind those top three reasons, 16% who said they were simply not interested in politics, and 12% who said they abstained for logistical reasons. They were simply not available on voting day. Jeannie.
Dipti, thanks so much for that look at the abstention rate, which is high, not an all-time high, but still pretty high there in that first round of voting today in the French presidential election. Angela Diffley is with me still on the set. Angela, I guess another thing we can really say from today's voting is that it seems like the traditional political parties we've known in France for decades, the left and the right, are really starting to fizzle out.
Yeah, and there are two reasons for that. Partly it was the candidates on both the mainstream right and the mainstream left. The rest of it is arithmetic and the changing political landscape. If we look first at the candidates, we talked a little bit about Valerie Pécresse earlier. One thing we didn't mention is that Nicolas Sarkozy, who has a big influence still on mainstream right-wing voters, he's sometimes called the godfather of the mainstream right. It's a kind of a lazy label, but it does sort of work and it does sort of fit him. He specifically did not endorse her. I think he thought she was a lukewarm candidate. He also, I think, was a bit miffed, or let it be known that he was a bit miffed that she didn't mention him much. On the left, the candidate, we've talked about some of the problems she had as mayor of Paris. Something we didn't mention earlier is Saccage Paris, which is a hashtag talking about, during her time as the mayor of Paris, how she has been responsible for it's become a lot dirtier, according to Parisians and indeed tourists, and she's been seen as not really looking after the city properly by some people. The other reason that the mainstream right and left are both suffering is because Emmanuel Macron has specifically made that part of his strategy. When he came to power in 2017, he said, I'm neither left nor right. He took MPs and he took voters from the left, and he took MPs and he took voters from the right. Oddly, he also said, I will leave this country in a situation after 5 years where there will be no need to vote for extreme candidates. Well, it's kind of odd, because when you take a hole out of the middle, there's only the extremes left. So all of that, plus worldwide, that is something of a feature, people going towards the extremes and the mainstreams being hollowed out a bit.
Angela, thanks so much to you. Thanks to you for watching France 24. Stay with us. Our continuing coverage of this first round of the French presidential election continues after this.
Oui, mais ça va ça saute du 1 au 3. Vous regarderez là-dedans pour les outils. Aujourd'hui, c'est.
I'm done with it. I've torn up my voting card, so I don't vote anymore. Retired people are treated like nobodies.
Tout simplement, je crois plus en la France, je crois plus aux Français et je crois plus du tout en la politique.
À voter. Bonjour monsieur.
Bonjour.
D'abord, à voter. Bonjour madame.
Certains candidats ont parlé de la Nouvelle-Calédonie. Je ne sais pas si c'est une stratégie ou s'ils s'intéressent vraiment à nous.
Je pense que c'est important de voter pour un président de la France.
I think it's important that we vote for the president
la
here
personne qui va être aux commandes.
because they will decide the future of New Caledonia.
À l'avenir.
Je souhaite tendre la main.
I wish to extend my hand to all those who want to work for France.
Je suis prêt
I am ready to
à
invent
inventer
something
quelque
new.
chose de nouveau. Car ne nous
Because
trompons
let's
pas,
make no mistake,
rien n'est
nothing is
joué.
decided,
Et le débat
and the debate
que nous
we will
aurons
have in the
dans
next
les 15
15
jours à
days
venir
is decisive for our country
pour notre pays
and for
et pour
Europe.
l'Europe.
I call on all French people of all sensibilities, left, right, and elsewhere, French people of all origins, to join this great social and popular rally. Together we will build, with enthusiasm and conviction, this victory to implement this great alternative. I know how disappointed you are tonight. We will work together to assess this objectively. To prevent France from falling into hatred, I solemnly call on you to vote against Marine Le Pen's far right on April 24th and vote for Emmanuel Macron.
The first round is marked by a high abstention rate, which reveals a lot about a society which is truly unhappy.
While I call on you to vote for Emmanuel Macron, I want to tell the President of the Republic that our vote doesn't mean we endorse the fracture he's caused in our country. Facing Marine Le Pen is a man who brought in 2 million immigrants, a man who throughout his campaign hasn't said a word about identity, security or immigration. And I call on my supporters to vote for Marine Le Pen.
The fight continues. The fight continues. We must not cast a single vote for Marine Le Pen.
France 24 and RFI, in partnership with France 2 and France Inter, with Ipsos Sopra Steria.
I am Jeannie Godula in Paris. This is our continuing coverage of this first round of the French presidential election. And it is a repeat of 2017 with Emmanuel Macron now set to again face far-right candidate Marine Le Pen in the final round 2 weeks from now. Over 1 in 4 French voters stayed away from the polls in the first round of voting today. That 26% abstention rate, 4 points higher than it was in the last presidential election 5 years ago. The second Macron-Le Pen face-off cementing the fall of France's more traditional parties with historically low scores for the Socialists on the left and the Conservatives on the right. Well, the final round of the French presidential election 2 weeks from now is going to be a rerun of what we saw here in France in 2017. Emmanuel Macron, the president, is going to face off far-right candidate Marine Le Pen. There you can see the early results from voting today, giving the French president some 28% of the vote, 27.6%. Marine Le Pen bringing in a little over 23%, 2 points higher than her first round score 5 years ago. Here's a look at how the other 10 candidates who have now been eliminated did tonight. Far-left candidate Jean-Luc Mélenchon brought in over almost 22.2% of the vote for his third and what he said would be his last presidential run. TV pundit and far-right candidate Eric Zemmour with over 7%. Valerie Pécresse bringing in just under 5%, the worst performance ever for a conservative candidate. The remaining candidates from both sides of the political fence polling at under 5%, including Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo, who got just 1.7% for the once all-powerful Socialist Party. Well, let's hear what the two front-runners had to say at their victory speeches tonight, starting with President Macron.
Je souhaite tendre la main.
I wish to extend my hand to all those who want to work for France. I am ready to invent something new. Because let's make no mistake, nothing is decided, and the debate we will have in the next 15 days is decisive for our country and for Europe. On the 24th of April, we can make the choice for France and Europe together.
What will be at stake on the 24th of April is not only a vote of confidence, but also a choice of society and civilization. I call on all French people of all sensibilities, left, right, and elsewhere, French people of all origins, to join this great social and popular rally. Together we will build, with enthusiasm and conviction, this victory to implement this great alternative.
Well, this was a third run for the presidency for Marine Le Pen, and it's not the first time many of the 12 candidates in this first round ran for president. Our Diptyque Laurent has been taking a look at how they all fared this time around. Diptyque.
Well, Jeannie, what we can say is that the three candidates who ran in 2017 have done better in 2022. Let's start with Emmanuel Macron. 2017, he picked up 24% of votes, so his score has gone up in 2022. His political rival, Marine Le Pen, on the far right, also increasing her score to 23% from her 21.3% in the last round in 2017's first round of elections. Jean-Luc Mélenchon on the far right, also improving his score 22% from his 19% in the first round of 2017's elections. What we also have seen is the demise of the traditional left and right parties. This is the Conservative Party, the Republicans, their candidate Valerie Pécresse, as you see there, not even getting the 5% needed for them to reimburse their electoral costs. And you will remember that in 2017, her predecessor François Fillon picked up 20% of votes, despite a fake job scandal that sort of overshadowed his electoral campaign at the time. And on the right, on the left rather there, the Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo, a pretty dismal score there, not even 2% of votes back in 2017. Her predecessor Benoît Hamon picked up 6% of votes with the help of the Greens, and at the time it was considered pretty catastrophic. Meanwhile, the newcomers, Yannick Jadot picking up less than 5% in this first round, and Eric Zemmour just over 7%. Now, looking ahead to the runoff election in 2 weeks' time, the big question will be around this man here, Jean-Luc Mélenchon. He has called on his voters not to vote for Le Pen, but he hasn't explicitly told them to vote for Macron. The big question will be how many of them will abstain, how many of them will vote for the far right, how many of them might vote for Emmanuel Macron. And that really is a big question going into the runoff election in 2 weeks, Jeannie.
Thanks for that, Diptyque. Jean-Luc Mélenchon missing his shot in the final by just a few percentage points. We do have Marine Le Pen facing off Emmanuel Macron 2 weeks from now. Let's take a look at what our polling partner Ipsos has been saying about who might win that race. They are saying it is Emmanuel Macron who should be re-elected with 54% of the vote. They say Marine Le Pen will bring in 46% of the vote when the French go back to the polls 2 weeks from now on Sunday, April 24th. Well, to talk a bit more about all of this with me, let's bring in France 24's campaign commentator, Angela Diffley. Angela, here again, we saw more than 1 in 3 French voters voting for the far right. That might seem surprising to some of our international viewers.
Yes, we can see that it has narrowed compared to 5 years ago. That projection there suggests that there'll be a much tighter margin between the two of them. And this has been the story in recent years. And there is a feeling among a certain constituency of voters that France is in danger of losing its liberties, its freedoms, its culture, and that there is a rise of political Islam. The other reason, I think, for people who are choosing the far right is that there has been a significant increase in lawlessness, violent crime, drug-related crime, and lawlessness on the streets as well. A lot of this takes place as well in neighborhoods on the edges of big towns and cities, often heavily immigrant neighborhoods. Both Marine Le Pen and Eric Zemmour linked that firmly to immigration. And this group of people who are concerned about this is growing and growing. And whilst the Front Républicain, which Diptyque was telling us about before, blocks the far right from winning the presidency again and again, that group of concerned voters appears to be growing. The symptoms are being dealt with, but not the underlying problems in their view.
And Eric Zemmour, another far-right candidate you were mentioning there, brought in 7% of the vote tonight. Let's listen to what he had to say earlier.
I can't just stand here and look at all the wrongs in our country. There are points on which Marine Le Pen and I disagree on, and I've talked about them during this campaign. But facing Marine Le Pen is a man who brought in 2 million immigrants. A man who, throughout his campaign, hasn't said a word about identity, security or immigration, and will therefore do even worse if he's re-elected. And this is why I call on my supporters to vote for Marine Le Pen.
Eric Zemmour, they're calling on his backers to vote for Marine Le Pen. Well, France 24's Alison Sargent was at Eric Zemmour's party headquarters earlier tonight. Here's what she told us.
There were groans of disappointment here when the results were read out. Many of Eric Zemmour's supporters were hoping that the polls were wrong, but in the end, he did even worse than the around 10% that he was predicted to get. Now, in his speech, he took responsibility for that, but his supporters protested. They interrupted him multiple times with their enthusiasm. Their affection for their candidate was very clear. Many said that he was really the only person who they saw representing their main concerns, which is French identity, French sovereignty. The crowd is also very, very young, much like his political party, which has only existed for just over 4 months. For them, this is still just the beginning. They really want to see Eric Zemmour continue to become an essential part of France's political landscape. The next step for them would be the legislative elections. Zemmour is widely expected to run. The challenge for his party is going to be alliances with other parties. The traditional right has already ruled out, it seems, working with them. They're unlikely to want to form an alliance. Marine Le Pen, meanwhile, their fellow far-right party, is going to be angry over Zemmour's making a run for president and competing with her, so that's going to be a challenge for them there. In the meantime, though, Zemmour has called to support Marine Le Pen against Macron in the next round. All of the supporters here that I spoke to said already that that is exactly what they were planning to do.
Alison Sargent, they're reporting from Eric Zemmour's headquarters earlier tonight in Paris. Well, the number one issue for voters in France was purchasing power. And to talk more about the rising cost of living in France and the economy, let's bring in France 24's business editor, Kate Moody. Tell us a bit more about how big a problem this is for people today and what the different candidates now are proposing.
Well, the inflation figures for March really tell that story. 5.1% inflation in France last month, according to those harmonized EU figures. It's the highest level since 1997, and fueling that is the cost of energy, which rose nearly 30% in March. That has really overshadowed the rest of what is a fairly strong French economy at the moment. Low unemployment, relatively strong GDP growth bouncing back after the pandemic. All of that's really been pushed aside as voters worry about how they're going to pay their bills at the end of each month. Now, we know that as president, Emmanuel Macron has taken some pretty serious actions. He's imposed a cap on the price increase for gas and electricity bills. He's given out a one-time €100 energy check for the most vulnerable households. An 18-cent per liter of gasoline rebate kicked in just at the start of April there. His formal campaign on this issue has been fairly limited. He's been talking about further reducing taxes for households, trying to boost their own spending power. But it has really been the center of Marine Le Pen's campaign, especially in recent weeks, as we've seen her rising in the polls. She's been really focused on this issue. She says that she wants to lower the sales tax on energy and petrol from about 20 to 5.5%. Estimates suggest that could cost the state some 10 billion euros per year. She's also pledged to get rid of the sales tax on about 100 essential items as this cost of living crisis rumbles on. So quite different views. But what we did hear from Emmanuel Macron this evening was an acknowledgement that this is something that's really impacting people, and we're going to be hearing a lot more about it in the 2 weeks to come as he tries to ramp up to that second round.
Another big issue for Emmanuel Macron has been reforming the pension system, and that's actually been one of the big failings of his first term. But it is a system that's running out of money. It needs to get fixed. What are each of the candidates proposing about that?
Well, different views again, but both of them say that this is absolutely going to be on the table for them. Emmanuel Macron wants to bring back some of the reforms that ground to a halt during his first mandate. He would progressively push the minimum retirement age from its current 65 down to, from its current 62 up to 65 rather. He wants to scrap the 42 different sector-specific programs that currently exist in favor of a single universal points-based system, and he says he would fix a monthly minimum of 1,100 euros for pensioners. Le Pen has a different point of view. She says that people who entered the workforce before the age of 20 could actually retire as early as 60 years old with their full pension packet, later for people who entered the workforce later on. She's also suggested linking pensions to the rate of inflation, again coming back to that key topic that seems to have really galvanized her supporters and influenced that final result. This is an issue that we hear about at most years, most presidential cycles, because France's retirement system is really running out of money. Both candidates are aware of that, and they say that they're going to take steps either way in the months to come.
Kate, thanks so much for being on the set with us. Kate Moody, our business editor. Well, 5 years ago, Emmanuel Macron burst onto the scene, winning the presidency in his first ever run for office. But his domestic agenda did take a backseat to a number of crises that would come to define his time in office. Monty Francis explains.
Emmanuel Macron has big plans after shaking up French politics in 2017. At 39, as the youngest to make it to the Élysée Palace, he's eager to implement radical reforms. But he would soon have to put critical plans on hold, forced to confront one crisis after another. In November of 2018, scores of protesters in yellow vests take to the streets, angry about an increase in fuel taxes and more generally about the government's fiscal policy. The movement takes direct aim at Macron, who tries to appease the protesters with billions of euros in social reforms, but it does little to assuage them.
As the yellow vest, the Gilets jaunes movement breaks out, and then of course that's followed very quickly by the pandemic. So the whole feeling of this presidency is that it's been very much almost like a stopgap, that it's never found its rhythm, and that's been very difficult for him to manage, I think.
Adding fuel to the fire, public outrage over pension reform in 2019 leads to widespread protests, followed by a 6-week transportation strike, one of the longest in French history. Then, a crisis no one saw coming. An airborne virus known as COVID-19 begins to spread across the globe. Macron's government issues a strict lockdown and comes under harsh criticism for initially dismissing the importance of masks. But Macron is able to turn around public opinion with the imposition of a health pass and massive cash injections for the economy. They earned him support from a majority of the French while he faced off with vocal anti-vax proponents, admitting he wanted to piss them off.
We know that generally speaking, the process was a successful one in encouraging the French to get vaccinated, but also the general political view, the general public opinion view was that that was a good thing. So he didn't suffer from that. It was quite a sizable movement, but nevertheless, it didn't work against him.
Then in February of 2022, Macron faces his biggest test on the world stage when Russia invades Ukraine. He tries to broker a peace deal, speaking repeatedly with Vladimir Putin and trying to coordinate a European response. From crisis to crisis, it remains to be seen if Macron's record will help lead him to the Élysée Palace for another 5 years.
Well, the United States and France have long called each other their oldest allies, and to talk more about that relationship and how it could develop in the coming months, let's bring in our international affairs commentator, Doug Herbert. Doug, France and the U.S. did weather a recent crisis between Macron and Joe Biden when Washington snubbed France over that big submarine contract deal. Is that relationship back on solid footing, and how might it develop under a President Le Pen?
Yeah, well, look, start with Macron. Solid enough footing. At the end of the day, it's absolutely true. Obviously, Macron has been a president who has advocated fiercely in favor of Europe looking more after itself, trying to get itself out from under that American umbrella, that transatlantic protection racket, as many see it. And look, but that does not mean he has abdicated the relationship from the U.S. Far from it. He considers the United States an indispensable partner. He proved it by being one of the few people who continue to talk again and again and have backslapping sessions with Donald Trump during Trump's presidency. So he has seen the strategic importance of the U.S. relationship with France, the historic importance of that relationship, the sentimental importance of the relationship as well. But he's also been very clear-eyed about the fact that he has wanted a stronger, more sovereign Europe that doesn't have to go cap in hand to the U.S. every time there's a crisis. That said, he looks like, the world's greatest U.S. Booster next to Marine Le Pen. She has, she's essentially blamed the U.S. for the Russian troop buildup on Ukraine's border before the invasion. And you're saying, well, how is the U.S. responsible for that? Well, she basically said the U.S. was trying to push Ukraine to join NATO, which couldn't have been further from the truth. In fact, Ukraine aspired to join NATO of its own ambitions. It didn't take the U.S. to have to push Ukraine to want to do that. She has called Joe Biden being in a very politically weak position. You imagine she's referring both on the domestic front, where he's up against a lot of political polarization, to say the least, and on the international front. And he's basically saying Biden is, doing the classic act of an American president. He needs to find an enemy. And that is basically what he's trying to do. And the enemy, the convenient one right now, is Russia. So you could see really where more of Marine Le Pen's sympathies lie. I can tell you this one thing. Washington is watching this election, this runoff, extremely warily. It's probably giving a lot in the Biden administration a bad case of the night sweats up in bed. They're going to be sweating a lot over the next few weeks. And they will be hoping as much as Russia will be hoping for a Marine Le Pen win, and Putin will be relishing that prospect. Washington will be wanting to see a safe and reliable partner as they perceive Emmanuel Macron to be.
All right, Doug, thanks so much for that. One person who will not be in the final round is Valerie Pécresse, the conservative candidate who came in with under 5% of the vote today. Let's listen to what she had to say.
Le projet de Marine Le Pen conduirait le pays à la discorde, à l'impuissance et à la faillite. Sa proximité historique avec Vladimir Poutine la discrédite pour défendre les intérêts de notre pays dans les temps tragiques que nous vivons. Son élection conduirait à l'effacement de la France sur les scènes européennes et internationales. Ainsi, et malgré les profondes divergences que j'ai martelées tout au long de la campagne, je voterai en conscience Emmanuel Macron pour empêcher l'arrivée au pouvoir de Marine Le Pen et le chaos qui en résulterait.
Valerie Pécresse adding her voice to other candidates who didn't make it to the second round tonight, telling her backers to vote for Emmanuel Macron instead of Marine Le Pen. Here's more from Ellen Gainsford, who was following the Pécresse campaign.
Well, this is a catastrophic result for Valerie Pécresse and the traditional right, coming in fifth place with less than 5% of the vote. And it's a score that has financial implications. It means that due to campaign rules, her campaign won't be reimbursed now. While giving her concession speech, Valerie Pécresse said that she'd been caught between two fronts of Emmanuel Macron and the extreme right, which left no room for, as she put it, the true Republican right of her campaign. Well, here at her headquarters, the announcement of the results were met with a very muted silence, as you can imagine. There was no cheering here. Now, I think some soul-searching will really begin among the party members. Questions will be asked about what went wrong with this campaign, starting off so promisingly, but then she had trouble positioning herself and really creating a coherent narrative for voters. Well, looking ahead, Valerie Pécresse has said that she will herself be voting for Emmanuel Macron. And while she won't be giving her supporters instructions on how to vote, she did ask them to weigh up the gravity of the situation. Well, by contrast, Eric Zemmour, who is on the more hardline wing of the Les Républicains party, has said that he intends to vote for Marine Le Pen, which shows that following this disappointing election result for the traditional right, there's already fracturing in their ranks.
Ellen Gainsford there. Let's take a look now at the abstention rate from the voting today. The number is 26%. That number coming from our polling partner Ipsos. More than 1 in 4 French voters staying away from the polls today. Well, let's check back in with Diptyque Laurent over at the touch screen. Diptyque, you have been taking a closer look to see how abstention rates have evolved over the years.
Well, Jeannie, they've been steadily on the rise in the past 20 years, as we'll see in a minute here. In 2002, abstention rates were at 28%, about 12 million French voters who chose not to partake in the first round of elections. You remember this was a year that saw Jean-Marie Le Pen, the far-right leader, voted into the second round against Jacques Chirac. It was quite a big shock for French politics at the time. Perhaps because of this, in 2007, abstention rates dipped down to 16%, or about 7 million people. But ever since then, it's been up on the rise. In 2012, the year that François Hollande became president, in the first round of elections, abstention rates were at 20 million. And 5 years later, when Emmanuel Macron became president, that figure went up to 22%. And as we're seeing today, it's gone even further higher up in 2022. 26% of people who did not vote in today's first round of the presidential election. Just to give you an idea of what that looks like on this graph, this is 2002. The abstention rate was 28%. It was the highest on record. It still is the highest. In 2007, it did dip, but ever since then, it's been all the way on the up. 2022 did not match the abstention rate seen in 2002, as some had predicted, but it was not far off with 26%. Now, our polling partners at Ipsos have been interrogating people about why they abstain, and the reasons are quite interesting. 28% of people say that the candidates pretty much said the same thing, that it wasn't a very interesting electoral campaign. Just under that, 26%, many believing that their vote would not actually change the results of the election, and 24% saying that no candidate really matched their political ideas. Just behind those top 3 reasons, 16% who said they were simply not interested in politics, and 12% who said they abstained for logistical reasons. They were simply not available on voting day, Jeannie.
Diptyque, thanks so much for that look at the abstention rate, which is high, not an all-time high, but still pretty high there in that first round of voting today in the French presidential election. Angela Diffley is with me still on the set. Angela, I guess another thing we can really say from today's voting is that it seems like the traditional political parties we've known in France for decades, the left and the right, are really starting to fizzle out.
Yeah, and there are 2 reasons for that. Partly it was the candidates on both the mainstream right and the mainstream left. The rest of it is arithmetic and the changing political landscape. If we look first at the candidates, we talked a little bit about Valerie Pécresse earlier. One thing we didn't mention is that Nicolas Sarkozy, who has a big influence still on mainstream right-wing voters, he's sometimes called the godfather of the mainstream right. It's a kind of a lazy label, but it does sort of work and it does sort of fit him. He specifically did not endorse her. I think he thought she was a lukewarm candidate. He also, I think, was a bit miffed, or let it be known that he was a bit miffed that she didn't mention him much. On the left, the candidate, we've talked about some of the problems she had as mayor of Paris. Something we didn't mention earlier is Saccage Paris, which is a hashtag talking about, during her time as the mayor of Paris, how she has been responsible for it's become a lot dirtier, according to Parisians and indeed tourists, and she's been seen as not really looking after the city properly by some people. The other reason that the mainstream right and left are both suffering is because Emmanuel Macron has specifically made that part of his strategy. When he came to power in 2017, he said, I'm neither left nor right. He took MPs and he took voters from the left, and he took MPs and he took voters from the right. Oddly, he also said, I will leave this country in a situation after 5 years where there will be no need to vote for extreme candidates. Well, it's kind of odd, because when you take a hole out of the middle, there's only the extremes left. So all of that, plus worldwide, that is something of a feature, people going towards the extremes and the mainstreams being hollowed out a bit.
Angela, thanks so much to you. Thanks to you for watching France 24. Stay with us. Our continuing coverage of this first round of the French presidential election continues after this.